like he took a lot of gambles outside the game. Like he went to G2 with perks roll swap, and a lot of, like now in hindsight, everyone would be like, yeah, makes sense, why wouldn't he do that? But he came from like a successful team that kind of, I felt like, probably hit their ceiling a little bit in Fnatic the year before. And he took a gamble joining us. And yeah, I mean, I think he has taken a lot of good decisions in his career. And in the game, when I played with him in the past, he was not really the guy who like demanded too much. Like he was not the guy that wanted to like call jungler a lot, or like at least he didn't. Maybe he wanted to, but he didn't really have maybe the confidence back then, or just like, well, he kind of believed in everyone else. But I think now he is probably, I would assume, more of like a captain and like more of like leading the game. But back then he was just like very creative. He had made a lot of funny plays on his own, and they usually worked out just because he was like that much better than most players we have in our league. And I think that's still true, but maybe less now. Like there's a little bit more, I guess, like experience over him.
Do you think it was formative for him that he spent that time in the iteration where you were also on the roster, or Mickey was also on the roster? Because I know that being creative was at the forefront of your winning strategies and is what got you so far. Do you feel in a way that was a formative period for him? Because that's one of the things we praise him for still, right?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think that it helped him a lot. I don't know where he would have been. He would definitely still have been a very good player if he didn't join G2, there's no doubt. But I think him joining a team like we were, where we were all like all our vibes were really good. Like I think that definitely contributed a lot to like just like his love for the game. Like I mean, as I said, like that he has so much passion for just playing League. I think it definitely made it easier that he didn't have like a team atmosphere that was very toxic or something, which I think most teams back then, they kind of like had the tendency to be like a little bit, there was like always issues no matter what team you kind of spoke to back then. Everyone was like, oh, we have this issue, like we have this issue. Everyone had like something they were dealing with. I think in G2, we also of course ran into like slumps and stuff like that, but we always had like very good relationships, and we could always manage to like figure it out, I guess.
Yeah, speaking of issues, SK, no, just kidding. Let's talk a little bit as we are about to get into your game. So Team Heretics versus SK, pivotal matchup for you, for Team Heretics to keep the playoffs bout alive. How are you feeling about it?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely very important that we take a win. We have, our manager has told us that we have become a kumbaya team, so very vibes oriented. Yeah. So this is what is gonna carry us, our good vibes, and yeah, it's all around passion for the game. This is why we're here. So surely that's gonna carry us to a win today.
How does that express itself? That kumbaya? Do you sing a song together? Do you?
No, we have thought about singing songs, but unfortunately, like, I mean, not everyone, but in the past I have had vocal recordings released of me singing, and it's not the prettiest. And yeah, I mean, I don't know if anyone else on my team really sings very well. So we've skipped the songs. Now it's just like full vibe in the game. Yeah.
Full vibe. I love it. Vibes only. Thank you so much, Wonder. And let's get into it. It's time for Team Heretics versus SK.
We're ready to call that vibe check as we take you into the beginning of a beautiful week of League of Legends. My name's Sturks, I'm joined by Dagda, and we are on a different stage, a different set. We do quicker fist bumps, we rotate around the table, and we get right into this.
Someone wasn't quick enough that way.
Yop, no, I think it was Yop.
Oh, no, Hype, sorry. I thought it was Hype lagging behind.
Oh, someone was lagging behind. We're going to have to call and comms that VAR that for a second. Dagda, a very different week, a lot more on the line. We are rounding towards the end of the split. Things are getting busy fast with 2 teams already secured in the top 6 and 4 teams left remaining to fill the spots.
Yeah, it is going to be absolute bedlam towards the end of the split. There is several places still left open. Nobody officially out of the running yet.
Yep.
And for both SK and Heretics, both teams kind of hoping that they, if everything goes well, could get to 5 wins. Sure. Don't know if they're going to get there, but definitely want to see if they can try and hit that 4-5 wins to make sure they can get themselves into playoffs. But that is a tall task with some of the teams they have left to go. But it starts here today to see if you can make that.
Has to be a winnable matchup. SK looking like favorites with Heretics unable to really find dynamics. We've talked a lot about how their style has been less than meaningful. What I mean by that is the fact that Heretics' identity has been like yo, what lane we're going to play through, how are Heretics going to find wins, because right now it's been like, how's bot lane looking? Strong enough in comparison to the league? Not really.
I mean, it definitely feels like they're a bit of a one-tune team, where it's, hey, Wei is going to roam top and see if he can make plays, and if he can get Trayson ahead, maybe that's a win con, right? And we've seen it before where Trayson like can look good like on picks like the Nar and try and make that work. But honestly, I think we saw against Na'Vi that like Na'Vi were prepared for it. Paris consistently roaming top, especially on that Braum game, covering for a lot of those plays, making it very difficult for the operate on it. So I think that's where, if I'm SK, I'll be looking at Mickey to have a similar impact here and trying to deny some of those cross maps.
Mickey can roam, but will he get caught in the process of doing so? SK versus Team Heretics start now, already in the pick and ban. That Akali gone, probably an Orianna first pick for the fish here for SK is Cassante against Trayson, which has been a favorite, whether it's been good performing or not, is still going to be taken off the board with respect. Cassio Vi, no great big surprise here.
Alo. Gdje ste, dragi gledalci, štima šta se radi? Evo nas na još jednom dana leca, do duše. Današnji dan je dosta lagan. Današnji dan je se zavalimo da gledamo i da chillamo. A ja taman moram da potvaram neke stvari.
But we'll have to see exactly what the answer is. Rumble could be another pick here for Wonder if he wants to. Oh, sorry, Rumble taken away. Sorry, just the end there.
But I know you're thinking about the other pairing, right? Jarvan's still up and available, which is...
I da vidimo šta se događa.
Pantheon, a big thought. Also, is jungle priority going to be here for SK first? That's going to get slammed, but you have given away Ori and Jarvan as a combination if Team Heretics want a response.
Yeah, which I don't hate here. I think it can be pretty decent. The only thing I'd be worried about is maybe the mega globals on SK side. Because it'd be pretty difficult for an Orianna to survive side lane against a Pantheon because he's got that ability to play. But I mean, may still be what they go for. Yeah, just immediate Orianna here. So I do think you need something that can try and protect it here, both in the...
Oriannu su ostavili i nisu je first pickali. Kažem, Orianna mislim da je... da je malo i džubit, iskreno.
Things like Syndra, while not super mobile, has a bit more range. That slow Q's played before they could pair with the Pantheon. Dagger, I'm going through his champ. Slow Q's played a little bit of everything, so it's not like the Orianna is going to be a problem. As Wukong instead is an interesting choice. A bit more mobility, a bit more flexibility, so the Jarvan doesn't have to just rely on immobile carries.
It definitely feels like Heretics are kind of saying, hey, we're just going to try and play for late game team fights though. Like, the Pantheon can have quite a substantial impact pre-6, and not having something that can answer, which is traditionally what we see in like the Zinzao and the Jarvans and these, can mean that SK could look to try and take over the game in the early stages, but we'll have to see that is going to be an option, as there's that Syndra you were talking about.
Sandra gets slapped in, okay. Other side, are we going to get a Nautilus now? Dagda, engage options for support. Do you want to get priority here, or do you get an 80 carry? What's your thought? Or, I mean, top laning slam here as well, especially with some of the options out, can also be an option, but Chase is up.
We've seen teams more so try and prioritize a top laner in these situations as of late. I don't hate trying to take
Wukong Orianna. S druge strane, Pantheon Syndra. Mislim, ne znam, iskreno obe ove ekipe se malo raspadaju, neću lagati. Ali su se bar setili da i opet daju krštenog AD carry-a, a ne nešto malo lošije, da kažemo.
So, what is Yoppa, or rather Hype, going to pick into it rather? My biggest question is, does he go back towards one of those mage bot lanes and help facilitate with that Orianna already? We've seen a bit of veering off here in the LEC from those said mages. We did talk about top lane before though, and Trayson's just going to slap down the Ambessa, which means one of those bans is definitely going to be something like a Renekton.
Yeah, Renekton, Olaf, Gnar. I'm not sure now with Olaf kind of becoming predominant in the meta. If I like the Ambessa...
Ja bi banovao Olafa svakako. Samo banuješ Olafa, šta? Banuješ Renektona, banuješ Olafa. Tako je, heretici sa banuju Olafa i to je to. Mislim, lagana priča, realno. Ja moram podelim na Discordu, to jest na Instagramu da je Let's Live, to sam zaboravio.
Wonder, 6 games on the Gnar, 2 or 1 on everything else so far. Wonder's had a fun champion pool, but running into this Ambessa specifically just might be his port of call. We'll find out. The Renekton's already gone. For SK, they've got their 80 carry and Team Heretics do not. So, what's going to go?
Lucian, Milio, these kind of things. Ezreal, yeah. So I think 80 carry is basically going to be the focus. We've seen Corki being able to trade effectively into the Lucian, especially as you can take Exhaust into the matchup, but and the Exhaust would bode well for both the Wukong and the Ambessa later on, but I still think getting rid of the Lucian, probably the easiest, unless you're like, oh, by giving the Lucian Milio across, we kind of limit Wei and being able to explore and roam around the map, which also could be the game plan here for SK.
Where he got so much engaged, maybe they think, oh, we can just afford to put Enchanter down. There goes that Jace, which again has made it pretty far in the pick ban phase when that's also on Wonder's champ pool. I like your mention about what Way's going to do this game, especially with the style that Heretics know. Do they go for their comfort or do they go for what is better for the comp?
Yeah, I also don't hate things like Yunara Lulu here either for Heretics, especially with the Wukong. I find that wild growth with the Lulu is really potent.
Oh yeah.
Just to try and solidify that double knock-up. So Yunara Lulu, I think, could be the answer here into the Corki if you really want to. Lucian Milio, another option. So you can definitely, I think, Heretics take something that can match the Corki in the bottom side and still be fine here.
Questions to be answered. Support now, or do they go for AD? They're going to go support counterpick. Jin gets locked in. There is a Bard available that can also be paired with this, while SK think we need more engage.
Yeah, I think so. The Jin to me is saying, hey, look, we can probably pair this with multiple different...
Ja bi tako uzeo Olafa ovdje da sam na strani SK. Ali mislim da Wunder baš nije taj lik, nemam pojma.
We can match with the Leona, so like Jin Leona kind of set up a kill lane in that bottom lane. So it feels like the Jin at least not committing to a style of that bottom lane. So I imagine with the Nautilus here, Leona probably going to follow on the opposite side, and that sets up for decent engage for Heretics across the board to match into that.
Oh, hell yeah. Oh my god, thank you so much.
Dobro, Wunder.
I've got a lot to talk about.
Jako interesantno.
Oh my god,
you enjoy a little bit of volley bear, don't you, Star?
I do. Please, dear God, go the AP build. There is so much to build with this champ. Dusk and Dawn's going to be a bit of a highlight here. We'll talk about that. You already mentioned engage support comes through from Team Heretics, and Dagda, you hit the nail on the head. That Leona's going to get locked in.
Yeah, the Leona is just very good into Nautilus. So the W gives you so much more tanky stats than the Nautilus that basically if Nautilus ever engages, you just turn onto the enemy AD carry and chase them down. You have more damage, you got a ton of CC, your Q is also up significantly quicker than the Nautilus hook, so the Leona just works very well into this matchup. So yeah, it makes a lot of sense, and Jin Leona, very strong kill lane if you want to try and fish for that as well. So I do like...
Znam kakav je matchup Ambessa u... Jel valja u Voliberom Ambessu? Sviđa mi se u Gino je okej, ali mislim bi Ola bio mnogo bolji, pogotovo što je Leona s druge strane. Ko Ola bi baš imao kako da domelje do Gina u suštini.
So if he gets over 3 kills, question mark win?
Yeah, so we just exist in this perpetual limbo between 3 and 7 kills.
Purely
yeah, 4, 5, and 6 don't count. They exist in this other universe.
They've also reminded me that Wonder's already played the volley bear, which we can see here as well. It was that AP volley when Dusk and Dawn, and for the static to get that passive up quicker, more attack speed, more trading. Also means as well more wave clear. It was a win versus GX earlier on.
Yeah, what I was looking for was to see exactly what his rune choice is going to be, because he's going with that grasp and dying. Yeah, because we were just talking about the LOL-W video that was talking about the volley bear, where you go the double kindle gem and you go the Ionian boots of lucidity, and you've got like this crazy strong early game that you can try to play around just with a bunch of CDR. But I don't think we'll be getting to this game, as he was kind of talking about like PTA or lethal tempo as two of your best options for that build. But SK already, a lot of members moving up into this top side, full 5-man. Just seeing if they can poke their head into that top side.
Yeah, seeing what they can do with the early access of volley bear damage. Now remember as well, Sky Splitter level 1, the biggest trading tool.
Sad ćemo Dimo, baš me zanima. Ne, ja ne znam šta je sa Jinom generalno i što ljudi buildaju, kako buildaju, ali ajde. Jin radi jako puno damage-a, ali moraš da ga buildaš kako treba, mislim. Nijedan heroj ne radi damage ako nemaš prave iteme, tako da vidjet ćemo.
It's also just to get that W second stack up, so you have extra access to damage plus sustain on targets that you're in combat with for longer. That's why he's also going to win the lane and get level 2 first. Yeah,
it is very difficult for Trace to try and match Volley Bear in the early stages. The shields, the damage you can get, the pushing power thanks to the passive, it is basically Ambessa's worst nightmare, which is kind of what we were talking about, where I think the early Ambessa kind of left herself vulnerable to some of these more aggressive lanes, but we'll have to see how SK try and play around it, because at least Skeens is moving up towards that top side of the map in the early stages. They will spot out that Douglas is starting to move down towards that bottom side. So if Wunder can get some heavy trades into the early stages, maybe they can look for some sort of dive on the top side.
I'm curious about how supports link up with this. The constant conversation in the LEC has been exactly.
Da, Storm Razoru, mislim, crit. Ili Storm ili Hexoptic da ima Infinity Edge rano, da bi mogao da napravi RFC i LDR rano, i to je to, nema šta.
Reminder, top 6 is the fight here for playoff opportunity. And while G2 and KC have already secured themselves in guaranteed, it is these teams we're looking at now. Heretics with a lower chance than SK, but still all the same, a chance they're fighting for in these remaining 2 weeks.
Yeah, everything's still to play for at the moment. Really want to try and solidify yourselves in towards playoffs, but again, like, both these teams have pretty difficult roads ahead of themselves. We'll have to see is a good hook in the bottom lane.
Dobar hook, ali ne može, nemaju damage za kill ovdje. Znači, generalno samo u early game u competitive vidimo sprednju, bukvalno.
Slowq doing a nice job in this lane though, as Saren take a lot of damage. He's already burnt through one of those pots as well, so we'll be forced to reset. So already this kind of we were talking about, right? SK having a lot of firepower on this top half of the map. So I expect them, especially in these early stages, try and leverage that into some sort of pressure.
That's what it comes down. We go back towards top, Thundering Blow as well. And not a bad trade here. Still, again, after that smash comes down, looking for the Frenzied Maul. Skeen's coming up. You mentioned his pathing.
Trayson did use that W very effectively, though, to kind of get the shield and deny some of this. So I don't think he's actually, you can see there, like, he's got so much health left.
Mislim da je fine, da ne mogu da bi u top. Mislim, ovaj ceo matchup će biti sigurno jako sporo, zato kažem, danas je full chill uz dec. Danas ono, zavalite se, bacite neki betić koji vam odgovara i lagani chili, kako sam to rekao, Trayson je odlučio da bude bait, jer je njegov jungler došao, a protivnički je otišao. Douglas ne želi je da baci, bacio je prerano, i sad nema killa, dobro. Ja se slažem. Mislim da i SK treba da menja pola rostera, iskreno.
Yeah, the way he's going to be pushed out, TP back from under, so not too much to write home about on that top end.
But that ward you talked about is going to be worth writing too, as Douglas pathing down, now information gathered. Lane's going pretty well so far here for SK, as Slowq up a little bit on CS as we expect with the Syndra matchup, and Wonder doing the same and now burning TP for both. Means he's going to be isolated for a little bit. Skeen's looking to threaten Hype. I mean, this is fantastic for SK, but Wade didn't get the memo. Dredge line down, Deadly Flourish helped out, Scatter the Weak, the shield's up, Yopper tanked it, Ignite away as he
Vi živ, Skeen's živ, top.
Skeen's almost dies, having to flash out as well. I said nice dive, but they didn't really get everything they're after on SK.
Yeah, I can't believe that Wade managed to escape away from that one. You actually have now push in mid as well, so Slowq trying to use that for a little bit of a timer before he went for the reset to move down towards that bottom side. But it doesn't work out. I'm shocked Wei managed to escape that.
Yup, at the back. There's a push-in bot coming from Team Heretics. How the hell did Wei survive?
Yeah, because you've so much here. I mean, obviously using that W to keep a little bit of the damage off. There's the auto attack. Scatter the Weak. Like, yeah, I guess, yeah, Yop ended up tanking the tower, so meant that you couldn't have the Corki stick around in the grand scheme of things to keep up the DPS. So Wei manages to get away with it.
Skeen's flash burn. Hype gets the push-in bot. And you can see that Yopper got back to lane. I'm not sure how much of CS he lost because of that, but still great for Team Heretics bot lane. Rejuvenated off of a rough play from SK. And now flash down for the Pantheon, who's just hit level 5. Going to play for topside Scuttle. While Slowq, Scatter the Weak is good, trying to get some orbs down, but
5 minuta 0-0 napito. Napito.
Yeah, I mean, for SK, that's kind of heartbreaking, right? Like, they used so much of the initiatives that they'd managed to get in the early stages, but with Slowq forcing that early reset from Saren and kind of using that little bit of a tempo lead that he gotten to move down to the bottom side, not getting anything, Heretics now feel way more comfortable as they push out bottom side and now move over towards the Dragon. SK starting to lean over towards this, but I don't know how much fight they have in them.
Douglas at half HP though, bit of damage down. Deadly Flourish starts off the fight, the ball's there. Saren holding onto the shockwave and Mickey flashes. That's the start of the play. Dragon's going to reset a little bit though, as Team Heretics have to think egregiously, are we staying? Scatter the Weak going to connect and the engage not there. Yeah, Wei gets unleashed power and dead. First blood finally retrieved as Douglas is going to get the Dragon. He cyclones, he flashes, but this is just an ultimatum. He says, I'm going to die. Who can I take? No one the answer. Mickey takes the kill, but for Dragon 2 in the dirt.
Heretics just couldn't turn and burn quick enough. I think they had to take the fight in that 3v4, but by turning back over towards the Dragon, they actually left enough time for Yoppa to move up from that bottom side of the map. And SK end up with 2 in favor of the Dragon.
It's Big kill onto slow Q at the very least, despite Mickey taking the other. Well, look at the replay, because this was a slow turn from SK moving in.
Yeah, Dagla's still level 5, so gets level 6 off the Dragon, but as he goes in here, right, Mickey flashes away. You don't have any follow-up. I think at this stage you just call it quits. You've got slow Q's level 6, Yoppa's now here off that bottom lane, and Wade already used the W on the initial game.
Smite je baš bio loš s jedne strane, pa Antoni mislim da je Smite oprerano.
Hoping they could take a fight afterwards with the level 6, but it's not enough. But there's the level 6 for Skeens, and he's on bot lane.
Gatling gun down as well, Wade's in a bit
O,
of a big one.
velika raketa, to je kill, nice. Boga mi SK izgleda dobro. Izgleda baš dobro.
No, that's too much.
Yeah, the Grand Starfall down towards that bottom side, beautifully executed. Picking up another kill now for SK, and even with that first play,
SK dobije i Vitality. Ne znam iskreno. SK je mnogo veliki flip, zašto svaki treći game u proseku Jopi daju heroja na kome ne može da nosi. Znači gledajte, on igra Korkija Lucijana nosi, dobije Zigza, izgube game. Onda igra Korkija Lucijana Litality Varusa, Litality Varus samo izinta game, ne može da nosi. Ne znam zašto to rade.
Yeah, so you can see Krug's been taken. Hype and Way just step up that little bit too far. Hype at least manages to flash over the wall, but that's not a luxury that Way can have access to right now. So the hook for Mickey solidifies the kill.
Really nice. Yoppa picks up it as well. We come back, and grubs are being started. Looks like a bit of top pressure led to this. Quick reset for Yoppa as well. We'll do the same. Hype is going to go match for now. This might just be one wave then. Base with Trayson who has TP. Thinking about how he goes to match the Volley Bear, or if he even does want to Dagda. But all three grubs at the very least. That's the story for SK in the early game. Looking good.
Yeah, Mickey basically trying to move bot lane now to cover in case there's some sort of cross map with Douglas there. He does have that Cyclone just about to come up and available. And there's no camps here for him to actually steal on this bottom side of the map. Spotted by a good ward, and looks like Volley Bear very good at clearing out wards.
Da znam, ali mislim,
Heretic's not really going to be able to find much.
Generalno mislim da ekipa SK previše grifuje u draftu. Pored što mislim da trebaju da prave roster swapove. Ali ono što je meni od svih rezultata iskreno najinteresantnije, ne znam da li ste gledali slučajno, LFL, imamo dve ekipe sa našim igračima koji su uspeli da pobede Solari. Jedna ekipa je sa Thomasom, Excellentom i Stefanom, i jedna ekipa je sa Spookijem i Snafkelom. I obe ekipe su pobedile Solari i izbacili su ih iz trke za LFL. Što je jako cool.
And we're just going to see how that continues here. And if Douglas can find his way in to navigate some of these lanes, because Douglas, so far, I mean, Douglas has been akin to the Dragon play, but outside of that, he hasn't been able to get into any of these lanes, and these lanes are burning.
But that's what we were saying about the Wukong, right? Unfortunately, Wukong just not great pre-level 6, and SK have tried to find multiple moments to play in towards bottom side of the map, knowing that the Wukong wasn't going to be so strong, or when the Wukong's ultimate was down, like post-Dragon fight. And again, we're kind of seeing Skeens on this bottom side of the map. The Starfall very close to being up. You can see immediately Hype and Way are like, no, we're not approaching this wave. We want nothing to do with it. But it does mean
ne znam, ove sezoni Vitality i Navi su mi nekako 50-50 najiskrenije. Jedino mi G2 izgleda ok, ali oni su protiv Fanatika baš podbacili i protiv Heretika su igrali loše. I KC mi izgleda baš dobro, ali ja sam naučio što se KC-a tiče da se ne hajpujem. Jer znam sigurno će KC samo u jednom trenutku da... Koja je prava reč za TV prenos. Ali malo da izintaju, nek bude tako.
Wonder gets himself back up to half HP. That's what I'm talking about, Dagda. If you get a second W off his volley, you're chilling, man. It doesn't matter. You just heal up.
Yeah, especially the extra health you get in the ultimate as well, going to do work. Trayson use the shield, so Wonder going to be happy to stick around and just clear out this wave to match. Both have TP in the top lane, so should just be able to, I imagine, just walk back to lane if they really want to TP, but with 25 seconds until Dragon, I imagine both sides want to hold on towards that summoner spell for their next objective. Eclipse hit for Trayson though. Very nice timer here alongside that Triforce for the Wukong. So I wonder if Heretics are feeling a bit spicy, knowing that some of these first item spikes are still lagging behind for SK.
Wonder still without his first. I was wondering, are we going to get Cosmic Insight? Are we going to get Protobelt first? Like, there's a lot of good options here for the volley. Scatter the Weight going to miss though. Opportunity for Wade. Dredgelight misses as well, but Ski flashes in. Seren caught out.
Seren je u stvari preživeo. Douglas ima kill. Douglas je nastao kao pasivno, postoje besmrtan. Douglas je umro.
with that, but I knew what was going to happen as Dredgeline going to find through Sky Splitter as well. Wonders roam down is better.
Mislim, i Wunder je došao, MBS je ostala tima TP, nije tela baci TP.
Eventually able to use their numbers. Yoppa had already entered in towards the bottom side, so he was a little late moving towards the party. Because if you look top side, Tracen is getting a ton of plates and a wave, so Wunder's going to...
Veruješ da je Piz najbolji? Ja mislim, moguće. Kakvi su Galenci? Pa mislim, vidi, izgubio. Mislim, Galenci su bili najbolja ekipa u LFL-u. I oba poraza od dve ekipe gdje igraju naši igrači su upseti. Znači, niko nije očekivao da će ni Stefanova ekipa, ni Spookijeva ekipa pobediti. Galenci su nabadači, mislim, nema šta.
Team Heretics commit the TP and now use the shockwave. They're fishing, man, but they're coming up empty.
Yeah, so I like the opening here from Wunder, basically saying, look, if I go mid, I can actually beat you to the punch and use that teleport to go top instead. They end up forcing Saren back. They're now in the thick of the fight. Slow Q does get jumped on by Douglas, so he falls, but the rest of Heretics end up going so deep to try and make this play happen that you pick up one here for Yoppa, and then Yoppa's able to follow up on this hook to get a second one for himself. So two big kills for the Corki, going to be massive. And I didn't quite see, I was trying to double check. No, I think Wunder didn't end up getting any of the plates on the top side after he TP'd back up there. So still, like, evening up in the matchup is Tracen, so maybe he can have a bit of an easier time. But this Corki now for SK is huge.
Hey, he's gigantic. Trinity Force picked up as well. I mean, not to mention that Slowq's doing a good job, even though, like, there were a lot of whiffs in that last fight. SK, doesn't matter. They get the next rotation up, and it's good enough. Team Heretics lagging behind in game one, as 2.1k is the crest right now of gold. A dragon is the thing they hold on to dearly, but the whole map still in tatters as Wunder is...
Ne znam, preferiraju Yomu na Džinu, ja stvarno ne razumem. Ne vidim, mislim, jedina razlika između Stormrazora i Yomua je što za Stormrazor moraš da basicuješ, a Yomu klikneš i kao, znaš, nekada ti je zgodnije, možeš klikneš dugme, dobiješ Mousepad na dugme, razumiješ. Ne možeš da budeš u range-u, nekog basicuješ. Ali dalje mislim da je Stormrazor zbog scale-a, zbog sinergije s ostalim itemima, zbog krita koje ti daje i generalno statova, mislim da je Stormrazor samo mnogo bolji. Iskreno. Da li ima šanse Heretic? Ovi game? Pa imaju još. Ne, imaju, mislim, vidi. Postoji ugo od MBS-a sa Oriana loptom, ulta, backlane, hvataju Sindru i Korke u jednom kombu i to je to. Oni ako u late game-u uhvate i šotaju ta dva čoveka, oni su vinali svaki fight, mislim. Volibear ima ok sustain damage, ali ne može ni Volibear toliko lako Džina da lockdownu.
Top lane to actually cover this, whereas you can only see Wei now moving out in towards the mid lane. So this steal that Douglas was trying to go for, read by SK and covered well. And this is kind of what we're talking about, right? SK have been actually playing the map pretty well throughout this early game.
Yeah, they're getting some gold back. I mean, to be fair, every time Wunder moves, Tracen has been capitalizing on that well. You see he's got like half a level lead. And he's obviously getting some burst trains in. We haven't seen the full fruition of it, but the power against Volibear is you do not stay in extended trades with him. Use the Eclipse, go in, go out before he gets another Thundering Smash combination with that Frenzied Maul. If he can sustain up, I mean, you're just doing it wrong. So Tracen going to get the push in, Wei's here to cover. And Dagda, this is good timing. The Herald is up and Team Heretics have pushed off.
It's bad time for Douglas though, because he's actually clearing down towards this bottom side of the map. So you can see he's just going to kind of forgo these bottom side camps to try and move into position here as SK already threatening with the TP for Oriana.
And that TP is going to be late because Dredgeline's already started. Wei's in a bit of trouble. Soulflake going to catch on down though. Skeen's caught out. SK's jungler down first, so an opportunity for Heretics to the fourth shot.
Ne, morat ću, ja mislim isto, Kevine, da je problem. Znaš, kako da znaju šta se builda kad ja to ne radim na streamu? Znaš, ja kažem, oni su fajnu fajtu kodiraju kako treba. Iako je Jopa opet a Jopa je toliko prizorno u ove ekipi, ljudi moji. Iskreno mi je jako krivo Jope, moram da priznam. Mislim, nije mi krivo, igra lec, bole guva, razumete, ono, dobija 5 soma mesečno. On je lagan, ali ja mislim da Jopa trenutno zaslužuje da bude u top 4 ekipe u lecu. To je moj take. Neki Mad Lions Jopa.
Yeah, I mean, you said it right. Locke is going to be very good for Wei in the early stages, but they all in Leona, but Wunder's not there. Yoppa, which is...
Ne znam da li se slažete sa mnom i mislim da nisam biased, jer kao, ajde, Jopa je Balkanac, pa zbog toga. Stvarno mislim da nije ni do toga. Legitimno mislim da svaki game lik toliko dobro performa. Naravno, kažem, ne može da nosi na herojima koji nisu napravljeni da nose, ali to je problem coacha, nije njegov problem. Ali stvarno mislim da je Jopa zaslužio da bude
that W just gives you tanky stats plus aftershock. Unable to be killed. Way did his job. And now Team Heretics equalize a bit of gold. 1.1k between junglers. Drake's Line going to start us off yet again. A blast cone in the way. Lol, funny one from me. As Ward goes down on top of that blast cone. Dragon's up in 15. This will be the third Drake we're playing for. And SK have control for now. Dagda. Zenith Blade. Slow Q does get a good Soul Flare comes out. Two-man Shockwave as well. SK in a bit of trouble. The health bar blinking. Schemes also flash that TP from behind. And they're in the river in the choke. Wonder's going to come in with his own TP. Since the Sky split it down, but all he's doing is zoning. His Tracing comes in. He's by himself for the time being, but he's tanky enough where he can absorb the hit.
Joj, lep. I sad oli na Wundera, da. On je multi još 5 sekundi. 4, 3, nope. Jeska baca game. Ja sam rekao da imaju šanse. Ali to je samo zato što, kažem, iskreno obje ekipe su loše. Mislim što je stvarno. Ovo mogu da kažem kad radimo Let's Watch Party, ali obje ekipe grifuju. Znači ESK i Heretici su totalno izgubljeni.
Grayson getting some good ulties down now as well as we watch again.
Yeah, here Mickey starts to move across. Immediate engage from Heretics though, because they know that Porky's still in the mid lane, and they're still playing around Daclus, who has a sizable gold lead over his counterpart in Schemes. Schemes forced to jump out immediately, and you can see how awkward this now is for SK. Wonder's gone too deep, and now Slow Q way overextended on the top side, but Heretics...
Like it was before. I mean, he's covered this time by Schemes at the very least. This will be a stun death charge as well. They just want to kill Wei. He survived so many times, but not this time. Yes, he may be 0-4, but this time he doesn't have the backup of his team to survive.
SK going to be happy at least to be able to turn that around. Wei was pushed up to... sorry, not Wei. My brain is just gone.
Not Wei. Sorry.
Wei was pushed up a little bit too far, or tried to punish the fact that Slow Q was pushed up a little bit too far. But you had the boys in the area. Mickey, Schemes, both there to try and cover. So still trying to protect the Syndra on the side lane, and now looking to steal away some camps. They desperately needed that little bit of a gold injection after the last couple of plays.
You know, we could make a whole team with just Weis. We'd have Wei in jungle, Wei support. Wei and Wei were both junglers. We'll get one of them to roll swap and go top. And then maybe we get Coach Big Wei or Xiao Wei come through. No Wei was also a coach in LPL. I can't remember where they are right now.
I mean, we can get No Wei for you, the streamer, to play mid lane.
Okay, and then we've got 80 carry. There's got to be another one of the Weis can go there. And then coaching stuff, we've already got, like Big Wei and No Wei. We got a whole team of League of Legends. And the team will be called This Is the Way or something. This is the way. That would be the team.
Perfect.
Fantastic.
Pleasure doing business.
That would be copywriters if anyone wants to do that. But, this has been fun. You know what? League of Legends at its peak. It might not be peak, but it is at its peak. You know what I mean?
Ne, pogubljeni su obje ekipe su haos pogubljene, mislim, to je nažalost.
Can go either way, no pun intended. 20 seconds of Baron. The last Dragon did go over to Team Heretics, and they're starting to win some fights now. And as you talked about, you know, the scaling that comes through from Wukong, the setup here in this comp, it is easy to execute now that they've got some resources under their belt. Now that they've actually been able to find some of these 5v5s that SK have been willing to give them, Team Heretics looking control.
The big thing has been SK just playing away from the ring condition, which has been Yoppa, right? Even now again, Mickey just trying to protect top side of the map, takes a ton of damage. But they haven't been able to find ways to enable Yoppa to actually be in fights. And partly that is also Heretics doing a decent job of like, hey, we're actually going to try and pick you in the setup. We're focusing specifically on like Slow Q and even on Schemes as well, who just isn't really tanky enough to survive the amount of...
Što znači, ja I dalje ne znam ko dobio ovaj game. Mislim, postoji ugod I Yoppa nosio ovu partiju. Izgleda će hype otići na Storm Razor nakon Yomua. Ovo je najčudniji build koji sam video, verovatno. Ovo ide netačno u tačno. Da, Storm Razor nakon Yomua. Ja ne razumijem šta će mu Storm Razor. Stvarno nemam pojma. Ne znam zašto.
Easy to execute and easy to complete. 2 minutes waiting in fog of war. Mickey and Slow Q right now. They're just going to look for this turret. Grayson gives respect. While Saren's going to get his own in that top side of the map, or at least push rather. Sorry, the turret was already taken, but more gold back for SK. The trade-off is, of course, going to be this next wave crashing in. There's a teleport play happening top. That is a Syndra looking for the TP. Wonder's not going to follow this one. As he flies on up, Saren was going to base. He's got no mana. Scatter the Weak is all that's going to be needed. Slow Q sending all the orbs down. Way's coming in. There's a Pantheon ult as well from Schemes. Gets the stun down and Saren is about to die.
Serin, dobro.
Slow Q has to flash away. He was in melee form as Team Heretics just
Yoppa ne može da igra. Ovo je ko ja u solo queue. Ne ovako.
It was way too ambitious from SK. You knew that way
Sad će napravi RFC. Mislim da sam ima beskoristan Jomuz. Ali nije ni bitno zašto je ekipa SK samo rundowna. Tako da nije ni bitno šta builda hype, iskreno.
And it could have been worse if like that early Zenith blade had connected from way. That would have been lights out for Skeens. I don't think they get that kill back.
You're right. This keeps going horribly for SK. 55 seconds as that Dragon. And Skeens did commit the ulti build, who had that up and available for the next fight that's going to be around here. And just quickly talking about items, after that play, after Seren got some assists, he was able to pick up Shadow Flame, so 2-item Orianna, 2-item Wukong with the Sundered Sky as well. Tracing with the Black Cleaver shredding is going to feel nice, as Unending Despair was picked up by Wonder. Second item's really across the board, but they're the notable ones considering that we're going to get a big fight soon. I want to see how much that makes a difference here, with a lot of these bruises having big impact in the game so far.
Yeah, but look at where SK are positioned. I don't think they have any interest in contesting this Dragon. They've got both solo laners on the top side looking for this tower. You've also got Mickey, who's just setting up vision around the barn. I think they, if anything, might look for a dive in the tier 2 if Orianna is the sole member to show up here, which would be absolutely insane from Seren to try and save this tower.
Step up. Looks like he's going to use command attack distance and clear the wave. Next one's coming in. Everyone backing off from SK. Douglas going to start this Drake on vision. But Skeens, I mean, he's got his ult up in 1 second. Now there it is. They're going to siege towards mid, but SK are choosing to give up third Drake right now in the hopes of opening mid. They should be able to do that. Sky split up with Stormbringer up and available. The threat's enough. TP going to come through. Dredgeline misses here as Trayson looks for an angle. Level 16 Ambessa with a public execution. Trying to find that private back line. SK get the turret, but for third Dragon, you know that's worth for Heretics.
Yeah, Heretics are happy with it, but SK basically saying, look, we know we can't fight. We've messed up too many of these scraps back to back. So instead, they just look for the trades. Go for the tier 1 outers. And also try and get some advantage in like position, vision in that topside jungle for Baron. I think they were hoping Heretics might panic, maybe invest too much in trying to retake Baron area, and maybe that gives you a moment to like scatter the weak, find the hook, look for a kill and turn on towards Baron. But Heretics just happy to open up on mid, take the wave and nothing more.
Heretici igraju jako sporo, ima dosta mape koje nisu ni načeli, imaju dosta golda na mapi koji trebaju da uzmu tek, tako da Heretici ga trenutno vajbaju.
Trayson's had a rough start. I think we did talk about getting him resources here in this game. He's kind of been left on his lonesome, and I am impressed that Trayson was able to find his way back into the game based on his own merit. One bad TP without ulti, but the others were great where he set up big with that ult.
Yeah, but we talked about how, hey, look, he was set behind, but then because Wonder opened up on that initial Dragon play, you then get a bunch of plates. He's able to
Heretici u teoriji samo čekaju sljedećeg Drakea. Ovdje ništa drugo ne moraju da rade.
Trade-off that SK made, and then Trayson, like fair do, was able to continue winning out after that. But a lot of those good things that SK tried to make happen this game didn't come to fruition, both with the Wonder play and also remember that dive on bot lane where they used the advantage the slow queue built up and didn't really get it. So it's kind of been these small mistakes from SK that keep coming back.
Dive coming in, Douglas thinking about it, now spotted out. Here comes the ulti as well. Douglas going to ulti from the left-hand side. He gets found out with a depth charge all in onto Douglas while the mid lane defense is going to lose Skeens. Both junglers left in the middle of the enemy team and both will drop. Now, a 4 versus 4. Who wants to fight who?
I would not want to fight if I'm SK. There is way more impactful ultimates up there for Heretics. But we'll see here, so Wonder kind of hiding out of vision, just wanted to try and defend the mid lane turret.
Čovječe, Jopa igra toliko lepo. Sidestepa sve, pozicija mu je dobra, ali ostatak SK je... Jako su... Ko da im ne radi voice. Tako bukvalno izgledaju. Kao da im ne radi voice.
Trayson comes in and snipes the kill. 1 for 1. Jungler's coming up now. Baron's up. Dragon in 230. Slow Q on a side, getting mirrored by Mickey in case there is some kind of setup with a secret curtain call of movement, or Wei comes in with a solar flare. Of course, that solar flare we know is not up and available for a little bit. But coming towards these next objectives, there will be a cyclone and a solar flare to pair with it. All ultis will be up as we crest upon the most important Drake of the game. Team Heretics going to try and control. Dagda looking pretty good here for a good game 1 turnaround.
I don't think the Dragon Soul is that impactful, honestly, for either side. Like, when you look at like Syndra damage and Corki damage, quite burst heavy. Same with Orianna and Jhin, right? Like, I don't think you're too worried about an Ocean Soul in this one. So I think if honestly, if I'm SK, they may even start to give it up a little bit more.
Right. Okay.
Like, I think that may be your best bet. But how long do you kind of kick the can down the road? Like, eventually you will have to fight. But I just don't know if they're able to get position on the map right now in the way they want. As Wunder tries to run away. But yeah, I think he might just be running out of time as SK. Maybe you just have to full send.
Maybe send it. You're right. By the way, that Jhin 4 shot from Hype was the most depressing thing. Again, those who've watched Jiachi's Jhin and seen the hubris mixed with IE, like we're 3-item Jhin here with Storm Razors, Youmu's, and Rapid Fire, and he 4-shot Yoppa for like 5-10% maybe. So it's not the biggest damage in the world just yet here from Hype, but they do have the wave clear, and that's enough. Let's see what SK do. Will they follow Dagda? What he said, is it that important to them? As they try and look for a still. Splitter tries to get something. Sky Splitter rather. Wunder just peeking his head in. 45 seconds till that, Drake.
Yeah, I'm kind of in two minds. Like, if I'm trying to figure out basically if there is a way for SK to try and play around how Heretics have set this up, because Heretics team fight is significantly stronger right now.
What if they full send Dagda? Wei is going to be engaged on first. Good scout of the week on a 2-man though, but Mickey's dead. You know what? That's what they did, Dagda. They full sent it, and look at what happened. Yeah, and this is what I was going to say. Like, I think the all-in from Heretics is significantly stronger. And again, SK kind of not counting people on the map. Tracing, hiding in the bush on the side. You had great vision already set up from Heretics, and now SK basically have to try and play the Baron bait game. But you're down a member, and Heretics may even just happily take that face check game. This mid turret at least is going to be falling down momentarily. Genomite goes. Douglas looking for a flank angle. Scout of the week's not bad, but again, they need more follow-up damage. Wunder played the side lane threat. He will get the turret after proxying the wave. Now trying to threaten a little bit more. Has to be careful here with the recall of Hype with ulti. A Pantheon to threaten here. Sky Splitter going to come on through. Frenzied Maul looking for the longer trade, but Tracing doing completely fine here in the matchup with that much extra gold. Here comes Hype. Ulti dodged away from. Thundering Smash comes in for the stun. Good. Sky Splitter again for the shielding. And Hype didn't get the deadly flourish, so there was no follow-up. Wunder's just going to walk it out. Adds a bit of pressure here, while the back is going to be consumed. Yeah, SK tried to play into the vision they'd already established on that top.
Što znači Ocean, najmiće mi koliko mi znači ovdje, uzet ću obzir da ti stavila bet na kad ekipa ima fall. Ja ne mogu kladat ovo. 100% report. Report, molim vas, hvala, šalim se, nemojte da reportate.
And at this stage, like, Heretics, phenomenal spot. Like, sure, it's only a 2k gold lead less than, but their items are starting to come through. Like, Douglas is incredibly strong with that death stance now completed. And as we can already see, like, you've so much set up for Tracing in these fights that this 3 nearly 4 item Mbessa is going to be so easy to get a public execution in these engages.
And even in the 1v1s, I'm curious to see a little bit more, because for Tracing, I mean, you talk about Ocean Soul, at least for a 5v5. In the 1v1...
Ocean čak i nije toliko bitan, iskreno. Verovali ili ne. Ali Ocean nije toliko bitan.
Wonder, of course, has gone tank.
Jer nemaju nekog lika s ogromnim health poolom.
Wonders by himself bot. SK need to be careful for the long range engage. But SK need to be careful that this Baron just doesn't get started under their nose.
Yeah, he's going to get started. No vision. But they are aware the Heretics are kind of keeping them at bay. So SK, there you go, the TP to come in. Not the quickest Baron though. See, it's only at half HP.
They don't have long-range vision. 8k, as you said. Wonder's just running in. Sky Splitter to give a bit more vision, but Baron's still going down. They need to get in now. Schem's nowhere nearby. Trying to get through, but Wei gets on his head instead. And now
Dobro.
5v5.
I sad samo biju Wundera, igri front to back.
Good scout of the week, but here comes the curtain call to line down 3 with Mickey getting stunned.
Ajoj, slow Q. I skin spada i Wunder nema damage-a ništa. A Yoppa ne sme da step up jer će Leona mu se zakači za vratom. Užasno. Mislim, nije užasno, ali... Previše su pali behind.
And it feels like Heretics just got a freebie in game 1. Yoppa gets to sing his heart out, but unfortunately, the decibels ain't loud enough as the Ace seals game.
Tracing already on that mid wave. Heretics beautifully execute here. The TP from SK was too late. Heretics had already turned a bird on towards the Baron. The fact that Wei ends up getting on towards Schemes prevents the engage as well. Mickey had already hooked in, so he's going to be taken way too low. And it's just these constant pop shots as SK try to run away, but there's just no hope. the team fight is completely separated with the two Fed members and Trayson and Douglas tearing through one side of the fight. And Saren and Hype holding it down and making it impossible for SK to escape.
That volley bear does nothing. He's just a stun bot. He's annoying. Hurts my heart, Dagged Up.
Jadan Jop.
Last shot from Hype before he gets hit down. This is a
It's okay.
sad...
I've seen your volley bear do nothing.
Jopa je samo prizanovan.
My volley bear full AP. Mickey gonna flash away from the solar flare. My volley bear has protocol. I subscribe to the Church of Baals, okay? And he firmly believes in damage as a person, whether it's AP Yaks, whether it's volley bear, whether it is Scion. We don't muck around there. Wonder, obviously, for the sake of this game, wanted to be a frontline, but the problem is SK can't get in range to do any damage at this point as the zone control shown here with the Baron Dredgeline going to hit a minion instead. Mickey might be dead. He's going to depth charge. Kings gets a stun. Good scout of the week. They're finally there, but on top of Hype, he flashes away. And the reciprocation from Team Heretics Wukong is just going to spin SK into the dam.
4-1-3 Jop.
Simple from Hype.
Mislim, ništa ovo nije gotovo, gdje si vidio? Ništa ovo nije gotovo, i dalje može se igra, i dalje. Mislim, ne ovaj game je očigledno gotov, ali kao cijela serija i dalje može da ode u ruke SK.
They lay it out perfectly, and Yoppa will fall. Heretics will leave no man standing on SK as they will close out game number 1.
Game 1 done and dusted.
Dobro, mislim, ovo je iskreno i dobrim dijelom SK kriv. Malo su i sami sebe stavili u kantu. Vidjet ćemo da li će to da se ponovi i u sljedećoj partiji. Bilo kako bilo 10 minuta pauze pa se vraćamo nazad u game broj 2. I ovo nam je tek prva serija, tako da imamo dosta leca danas, kažem da full chillamo. Svako 10 minuta pauze pa smo to.
To talk about volley bear at all, actually.
You're not a joke,
Do we?
I don't know why.
You're not a joke. No, you're not at all a joke.
You're really...
That's also what I meant to say. But yeah, you want to know more about the volley bear?
There wasn't much to say about the volley bear. It was very unimpactful. I don't know, like I asked you at 10 minutes, isn't it kind of useless now? Because like he had no lead at 10 minutes.
When someone asks me about volley bear, I immediately think about my tenure at Baals and I go into a different world, but that world wasn't prettier either, to be honest. It was kind of similar.
At least something happened in that world. Nothing happened in this one.
Yeah, although you worked with Baals.
Yeah.
Man, I do think it's worth noting that like SK's early game was really good. Like when we saw the early game, it felt like I thought, okay, this looks like maybe it's just a 2-0. Maybe Team Heretics are just going to be out. Because Team Heretics, they looked so disconnected, discombobulated, you know. They didn't have the synergy, especially in the Drake fight, if we could bring that up. Because in this fight, I just didn't... Douglas gets level 6, and then they just don't fight around him whatsoever. And I just thought, like, okay, if SK cannot pull off these sort of fights, then I just don't think they're actually going to win the game.
The odd part here is the fact that Team Heretics has a great setup here because they walk into this Drake setup and they know that if they get this Drake, you saw Douglas get level 6. You can play this differently. You had so much time to coordinate, you had so much time to set up, and that's the kind of plays that set you far behind. And it's as you said, after this, they locked in, but against better teams, it doesn't really work. You need to be locked in from the beginning.
Yeah, but I don't understand, and obviously I'm not as high elo as any of you, right? But that Corki was fed. So. Yeah, that Corki was fed. So how was that not parlayed in more of a lead from SK?
What do you think? Because I feel like it feels like you two seem to think it's the Corki's fault.
No,
maybe it's because I'm the ADC main here. I just don't think it's his fault.
Ready, right?
No, I just don't think it's his fault.
I don't think it's his fault either.
Okay, whose fault is it?
It's Mickey and Skeens. They kept fighting when he wasn't there and he wasn't ready to fight.
I mean, I think that even when they were there, there's just no way you can fight.
But also the fights were like bad. It was like bad fight selection. You know, like they picked fights where Corki can't auto attack. And then what
he was 2k gold up, right? He was extremely strong in the game, but it just felt like he has no impact because the way SK was looking for this fight just doesn't make sense. You don't have. Let's bring out the draft. Or let's
I mean the fight.
When you have Mickey jumping in like this, you have a pick comp. It's not really about having this massive front-to-back fight where Corki is buying time for you.
Well, he was trying to make a pick, obviously.
Yeah, but the problem is you're trying to make a pick.
You can't pick the Leona.
Yeah, the Leona really counters all of what SK wants to do because they want to one-shot the first target, but then it takes 10 years to get through the Leona, and then by the time the rest of the carries are there, Leona is still alive, so the fight is just unplayable.
Corki just, you saw in that replay, he hit, I think, he didn't have a single moment where he wasn't hitting, but
No.
it's just, again, the way the team comps, the way they function against each other, he is not set up for success. He can't really look and do more. He just doesn't have access to great target selection.
And Leona was also played really well, I think, by Way, always seeing the chance, the opportunity, and I don't know who asked who, but one of you asked the other, what if SK had Leona, would they have won the game?
I think so.
I think so too.
Yeah, I think so too.
I think so too, because the way the drafts work, when you have control mage on mid, it's just Leona just buys so much time because I firmly believe if you stop the supports, not the player but the supports physically, the Leona instead of the Nautilus,
the champions.
It's just the Leona is winning. Because
Maybe the players also.
I mean, maybe. Well, I mean, Way was great this game, and Mickey was doing a little bit of a Mickey game, but it's just Leona is just so damn OP in this sort of team comps because it just buys so much time and it slows down the game so much and the way these fights go that it just was a high value pick.
I also thought it was weird, like the Pantheon Prio. We haven't really seen Pantheon being first pick like this before. They picked it over the Orianna. They went for the Corki instead of going anything like the Lucian Milio that I feel like feels like the go-to ADC combo when you don't want to play a mage and you want to play that premier ADC. Instead you went for the Corki, and you have the Corki Nautilus, super strong lane that you were able to snowball with, but then like they very pivoted into an early game team comp with the fact that they have Pantheon, Nautilus, this pick comp, right, where they have really weak team fighting, but it's all about just getting ahead early. And I'm going to repeat what I said earlier. I think the only two teams that I believe will always close out with the lead in the early game is G2 and KC. The rest of the teams play team fighting comps, play good 5v5s, and then you'll go to 30 minutes, you'll play the soul fight, because you're not going to win without dragons, you're not going to win with Nash. We know you're not going to win with Nash. So just play the dragon fight, play a good team fighting comp, and no, so many teams don't want to do it.
I love it. We don't trust anyone with a lead.
No,
I'm with you. Like, what? Vitality's third. I don't trust them with a lead.
Yeah.
Like, it's true. But to further sing the praises of Team Heretics then, because no matter how SK didn't push their advantage or didn't have the ideal composition, I feel like they jumped on every opportunity very, very well. They often shut a pivotal member down and then went to an objective. Like, they played it out by the book.
Yeah, Way was just I felt like he was pretty much there at every single point of the game. When you saw all of these, come back with all these goal swings, he was there. He was just buying so much time with Leona, and it just made it so damn easy. But he has been such an impressive shining light when it comes to Team Heretics, because we were looking at Team Heretics and we were thinking, oh yeah, maybe we need the mid lane, maybe we need the top lane to step up a little bit, but the unsung hero, the support.
I still think SK is going to take it. I think going game number 2, going game number 3, they should have a more standard draft that has a more holistic view on the game. They tried the Volibear top, didn't work out. Maybe put Wonder on Gnar.
But why are you coping and you're thinking that, oh, well, game 1 you had the choice of absolutely everything you wanted. You go for Volibear Pantheon and you say, nah, game 2 with less choices.
Well, they're not going to play Volibear again, are they?
Ah, so that was the...
Yeah, the Volibear might have been the problem. I'm not going to lie.
To my earlier question, I asked, who would you like to see fill out the rest of the playoffs for our best quality playoffs? It's probably not these two.
hey.
Or is it?
Probably not.
But
Probably
maybe
not.
it is. They have everything to show us.
it.
They have everything to show us because that's what it's about the race for playoffs between SK and TH. But SK have to fight back in game 2.
Brother, let me try.
Wait, brother. Let us break this instead, brother.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
What is this, brother?
Perfection.
A new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
In your best man speech, you said my wife is funnier than me.
That's factually correct.
Okay.
We're in range.
Nah, it's fine, man. It's fine. Relax. I've got this. I have years and years and years of experience.
Yeah, but it's gonna last.
And there we go. Look at that. What are you so worried about?
Oh,
Heavy is the head that the crown sees soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break, but the proudest ones. Money on my head, cause I'm lawless. Taking no relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break, by the proudest ones. Didn't do recon, but they wanna lead him and guide him straight and tip him off axis. I was in a renegade beast, meanwhile they was cutting man deep like sickle or mantis. I've been winning off practice, not clout or digital captions. World's in madness, how am I gonna manifest greatness if I don't make actions? I don't need reasons, I just need money and power and stat lift. I don't wanna do it like that, that method's too underhanded. The big man said it ain't landing, never gonna profit off badness. Never got a dollar off sadness, but I've been sunk so I don't do sanctions. Heavy is the head that the crown sees soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Taking no relate, walking down this road. Being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Came in this game with a serious killing instinct, man, I never did courses. Look at all the times in the past they rejected him, now they wanna imitate patterns and forces. Stone eye vision like organs. Terrified look in his eye when he finally realized all of the weapons that he brought to the war ain't forming. I've been giving this heart and body and soul and mind and organs, knocked to my fingers bled. Now it's through skeleton keys and door kicks. Treading with means and caution, man, I had bellies to feed from morning. So if they start selling me dreams, I'm walking. Yeah. I was uncomfortable, man, I was scared. Looking for solace and they wasn't there. Now I'm a problem and they wouldn't dare. Yeah. Doubling down cause this game isn't fair. They loaded the dice, I came in prepared. Feeling this so out of body, I feel like I'm floating on air. How do you cope when they never gave you hope? Really left you in the cold, and it's weighing heavy on your soul. To be honest, I don't know. Either way, I had to go.
SK had the ball and dropped it as, whoa, new studio. Oh my God, what's happening? Dagda, hysterics. What's happening here?
Yeah, I mean, a bit of a different setup, but you know what? I want to talk about the game, though, because SK Heretics, it could have been so good for SK. They looked like they had control in the early stages. They looked for the dive. That didn't quite work out. Then they looked for the dragons. That went even worse. And Heretics, to give them their due, did a very good job of attacking the pieces of SK when they were out of position. Not giving them a moment to like get Yoppa to a position where he could try and fight, despite the big gold lead he had. And Heretics able to bring it back in the late game with that team fighting composition. So, is that the same game plan now for Heretics? Just try and take these late game fights. Don't worry too much about what's going to happen in the early stages. Just know that you can punish SK in the objective setup.
I think giving them their due is fair. Like, in all seriousness, Heretics, that was one of their cleanest games we've seen all split. The first 10-15 minutes, a little bit messy around the edges, but once they got the punishes down, once Douglas kind of set the charge, everything else fell in line. I want to give a big shout out to the fact that felt like Trayson had one of his best Ambassador games of the split. I feel like his best champion was Cassandra. He's had a couple of roughies of those so far here in summer, but yeah, Trayson big on the Ambassador, Douglas great on the setup of the Wukong. Can they do it again? A 2-0 would mean so much to Heretics because their top 6 chances are so damn low, but a 2-0 would bump them up, change the league yet again, and the bottom of the pack would continue.
Evo nas nazad. Draft game broj 2.
Let's go to pick and ban. Heretics on the blue side here, Nocturne the
Ovo je
start ban. Dagda, we do not have the Oriana combo. Now Nocturne's out of it as well. And Nivea response might be something like
Jopina verzija Harry Pottera i backstvo iz SK. Što najcrnije od svega, ja mislim da SK treba da zadrži Opus, samo trebaju da zamene skoro sve ostale. To je nekako moj take što toga tiče.
With the Cassandra gone, like Vi still up and available though as well. So there is still a lot of champions that are quite strong in the first pick because you've got like Vi Rumble, Rumble Jarvan as well that can go very well. So I think that's why Heretics kind of holding out here. But I think just trying to see if you can get your hands on the Rumble will be great for them.
What's the ban? Oh, nothing.
Syndra, Cassio, Oriana.
The mystery. Was there a ban?
Heretici hoće first pick Ryze.
Production's going to tell me and I'm not going to tell you at home. You're just going to have to guess. Third ban for
SK treba Ryze da banuje.
They've told me. Okay. Oh, Dagda, no. Dagda obviously wasn't on board. It was a Lee Sin ban. He's a good guy, that's why.
Okay, so Jace is going to be the last ban again. So I could see either the Vi or the Rumble as the first pick here.
Trebali su Ryze da banuju. Ali okej. Ovo je Lee Sin ban, to su rekli bar.
Well, maybe they're expecting Rumble to come through first. Wonder gets his Gnar, which is prioritized so far this split. But Rumble Jarvan just seems too good to miss right now.
Yeah, and I think like the maybe you're a little bit nervous about trying to play the Jarvan into Vi, but I think it's still very strong, yeah, and they're just going to take it. The option now, as you're talking about with Sarah, and I think going for the Rise isn't the end of the world, because obviously the whole point is try and burst down in a mobile carry with this hot pot combo, so I think the Rise, although with mobile, ends up quite tanky and can kind of hold his own in a lot of these plays. The other options is like Vi Ahri, something along those lines, where you're just like, hey, we're actually going to play very much around this like combo in the mid lane, but with the Anivia ban that you called for, I think Rise should be the play.
And if this gets locked in as well, maybe engage support to pair up with the Vi would be really nice. You know, we've talked about Wei quite a lot in this split. I see Shen, I see Bard still up. And again, ladies and gentlemen,
Ryze sam kolovo, Vi je fine, Aatrox okej u Rambla. SK ne znam što će raditi iskreno. Ali već mislim da su Heretici pobedili draft.
I am expecting that Wonder will be taking it top.
Yeah, and I think that's where for Heretics they just want to try and match that top play. You'll probably see SK match in the mid lane here as well. Galio an option if you want to try and go for like an answer just on the ability to play for sides and also then the all-in threat that you have. But I'm curious to see exactly what they want to go for.
Oh my lord. So what, leader leaves and Slokey pulls up Yone. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, definitely can work. You got a lot of dive already with the Jarvan to try and enable you alongside it. So this is definitely a strong topside combo with a lot of CC and a lot to play for with the equalizer. And that was kind of the game plan that we saw from SK in the last one as well, right? Strong topside that they hoped to find skirmishes through, and it kind of started to work out, but ended up falling apart. So we'll see if SK can find a...
Ne znam kako radi Yonu Ryze, iskreno. On će dobiti malo batina tu bar early game, ako se ne varam. Mislim da nije neki insane dobar matchup za Yona.
Lucian, Ezreal, more than likely going to be the ban for Heretics. And then for SK, I do like the call out of the early support bans here. Just trying to set up for minimizing, I was going to say more, yeah, the enchanters, because I think that works out well for you with, hey, you already have a lot of all-in point-and-click CC with both the Ryze and Vi. Just something that's going to pop off that has an enchanter to support it is very threatening on Heretics.
So what do you think about following that up with the Lulu ban, with Lucian you called out, you also called for the Ezreal. We'll see if Heretics make that their final ban, which is going to come through right about now. There you go. Kai'Sa? Are we getting to the Kai'Sa territory? Are you worried about that playing against that as a Vi? I think Vi would be like, okay, no problem. Oh, yeah, Xayah Rakan's up, and Xayah loves playing into Vi, because Vi presses R, you just press it yourself, both ultis are down.
Yeah, I'm curious though, because there is a window here where Heretics maybe think of going for the Xayah yourself. It's not great into Jarvan, because you still have caught in the Cataclysm, but it still kind of takes away answers from Yoppa, because even I'm trying to like think through on the AD carry pool what you could end up taking in the bottom lane, but there's not a huge amount left, unless you want to try and go for something like a Ziggs, which could also be the call here, but Heretics looking at an Ashe Seraphine potentially.
Seraphine gets locked in. Does it change anything with bot lane? Maybe it will just be the Xayah anyway. That Seraphine going to get slammed? Yes, it is. Okay, so an Enchanter added into the mix. A good 2v2 for Hype and Way. We'll see if Yoppa and Mickey just want to play it safe while the rest of the map is going gung-ho.
Yeah, I mean, either way, I think you're in a difficult spot here as Yoppa. You may... It's not like Ziggs Rakan isn't what you traditionally think of, but I think if you go for the Xayah, you're in a ton of trouble. So... Okay, yeah, the Mel I think works out well. I think you had to kind of go for a mage here.
Yeah.
Mel,
okay, maybe not. I was going to say
Jopa neće laneovati ovo matchup.
Ton of poke, you're short range.
Mada opet, da li Jopi želiš daš mage, nisam siguran, ni to im baš nije išlo dobro.
Very little that you can do to try and escape away from an Ashe Seraphine. So I am a little nervous about Yoppa and Mickey getting through this laning phase. At least then they will have what they need later on to survive, which is the Featherstorm to try and get away from the buy engage and that. But it is going to be a difficult laning phase, and with both bot pushed in and mid getting pushed in, potentially top depending on what way that goes as well. I think now Heretics have a lot of ways to try and play around the early stages, especially around an Ashe Seraphine bot.
I am just curious to see if Heretics can just send all roads down to bot and try and pull out the triggers. Yeah. And the Xayah and Rakan might be in struggle street. SK interesting comp at the very least. That Xayah Rakan was the response to make sure that they can, as you said, you know, kind of survive early. When Yone rumbled Jarvan 6, he's going to be built around skirmishes, Dagda. The other side of Heretics, I mean, they already got the ball rolling last game. They punish SK's mistakes. This is a comp as well, that once Vi has 6, very easy to punish those certain mistakes. Falling, or finding, rather, SK out of position.
Yeah, I think this time around, though, Heretics have given themselves way more tools to try and play around in the early game.
True.
So I'm curious if, like, the Douglas on the Vi wants to try and start in his bot side jungle, clear those camps and immediately look for a bot side invade. That's what we were traditionally seeing as Ashe Seraphine came into the meta. Maybe a little bit too aggressive, but you should have push across the majority of these lanes. If you end up starting as Douglas on the top side, though, your clear isn't fast enough to kind of match the Jarvan in the early stages, so may just be a bit more of a stock standard clear if we see that.
Slowq going to face check, sees 3 members of Heretics, backs off, but that does mean they lose control, and Heretics will get a nice deep ward here towards that blue side of the map. Yoppa and Mickey hovering around Try, and Pixel Brush just to defend the movement down. A 2v2 here would be interesting. A W start for SK is pretty strong with Xayah Rakan. They're going to face check. Here comes the knock-up waiting. Goes on, and this is the power. Here we go. Hype in a bit of trouble. Getting that lethal tempo down is Yoppa. 2v2 continues.
No, možda ga Spacious Ghost... Hype? What? Šta uradi crni Hype, lik utrče da umre.
And Heretics walked right into it.
Yeah, the fact that Heretics face checked that was kind of insane.
Jako čudno, neću lagati.
The W from Xayah gives both a boost of attack speed to Rakan and to the Xayah on those level 1s, which is why they are so strong in those initial fights. And despite that, like, you only have a heal on both sides, there's not those duo summoner spells for the combat. So great pickup here for the SK bot lane.
500 gold is the lead because, of course, Yoppa got to start on the wave. Means he'll get level 2 first as well. That'll be a Blade Caller picked up, but it won't matter for now because SK get a free back. They get a nice bit of gold on Yoppa. A long sword, maybe a refillable here if I'm counting the coin. That's where we start.
And this was supposed to be one of your safer lanes, right? This was where we're talking about you get push on bot lane. You can look for potential invades, especially off of mid lane push as well. But now with the early lead for Yoppa, I think it'll still be difficult just because of the range advantage and stuff, but definitely gives you a little bit more fighting power and all-in potential, which is really the way that SK want to try and play this matchup anyway.
-1 for the Canon for Slowq. We look towards mid. More of a success there as Seren plays a range advantage in that lane. Skeens.
Da, ovo je baš... Mislim, lik je ghostova sa Ashe, moga gore da trči, lik se vratio dole da umre. Baš nema smisla.
Defensive ward from SK though on that Phalite with the control ward as Douglas popping down.
Yeah, and I think that's why we saw Skeen start in the bottom side was because there was a potential, if this bot lane went the way it was supposed to, of push into a potential invade. So he starts bottom, moves towards top, should then be able to control on the crab as well, which was kind of the big key here. Trayson, don't think he, well, maybe he's in a little bit of trouble if...
He's gone through, oh, he just ate forward. Yeah, he could be dead here. Wonder's going to get an Electro Harpoon. Flash is going to be committed, but on a ward, no. Actually, Skeens doesn't want to come on up, spotted by a ward, and he'll just go for Scuttle instead.
I'm surprised by that, to be honest. As he said, with the Umbral dash used, I expected that Skeen should have been able to make that play work, or at least burn some key summoner spells. Maybe he's looking for round 2, but actually just going to get that ward down. But I think you could have done a little bit more there as Skeens to help out Wonder here.
Yeah, interesting, surprising. Wonder's okay. He's going to get the crash down at least. And Electro Harpoon threatens. Wave just comes into contact. Wonder's going to need to get this one in as well. And you can see Dagda is opening on top. Your names are too similar.
Oh, hang on.
Yopper, Blade Caller, within reach. Mickey, Battle Dance, extra range onto Isaiah. Not too bad. Things are going better now for Hype and Wave, but they are pushed up. But spotted on a ward. Or rather, I think it was a hawk shot.
Yeah.
Yeah, Skeens once again spotted out and has to back off.
Yeah, I mean, it's those kind of timers that you need to be careful of, right? The respawns of the camps, and Heretics very aware in that bottom lane that they might have been in some danger. So we will just see basically both junglers once again, ships in the night, passing each other towards the opposite sides. And I think as long as you're Skeens, you're kind of happy to keep it this way because you're against 3 pushing lanes. So if you're never synced up with Douglas, that's a good thing, because Douglas then they find it a little bit more difficult to actually look for some of these invade timers. But here we go.
Good little trade as well, because you look at where the wave is, but the blades actually help get it pushed back in. So
Mislim, Jopa u suštini u ovom matchupu nije trebao da lanuje, sad kad je dobio kill bit će mu dosta lakše. Ali high PV imaju taj range pressure, mogu da ga smaraju, da bukvalno im nikad ne priđe.
Which is now back there with his ghost almost in fruition as well. I don't think he used his flash earlier, I think I'm wrong, but the ghost will be up regardless from my point.
So SK's bot lane just going to try and reset here, where the Vi more than likely on this bottom side of the map. You're going to see Douglas look for the reset, so looking for that 530 clear on the Krugs on the bottom side to get the smite upgrade, and then contest for this bot side grab. You're kind of in an awkward position as Skeens here because you start on the bottom side. Now you're kind of lost the 50-50 on the crab as he has to go top for his Krugs. So Mickey opening mid.
Oh, Fate's still going to be dodged though. Sidestep. Saren just walks out. He uses Ghost for that as well. He'll get some small traits back even as well. Fancy feed on the mid lane rise. Slow Q threatened out with the soul unbound. There's a good knock up here as Way gets spotted in the process of Q3.
So Mickey at least making a little bit of a moment here on his roam timer, able to burn one of the summoner spells from Saren, but with Theron holding on to that flash, still going to be very comfortable in this lane. But Skeens now trying to move down towards this Scuttle Crab, doesn't have the smite upgrade, whereas Douglas you can see has that available, so definitely going to be a tough fight for this.
Yeah, right. Tunneler for both, at least for damage, but that 21 to 20 on the smite. Really good point there, Dagda, as SK do use their bot lane to get into River first. And that'll help the situation here, with Skeens able to pick it up.
The opening play from Mickey towards mid means, oh, well, Saren now has no Ghost and doesn't actually have the mana to try and contest this either. So it does mean that then Slow Q would have had first move. True. So SK, despite not having the smite upgrade, still get that first Scuttle Crab.
I bi im mnogo dao, ok, ne sme da maši to. Dobar heal da se izvuče, ali... Ok, Hype Ghost. Nema kill, ima samo malo damage ako ništa. Lepo break visiona. Sad imaju vamo da ih poklope desno. Serin, what? Ajoj, Douglas. Mislim sad umre nemaš flash, to je flashovo. Zaborit sam ništa rekao, Douglas je samo tate igrice. Ja ne mogu da verujem da on preživao, ja sam bio u fazonu zašto je random flashovo, umreće svejedno. Slažem se, Kasteri nije ni meni najjasnije.
Not pressing E, I guess, to get the flag and drag. It's been back-to-back mistakes for SK in both these games to open now.
He had ult advantage for that fight.
Yeah.
And Douglas is he scratched his head at the end of that fight. Let's watch again.
So I don't know his cooldown, like, what? Did he not press E, I guess? Because, like, they would have killed Saren, and then this would have been way more difficult for Douglas. But, and even here, like, he doesn't actually connect with the damage from the flag and drag either. Just ends up getting the knock-up because he doesn't connect with the Q. So, Douglas gets to use the E, yeah. Very frustration.
I mean, the thing is that Saren kills him over the wall. It's like insult to injury. The person that you could have cataclysmed after the flash. Yeah, he would have been out of the fight, maybe dead, as you said, or maybe down a flash. Saren holds onto his flash. That's the most disgusting thing is Realm Warp now going to come up top. And Heretics, insult to injury to an absolute hospital bed. Now created the flash match. A good vault breaker from Douglas. Trayson picks up the kill. And it is melting in game 2 for SK again.
And Mickey was trying to be there to cover on the play, but 4 members to cover on Heretics with Wei even making his way up. Beautiful stuff from Heretics, like punishing well and then doubling down to succeed for the trace and dive.
Slow Q gets some plating in the meantime. Something back for SK, despite what just happened there. But Seren's Roam has opened up the matchup here for Trayson now with a mortal reminder. Excuse me, more about Mortius. And a pickaxe picked up as well. There's great damage versus the only Tarbis here from Wonder. Seren comes back, receives the next wave. This will be good back timing here for SK.
I nakon onog playa Heretics se opet vraćaju. Ja mislim da će krenuti što je najcrnije od svega.
With Douglas holding top pro.
Yeah. Prob focus for Skeens, I don't think was the call here, because he kind of highlighted Hysterics. Like, he stuck around on his bottom side, but is losing red. Probably going to lose a little bit more as well. Especially if he shows on bot wave.
Hawk shot. He's got a hawk shot yet. Hype. Might have to flash his way. Flag and drag. Arrow gets in midway. Cataclysm goes on the support. Way's only level 5. He can't on-call this. Steps back from Mickey. That's Hype dodging away from the knockup. But in the end, Way does go down. It's something for SK thanks to Skeens.
At least, yeah, with the flash down on Way, wasn't able to try and escape away that time. So nice job by Skeens to get something in his bottom side, but he's lost his entire top side jungle. So it's kind of Skeens sacrificing himself a little bit here to make sure that Yoppa can have a bit more in this bottom lane.
It's like he's going for an aggressive trade. If he takes Q beta burst here, comboed with overload, he will die. Let's look towards bot. Hype could be in trouble. Knockup coming through from Mickey. No blade caller yet. Volley, Hype's out. Only just here from the grand entrance as Way comes back to life. Wave going to be received with ease. SK still got something here in the bot lane, but Dagda just pointed out to you, the whole of the topside camps were cleared by Douglas.
Yeah, Skeens though on the top side, basically tries.
I opet prave play oko bota I opet sve oko Jope. Kažem, zaslužuje ili da dobije bolje saigrač ili da ode u bolji tim. Ja bi ga lično koji stavio, pa kud puklo da puklo. Mada ne verujem da oni hoće špance da menjaju, ali ajde.
For the moment until he can reset and then try and go towards his bottom camps as they spawn.
Yeah, they are respawning, aren't they? 2 camps at that as well. Douglas also just picked up Sundered Sky. Skeens had to reset, come back, or at least walk down. I didn't actually see the movement here from the jungler, but he's going to clear 2 camps. Probably look towards that himself. About half a level behind is Skeens with his time wasted. And now Raptors start here from Douglas. It's going to be interesting, Dagda. It's 40 seconds till Dragon. Team Heretics got the first one. And I'm looking at those items on the board for now. Untel picked up by Yoppa, who does have an 800.
Kevine, pravim novo pravilo za turnir. Ako se zoveš Kevin, ne možeš se prijaviš. Napisat ću tamo sitnim slovima, ne brini se ništa. Naći ćemo način da namestimo I to.
Fully backing away should just mean the Heretics get this push and then should be able to establish decent vision control in this river. It might even isolate Yoppa from being able to connect with the rest of SK, especially if they play in this tribe rush. Like, I think Yoppa and Mickey might find it hard to enter here.
Way has encore now as well. That entrance made harder by the R from the Seraphine. Skeens on a ward, spotted out now, moving down. Heretics thinking about getting away from this play. Poke down onto Yoppa. Bit of success. Gets the beat down for the slow. Hype and Way have the wave push. Here we go. Pings are going down. SK in river first. Seren on the move from the top side of that set river.
Ovo Heretici mogu dropaju. Mogu da se bio ako hoće, nemam pojma. Spoložen je Douglas za smajta. Douglas ovo uzima. Gledajte smite. Znao sam. Nije postio trenutak sumnje da Douglas ne dobije ovaj smite fight. Douglas je bolji. Ne, ovo je samo, ovo je serija, gotovo je. Ovo je samo gotovo.
SK have nowhere to run from what was an excellent engage from the Heretics bot lane. The Ash Arrow on towards Mickey prevents any sort of counter engage. Way immediately locks up both the support and the jungle. Douglas with the smite. And then as Tracing comes in, like, this is what we're talking about. Yoppa basically isolated from the fight, can't really come in. Wonder in an awkward spot as well because he's so late on the teleport. And Heretics cleaning up the fight plus getting that dragon.
Trayson moved down into Fog of War, and you mentioned that TP, he was second earlier as we look towards bot. Close to a potential solo kill. Flash was burned, Wonder still has his. I think that more came in clutch there to give Trayson a bit of MR shield as Top laners fight it out. On a ward is now Mickey. Arrow not up and available, nor would you throw it at a Rakan. Put a bit of poke damage to send him out. While Heretics, the winner off the back of that play, it was a 1 for 2 in their favor. A 1k gold lead. Mickey's going to be slowed and stunned down. There's good burst damage, but no engage just yet. Hype stepping up to the plate. Feathers go out, and Hype on chase.
I'm surprised that Heretics have Hype and Way playing on mid-wave, though. I would have assumed they would have tried to shift them into bot lane, play for that place on the bottom lane. That would probably give you Kraken Slayer then for a minute and a half when the Rift Herald's up.
Sure.
But kind of happy to just have Trace and play off into these side lanes with Saren at the moment. But I thought they would have tried to play for that item spike for Hype here.
Really get it on mid-wave anyway. He's able to step up for now. This was a reset from Yop and Mickey.
Yeah, especially as they trade on towards Mickey. So, able to just back away. Forcing Yop and Mickey to step away.
Yep.
But I don't think they'll get the plate on this one. Have to see. Hype should be able to complete actually the Kraken on this reset anyway. But with 50 seconds until Rift Herald and Trayson haven't pushed on bottom lane, I think this is where again we'll probably see that shift from Trayson upriver to cover midwave as they look for the play.
Make a blast cone. Mickey looking for the escape. Vault breaker back.
Nesrećan razvoj događaja, Mato, ne znam šta ti kažem, osim sklapa ekipu i dođi na LAN. Ako ništa, imaćeš bolju binu nego da si otišao na EMEA Master. Samo ću to da ti kažem. Bolji smo od Riota. Ne znam koji je price pool za EMEA, ali realno ako dođete za LAN imat ćete više para nego što bi dobili EMEA također, pošto znam da bar u ovom grupnom fazi ne daju nikom ništa. Tako da nije strašno, nije strašno.
Yoppa didn't get a chance to burn either the Featherstorm or the Flash, would have been able to follow and always had that ultimate in the back pocket. So I think Yoppa kind of making the right call to not burn either, but it does mean that pick should net Heretics.
To ti kažem, i price pool je bolji, vidi. Znaš, jedna loša stvar kad se desi, trebaš da pogledaš, znaš, šta je pozitivno iz toga, znaš. I onda gledaš, znaš, niste otišli na EMEU, s pozitivne strane ti možeš da se organizuješ za LAN. Kapiraš, to je sve, znaš, ima tu pozitivnih uglova, samo moraš da ih nađeš.
Really going pear-shaped again, isn't it? I mean, this time around, I'll say Heretics have really control thanks to Douglas on the buy, thanks to that early play. I mean, surprisingly, Yoppa and Mickey won the 2v2, but it hasn't really shown how much it mattered in the game.
I mean, that sounds familiar to the series.
It really does. Hey, Yoppa was 3-0 Corky. They surely won that game, right? We'll go back on the VOD and we'll review that one. Game 2, more or less of the same, but it does feel like this time around...
Solti da igraš ili da chillaš? Neću, kažem, sve će biti jasno 1. septembra. 1. 2. tako nešto kad dobijem dozvolu da full pričam o svemu, onda ćete sve znati. Jel može SK da okrene? Mogu da okrenu, ali ja mislim da neće. Znači, mogu da okrenu, verujem da mogu da okrenu, ali mislim da neće okrenuti. To je moje iskreno mišljenje. Mislim da pogotovo u džungli da su samo Douglas živi skins u glavi, bukvalno. Ne znam, a to, mislim, to ti je sastavni deo e-sporta, mislim. Znaš, to ti je, da kažeš, normalno. Jer jednostavno, znaš, tako ti radi e-sport, mislim. Mi smo imali smo situaciju, recimo, gdje ne znam, jednom kad sam išao na Gamescom da igram, naš vlasnik platio nam sve, put, hotel, hranu, sve ovo, mi došli izgubili 2 serije, kao gotovo. Napravili put, od 7 dana Red Bullov bootcamp, ludnica, sve full, došli izgubili 2 serije, kao unlucky, top 8 smo. Mati, i što se mene tiče, ja bi. Sad što se tiče nekih realnih mogućnosti, mislim da je to jako teško organizovati. Ja bih voleo, ali, kažem, mislim da su te stvari dosta teške. Mislim, možda u sklopu nekog rebuta ili nešto, ko zna. Looking to hard push this, get the next one in. Skiing's flag and drag, where's it come from? Saren tried to sidestep, but he doesn't get it down. Flag going to be TP'd on, there's a Realm Warp out.
Seren is out. Wei came up, he showed his face as well. And you know what? Showing jungler top, the only problem with that is there's a dragon up. And that one goes down for free.
Wanted to see if he could try and find Seren, but as you say, the trade on tower is still going to come through here for Heretics alongside the Dragon. So, yeah, this is Heretics looking significantly better than SK in this series.
It was crunch time, it is crunch time, and it is the most important series in the next couple of weeks being played for. Top 4 feels like it's out. Well, I mean, I can tell you right now, top 4 definitely out of the discussion right now. Heretics 2.1%, but that's not the one that's important. This one is.
Znam, Kevine, mislim, znam da su oni to, ali kažem ti opet, to je... Sve van Srbije je baš teško. Da se razumemo, čak i ovdje je teško. Postoji razlog zašto ovo što sad ja radim nije postojalo zadnjih 5 godina u Srbiji. Jer, ono, treba izvući budžet za takve stvari, nije to nimalo jeftino napraviti.
I'm not saying it's an easy road by any stretch of the imagination, but after this, Heretics still have Giant X, Shifters, MKOI to play. Like, if they get 1 or 2 upsets in that, suddenly Heretics may have just made that miracle run a reality.
You know, if MKOI fail again, if Fnatic can't keep doing what they did last week, if...
Giant X, Shifters, MKOI.
SK keep taking losses, Giant X, like, anything's possible. Yo, our league, sometimes the circus is in town, sometimes it's not. Today, Team Heretics, they're on break. But if they can keep this up, boy oh boy, will we become believers. Baron in 30 seconds, irrelevant for now. It's Soul in 3 minutes. Even bigger Vault Breaker into Brush.
I ovo isto ko prošli game. Samo što mislim da SK ima jednog Drake, ako se ne vara. Možda i nije. Heretici samo čekaju sad Soul i onda se biju za isti. 3 minuta mogu play AFK u suštini. Sve dok ne izgube Barona, oni su lagani samo da se biju za Soul.
Overgrouping here for SK. Remember, Trayson alone without anyone in bot wave.
Yeah, but SK kind of brute forced away into top side, realized, hang on, we don't actually have a wave to play here. So now you're sending Wonder back to try and deal with the bot side, which actually opens up now for Heretics to make a quick play on mid, especially with Trayson coming over.
Mickey, is he going to be altered? No, because that would be a long follow there with the battle dance over to Yoppa. Trayson added the pressure. He's now taking the blue buff from under the nose. I think he just stole blue. Yep, Skeens no longer has a blue buff, thanks to that Aatrox. And he'll get a good back timing in as well. I think he's going to have Sterak's second, or Shojin, sorry. Much better option.
You got both members, solo laners actually, sorry, from SK on this bottom side. Looks like they're going to try and maybe make a play on towards the tier 2 here. Right. Effectively thinking, oh, Heretics will make a play on towards the top side. But Wei, a little bit late on this reset. I think he wants to try and get down here to cover for this potential play in the bot lane. But there might be a wave to play on here as SK.
Maybe. Remember, Arrow can always come down as well. SK going to use that wave as foretold. Trayson level. Yeah, okay, there's the arrow just in case.
Ja su bacili samo za dive cover, to je okej. Čekaju, kažem, Heretici sad bukvalno samo play AFK. I ovaj arrow nije strašan jer će biti tu za Dragon Fight, što je najbitnije. Sve ostalo, kažem, sekundarno.
Establish vision on Baron, play for top turret, right? You already have waves, you have multiple people in that position, but by sending both solo laners there and kind of playing on that timer, Heretics actually turn to defend, which means they don't get the top side, they actually don't get to establish as much vision as they would have liked in that top half of the map. So it's a minor win for SK, but Heretics like still very much in control. You can see they're now moving up, but there's nobody ready to cover for the push here from Seren, and Skeens is in the area. So this is where I think Heretics starting to fall a little bit behind on the pace.
Wonder good damage there as well. That's a lot of rise damage. Even without Actualizer build, he's 2 items strong, but yeah, Seren also has the opportunity to try and 1v2. Level 14 rise. Yes, granted, solo lanes are there too, but it's just the fact that he has so much HP at this point in the game. Waiting, patient, back going to come through from Wonder. Seren's going to hit the wave. Top's going to have a bit of push here, Dagda. 50 seconds till Drake.
It looks like there won't be too much more. Mickey going to reset, as you say. Wonder now moving up to collect that wave. Heretics already kind of back out on the map to contest mid-wave to try and move in towards River then to set up vision. So SK, yeah, this is going to be a pretty tough one. Looks like they might just try and look for the dive on towards the Aatrox on the bot side, or at least make a play towards Trayson before this dragon spawns.
I think you told me last week was that, you know, you want to look for, before the dragon spawns, what can we pull out before that said fight occurs? 15 seconds. Vault Breaker in. Dagler's quickness going to charm him up and find a bit of a punish. Flashes away from the feathers to fly. TP coming in immediately. Seren finds a face-checking Wonder at half HP already. The 1v1 begins.
Za malo. Wunder. Wunder, Wunder. A znam kako me, mislim, ja sam stariji od njega, iste probleme imamo. Iste probleme imamo Wunder i ja. Godine. Šta da radiš?
SK through the Hail Mary, hoping they can engage on Douglas, but that is not the one you want. This buy is so tanky, able to turn it around. Heretics, they are looking to sweep SK 2-0.
That is so bad for SK. Their playoff chances with this loss would be monstrously taken away from them. As we look towards the replay, as you said, it was Douglas. Vault Breaker misses, and they're like, we can go in.
And Mickey thinking, hey, we've got SK, we've got Skeens and Slowcue to try and move in here, but they can't get the lockdown with Yoppa. Wonder, not expecting Seren to be in that bush, kind of causes the chip to capsize as Seren gets one, and Heretics then turn and burn onto Mickey. No real support there. Skeens tries to give him a dash over the wall, but there's so much CC that Heretics make it work.
Big mistake from the old man as he walks in. He's now got Seekers, by the way. I don't know if he had that before. I don't know if it would have made a difference, but maybe to give him a bit more opportunity to stagnate out the play. But SK, Soul, Chemtech Soul, and on Aatrox, you know what? Not a bad Soul. Dagda's Hype is stepping up, gets a cleanse out, the bell out of Mickey, the follow-up huge. Trayson finds over the wall and stops the flag from becoming a drag. Mickey now caught out as well. Izzy, Battle Dance.
Ne igraju, bukvalno nemaju kako. I sad nema Jarvana, samo ga uzmu i Barona.
Baron is up.
Pa su lagani skroz.
Okay, Hype, I'm loving the confidence there. SK step 2, and he says what of him. Immediately turns it around and turning it again onto Mickey.
Mickey's going to go in, gets a quickness, there's a fate seal. Maybe Hype this time shouldn't have stepped
Miga Yoppa, Miga Yoppa.
Yoppa running over the burning floor.
Kič mu polomio da iznesu ovaj roster SK. Mislim, je Baron za Heretike svako, nemaju junglera, tako da nemaju kako da stilaju.
SK running for their lives. Trayson looking for the flash Q. You can see it in his eyes. A Roamwolf on top of slow Q. He's got Q3. Jumps it back in. Seren in a bit of trouble. The shield heals him up, but not for long. SK a bit of a turnaround. A double shutdown off the back of Baron. Finally, some of their tools layer well.
Yoppa not quite able to connect with the triple feathers there as well. Means that Douglas just able to step away. But as you say it, both carries on Heretics misstepping and giving a moment here for SK to get some goal back.
Wonder stepping in. This is dangerous. Douglas is still here. Ooh. Double knock up. Mickey jumping in. And then getting flashed on as well. Trayson, he's back to demonic ascension. Just when SK think they have breathing room.
Ma kak. Šta mogu samo da resetuju ovdje? Da, ja nisam očekivao ovo iskreno. Mislim, Heretici su držali dobro protiv G2-a. Tu su me malo iznenadili, ali sam više mislio da je ekipa G2-a grifovala nego što su Heretici igrali dobro. A onda SK je pokazivo dosta života na početku, nemam pojma. A sad se baš raspadaju.
Had a great play before this, but Mickey flashing in with the charm, sets up for Soul Q with the unsealed fate. Very quickly able to burst them down. I like the turn though from Douglas afterwards here alongside Trayson, right? You do have this opportunity to try and find something, but as Seren goes in, Slow Q immediately gets the triple Q knock up, and SK managing to turn it around. And very lucky that Douglas didn't get caught by the pullback on the feathers there as well, or it could have been a little bit more.
I will not go. You can solo go, I think. You can solo go. They cannot one-shot you.
I should not have. It's okay.
It's okay. I mean, to be fair, it is okay. It is okay. Dagda.
Hello.
It's still a 4K gold lead.
It is.
Baron, although the Red Bull Baron power play is kind of meager, I mean, I'm still thinking this game is still in firm control. Elder Flip is on the menu though.
But it's like Actualizer just completed for Rise, GA just completed for Douglas, third item here for Hype as well. Like you are hitting your stride as Heretics. There's just been so many kind of unforced errors unfortunately from SK that they've now just lost control. And trying to contest, set up around the objective on the bottom side of the map is next to impossible.
Elder in 2 minutes though. I believe in anything here. Elder Flip. That's the game for SK. That's the series to come back. TP from Trayson going top. This is a game. Slowq gonna ulti out. TP. No Douglas has no ward. You're right. The Vault Breaker. He went to the wrong side of the wall, so out he goes. Slowq had to burn his ult to do so. Does SK look for a play? around Hype and Wayne. They're already out there paying respect. While TP now burnt and ulti for slow Q makes him a bit more vulnerable, or at least more stagnant.
Nije bitno, nije bitno, nije bitno, nije bitno. Nije bitan ovaj bounty. Nebitno je skroz. Ali Mato tu ubija čitavu poentu poena. Gdje je tu zabava, čovječe?
That was a big Hail Mary to throw as well. You're right. Because if it connects, you're like, oh god, slow Q's dead, and you know, maybe we just take topside jungle with it.
Mislim, ja znam da skupljaš da budeš rank 1, to je razumljivo skroz, ja to poštujem. I Klara je ušla u Diamond sad skoro juče, prekjuče. No se dešuje u Ash sa Merksom i Merks nestanuje.
Skeens with a very big target, flash on towards Hype. Slow Q gonna have his ultimate to start to follow up, so that could be an incredibly valuable summoner spell that is now gone.
Douglas has GA, Volt Breaker where, not yet.
Toto ne, pošalji mu da klikne redeem, pošto moramo testiramo to. Mada ne svako čekajte stream, ne mogu sad na lecu raditi to svako. Večeras kad budem palio stream, ne mogu na lecu to da prikazujem. Mislim da ne mogu OPGG da prikazujem na lecu, jer ide na Riotov sajt. A znam da se Riot žali šta god da pustiš da nije LOL. Čak iako je sajt koji su LOL statistike, ali ajde.
Target onto who? Slow Q on a ward for now. Mickey goes in for the engage. There's a Cataclysm and 3-man. The hot pot combo's there on top of Hype with no flash, but he ain't dying. Taking way too long. Wonder will burn him to a crisp, but look at what it took. Seren now for the chase down.
To je samo game, ne? Ne mogu završiti game ovdje, ne mogu. I opet Jopa zadnji u životu. Cleanse. Raj se flasha gore. Jadan Jopa, iskreno, baš jadan Jopa.
Yapa will fall, the Elder Dragon will go across, and it was another quick send from SK. That was not a quick end that they needed. Both Slow Q and Yapa couldn't follow up on the damage, and you called it there in the middle of it, Asterix. There just wasn't enough DPS to kill off the Ashe quick enough. So I think it's a great engage from Mickey, right? Get Hype, Skeens immediately flashes in, but look at where Slow Q is, look at where Yapa is. Trayson is basically zoning Yapa off from really being able to follow up. So Hype survives for so long, partially thanks to that Dragon Soul as well. And now you've still got Trayson and Seren doing so much work in the follow-up.
All the mobs stacked up, and Trayson just got to use his burst. He just ran in and defended my kick. Well, that's all for SK. Elder goes down, Baron down. And if there was any speculation about a comeback, it is slowly walking away. Baron is going to be taken here. Gold is going to move up to 7.5. And it is about the damage negation as Arrow connects. Mickey in trouble. He's going to battle dance away. But with this Baron, how much damage can Heretics do to try and make this game even more of a done deal?
I mean, Heretics playing incredibly well in this game. Their map movement has been spectacular.
Yep.
They've been playing really well in ensuring that they can find these plays, set up for the Dragon, catch SK in the setup as well. Yeah, this is Heretics playing incredibly well. I think like it speaks to the new coaching staff and new Mithy, that you can start to see these like plays and the way they're moving around the map come together.
Yeah, I think that wealth of experience, plus the fact that, you know, we've now got Hype and Wayne for the duration of a split, like a new duo in the bottom lane, right? We've had this Korean bottom lane come in with pieces that they've wanted to work for a while now. Heretics just seeing the success of that come through. It is only one series, but to be hyped on Heretics, it is a rare feeling, to be completely brutally honest. It's been a rough split so far, but maybe that ends here. Maybe this is the start of a Cinderella run as the arrow's going to fly on and miss, but it adds pressure on. Next turret number 1 going to go down. Trayson steps up to that level 20 on the Aatrox. Flag and Dragon, Cataclysm, but Skeens send his own death now. The Elder's still up. They have the set of a slow Q as he jumps
Nope, Jopa opet živ. Mislim, ok, pozicija, samo ne može da radi dovoljno damage-a, napravi razliku. Pa dobro. Unlucky, mislim da SK mora pod hitno sljedeći split da pravi neke izmene, ali eto, ako ništa bar brži dan, jer ja sam mislio ova serija otići u 2-1. Ali bilo kako bilo, eto, pitao me neko posle, to je stranije što mislim za Navi i za Vitality. Sad ćemo ih vidjeti u na samom Riftu, to nam je sljedeći meč. Tako da, ništa, pravimo pauzicu 15 minuta, ja mislim da je... I onda se vraćamo nazad sa serijom broj 2. Gledamo Navi Vitality, to će biti dosta uzbudljivo.
No pun intended again. I mean, Way has been having some of the best performances on this team, but Dagda, Trayson, Douglas today, back-to-back barn burner games.
Yeah, and I think it's a team effort though as Heretics, which is the impressive part and what I love to see, right? Like, it really does feel like the entire team is coming together, and we kind of need it to happen because they're 2-4 now, still a ways to playoffs, but we're going to toss it over to the AD with Nuke Duck to tell us how they make it to that promised land.
Maybe he's a genius.
Thank you guys so much, and it's really nice to finally be with a fellow Norwegian on the desk here.
Oh,
and congratulations on the 2-0. How do you feel, Nuke Duck?
Happy. I think we played well today. I think the enemy didn't play very well, so made it easier for us. But especially in the last game, the guys was really like bringing some of the stuff we have been trying to teach them to the game. So that was good, yeah.
And how has it been incorporating into Team Heretics? Because it's like the roster hasn't been doing too well this year, and you and Mythy coming in and really trying to revitalize. What's the goal for this split for you guys?
The goal for so before the split, I didn't know like their level, you know, didn't know how far we could take it. So I didn't really have like it's hard for me to set like a goal.
You didn't have any expectations.
I didn't really. I just knew they were the worst team because I was just watching at the end, and then so I didn't know how much was like them just like down spiraling and how much was like that problems that would be harder to fix. So my goal is just to show improvement and then like hopefully like make the players better as well. And yeah, see what we can do. Of course, we're going to try to make playoffs, but we need to win every game. So it will be hard, but we will try.
Okay, Jack, elephant in the room. I get that you're trying to welcome him to the desk, but you are you are a bit of a hater.
I mean, with the draft, this is my if we can pull up the draft.
Yeah, your
so
draft.
from an ADC,
specifically criticizing your draft.
Yes, from an
it is my draft. So let's see.
It is your draft. Okay. So from an ADC point of view, when the enemy has Jarvan Yone, I would think that I would want, if I was hype, I would say, I kind of want Ezreal. I kind of want Lucian. You guys banned Ezreal, and you banned Lucian, and you chose to not ban Saya, when I think Saya is the best ADC in Tavai.
Right. Okay.
So
yeah.
What is your take? Or walk me through it.
Okay, so...
Right. No, not this one.
This is the wrong draft.
This is the first game draft. But
basically, as ADC, right?
Yeah.
You don't lane bot lane against the enemy jungler.
That is true.
So you lane against the enemy bot lane.
Yeah.
So how do you, from your perspective as an ADC?
I mean, I would think Ezreal Karma, because you know when they pick Rakan on 4 that they're going to go Saya Rakan, right? I would think the two options I was thinking
I don't know, but yeah, they can.
Well, yeah.
No,
you don't know.
That's true. What Jack was saying, if you can see there, the thing that Jack was criticizing the most is they have this wombo combo, put you in the cage, comb, kill you, and you're banning the mobile ADCs when you want the mobile ADCs. That's what he was about.
Yeah, right, yeah. I understand, yeah. Yeah, I think we like, I think that's like not a good way to think for as a ADC in this meta. You are just playing the game. You know, like if you win bot, and you help the team take objectives, or in Ash case, help Seraphine win lane. Then that's enough. If the enemy all gonna kill you, like they did, they still lost. So what do you think about it? Like what do you think? Like they killed Ash many times, right?
Yeah, they did kill Ash many times. But do you think that was because that was seen more because you guys had the top side that was really winning and really far ahead?
Yeah. I mean, like.
I
think like, okay, what do you think as an ADC about bot matchup? 2v2.
I mean, I think this bot matchup is good. I think bot matchup is good, but I think if you play Ezreal Karma into Sai Rakan, that's also a very good bot matchup.
Yeah, but the enemy will not pick Rakan if Ezreal is open.
You think they'll pick Ezreal on 4?
Of course.
But then I think you go Kai'Sa Rell. Or you think it's too bad matchup?
Kai'Sa Rell? Yeah, it's not. I think that's not good now because Kaisa is a bit weak.
Yeah.
And if you do that, the enemy can pick Alistar or even Braum last pick.
And counter the dive.
I mean, let me just say, I didn't hate it, even though the bot lane can die later on in the game. For me, it felt like Wei was having a crazy series. Was it one of those things where you're just like, okay, get your power picks in the bot lane and go 1v9 the game?
From my point of view, when it comes to bot lane, the enemy got completely outdrafted. Like I don't even. It's not even about the player. I think their matchup bot is really, really good.
Yeah,
and
I agree with that.
We fucked, or like we mistaked early. You know, they got they can cheese early with double W, right? This Sarakan, but. Wei played super well though. So I think they both played well. They tanked many ganks and they were very useful for the team. In the first game, they allowed us to scale, you know, because we have very scaling pick, and the enemy tried to dive bot and they got nothing, so they carried kind of.
Yeah, I think Wei in game 1 as well on the Leona was super useful tanking all engages. Yeah. Trayson was the key player of the series. I think he also on the Mbessa was really good in the game number 2 as well. Yeah. Really, really good. Yeah. And do you have any thoughts, Soto?
I think he's great. How has your been? I mean, we talked to you before, and you said he's been great so far, and all this stuff, and he likes improving. But now, do you feel like he's getting a new, I guess, a higher degree of comfort when it comes to playing? Do you feel like he's fitting in with the team, finally understanding how everyone wants to incorporate him and stuff like this? Or what's your take on him?
Yeah, I think so. Today, or like he's like really good. I think against Wunder he has like a little bit edge maybe on the skill matchups, you know, and that's what he used today because he picked basically 2 scaling matchups and didn't lose lane, and then after he was basically unkillable. And yeah, he directs the game pretty well too sometimes, but as any player we have some good calls and some less good ones.
Well, you know. Thank you very much, Nukdog, for taking the time, and congratulations on your win. And we'll be tossing to a quick break, and then we'll be right back with Na'Vi versus Vitality.
I can look humble if he gives me red.
Yeah, push me.
Yes, one.
He's too far anyway. Headshot, okay? Headshot,
yeah? Nothing. Don't lose game. Okay.
I can slowly move. Play this. Try and ult. You can throw chase.
Nice. Good.
I have a good position to fight now.
Me. I look you on.
First target, kit first.
Yeah.
Looks fine. Rumble.
Nice.
Good hustle.
Incredible play there from that was incredible. You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookie. He's got it all. He's got the command.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
Red Bull gives you wings.
When I was a player, if I was to like make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Circulab on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
never deceive. Big ego, bigger brain, kiss really obscene. So we only wear designer cause we always look clean. And for that money, 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 everybody a fiend. And the bling like a chandelier hung on my chest. And I get it for free cause I'm simply the best. See deposits every hour, not breaking a sweat. About to lunch with my girls, grant every request. Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. It's time for Vitality versus Na'Vi. As we can see the players setting up, it's kind of a change for them as well. Their setup's in a whole different room. We can maybe ask about them later, but this is an extremely, extremely important matchup in the race for playoffs. As said, Vitality with a win here or any of the wins that follow, they would lock playoffs for Na'Vi. It's a little bit more dicey. And Jack, I hear you have a controversial opinion about Na'Vi.
So controversial. Come on, hit me.
I think Na'Vi won't make playoffs. I think they will lose today, and I think they will go on a downwards trajectory from this moment on. And the biggest reason is I just think Na'Vi's carries are not good enough. Their team fighting is not good enough. Their mid game is not good enough. This game against MKOI, Poby was 5-1, and this was where it turned for them when Poby tried to go for this heroic play on mid, but it's just int. He just throws the fact that they have full position on Drake, and just after this as well, Samdi flashes forward, and then we'll see Poby getting caught out back-to-back, first on bot lane, then a minute later on top lane, and it's just going for greedy waves, and you cannot do this. If you want to be a team that, as we've talked about throughout this day, you want to be a team that can actually close out your leads and win games when you get an early game lead, this is not what you can do.
You said that no team but KC or G2 are trusted with a lead anyway, so does it matter?
Vitality is the one that is like getting up there.
Really?
Right?
You do trust them a little bit, but not really.
Not fully. But Na'Vi are like down here.
Did you watch last week?
Na'Vi are like down here.
Glimpses of it. So I watched, of course, and I was extremely impressed with Fiesta because I remember Fiesta from week 1. But the thing that Vitality does really well is go through him a lot, because on the opposite side, you had Na'Vi, who is this very slow team. They only play around Drakes and kind of waiting and throwing the game when it's not about those Drakes. Vitality doesn't really give a shit about any of that. They just go in the time between the objectives and they do fight. They go through Fiesta and they make a lot of these silent plays where he's just involving himself. Everyone is creating chaos, and it's a great incorporation of him into this new Vitality roster, because this is what they were doing extremely well in spring.
He fits the chaos thematic of Vitality. He just fights and fights and fights. And I think in the beginning, it felt like they weren't on the same page. It sucked, yeah. But now, when it feels like everybody's fighting together, we finally see a new revitalized Vitality that looks kind of like, what is this?
Okay, so it's a sandwich, and Fiesta is the meat of the sandwich.
Okay.
Now, you know, you have the upper layer of the bread, the lower layer of the bread. Upper layer is pretty much who is better than him. It's Jojo, it's Caps, and it's Yehu right now. But he is slowly becoming the meat of the sandwich. Look at all of the champions in the middle, and he's just better off than anyone on that lower layer.
Wow, Jackie's going to take offense.
But wouldn't this imply that he's the best mid in the league because the meat of the sandwich is the best part?
No, because you have guys above you. Sometimes the bread is just so good.
The top part of the bread is never the best part of the sandwich.
It's true. And it hurts
It is, because sometimes you're just eating a sandwich. Don't you ever eat a sandwich and then you're thinking, oh, I kind of want to flip it around because the bottom part is just better?
But, you know, I actually... I had a sandwich that was too much toasted this week, and the upper part of my mouth it hurts now. You know, when you bite a sandwich, this is going dangerously a lot into tiramisu territory, so I'm just gonna bail out of the food analogy right now. Hayden, our stats god, did find a really cool little throwback for Poby versus Fiesta, and that is a rematch for when Poby subbed in for Faker in 2023, because he went 1-7, and he only beat Fiesta.
It's a pretty crazy stat. The fact that the only team he could beat was Fiesta on Nongshim. It could be a prelude to what we're gonna see today.
It might be, because back then Poby did beat Fiesta, but now my main issue with Poby and the way he's integrated in this Na'Vi roster is the fact that when I think of Poby, if he's 5-0 or he's 0-5, I feel like he's gonna play the same. I don't see a lot of the star power from Poby to give me a lot of confidence that he can take over Fiesta. Fiesta, yeah, maybe he will go 0-5. I know that he's going to play completely different, but when he goes 5-0, he's going to completely take over the game.
One thing that makes it a bit more hard for Poby is last time when he beat Fiesta, he had Zeus owner Gumayusi Keria, which is a little bit better than what he has right now.
That's not flaming, no. I do think, I mean, I definitely think that Vitality should be in the playoffs, and I think they will make it, and you won't hear my opinion because we're kicking it over to our casters for this all-important match.
All important. Shocks, you're not too far away with the question of Vitality being in playoffs. It's just about how high they can soar. Top 4 is the battle here for today, really. when we're looking at the rise of MKOI, the question of Fnatic, these other teams outside the crest like Giant X. You got Vitality and Na'Vi fighting for a spot, and Vitality already at 4 wins. A 5th would help them make it easier to hold that top 4 position.
Yeah, and I think that's what basically they're trying to see here is if Vitality can secure the top end of the bracket, whereas when I look across a Na'Vi, it's kind of like beating the demons that they have to maybe face coming into locking in playoffs.
True.
Like you now have to play against oh my God, my brain is not with me at all today. Sorry.
I will do it.
Yeah, they got to play against Giant X. They got to play against Fnatic as well as the other two. Right?
Those are great. Wait,
yes,
you did it without it. Your brain's great.
So yeah, and then Vitality here today. So I do think like there's a lot on the line here to try and make sure that you could, if you could pick up like a win against Vitality, that's insane to just start it off. You then kind of sit at 4, and it's the rest of the team trying to catch up to you, which would be massive for now.
And as you said, and at least they're alluding on desk, you know, Jack's skeptical on Na'Vi, but you were telling me before we were live that because of that win, because of Heretics beating SK, I mean, the battle of the bottom is shaping out these teams who can crest. Teams are crying out and finding their way up to near 3 wins. If Na'Vi lose here, they will be alongside the bottom of the barrel. They'll be alongside Movistar Koi, Fnatic with another win, Giant X with another win, Heretics with another win. This is a must-do, a must-win. Every game matters. Yes, a cop-out. Every single broadcast says this. But truly here today, for Na'Vi to keep their dreams alive and stay in the top 6, they lose this with their schedule, it could be all bottom from here.
Yeah, and the fact that we have basically all these teams who have to interplay towards the end of the split makes it so much more exciting, right? Because you have to literally earn your spot against the team that is battling you for it. So I think it's an uphill battle. I agree with the lads on the desk there for Na'Vi here today. I think Vitality looks significantly stronger, especially Fiesta. He had a couple of pop-off games in that series against Giant X, like looking good basically across the board in all three of those games. Now coming into this, do we see that same level here for Vitality, or can Na'Vi find that special sauce? Can Relech and Paris control the early game and make it difficult for that man Linces on your screen?
Because Relech versus Linces is going to be fun. Linces had a great last weekend, despite the fact that Game 2 draft was so so quick to win and then so quick to lose. And you know what I'm talking about, the Lee Sin LeBlanc draft that was just like, yo, let's go. Na'Vi still looked good on the day, and the skill expression was unreal against, or rather Vitality skill expression, you'll excuse me. Jace is the first ban as we get into game number 1 draft. It's going to be red side for Vitality, who have first pick. They've gotten rid of the Orianna, and so that means that we are probably going to be safe of the Nivea ban this time around, unless we go Rise early. We've also got a Cassiopeia messing. You know what? I'm not the only one who's
I mean, look, I'm still looking at Nocturne. I'm still looking at the potential for Vi, the Rumble, these kind of things that can still do a lot of work here. So I am curious to see exactly where the focus is going to be in this last ban from Vitality, but I'd expect the Nocturne or maybe even a Rumble ban.
Rumble Bagda.
Well, it's actually going to be the Nocturne, so not really going to see the early pressure on the jungle, which I expected a little bit more of. Is maybe they're just thinking, hey, with the Orianna away, the Nocturne isn't too big of a threat, but I still think Nocturne should be valued here on both sides.
That's a big question then, because Nautilus was final ban, alluding as what you were saying about
I
Vitality.
evo nas nazad, serija broj 2.
Yeah, making sure that
Na'Vi I Vitality.
aren't going to be outranged or at least jeweled out. Vitality first pick. You said maybe it could be the Nocturne, maybe it could be jungle pick here, could be the Rumble. There's a
Victor?
lot open that Vitality can play
could
with.
also be it, right?
Ako žele Viktora.
Because there's also then, what I like about Vitality is the flexibility of Fiesta in the mid lane. So by taking the Vi, I think you open up then for a little bit more when it comes towards like the mid lane as well. But instead, we're just going to see the Rumble taken. Happy it seems like to go, hey, either we get the Vi or we get the Jarvan, and we can still have that flexibility with Fiesta in the mid lane.
The trade-off will be, are you going to give Jarvan Rumble if you don't want to put your priority in those eggs basket? Victor gets picked up first, question mark. We're going to see if that gets locked in. A lot of the good options into it taken away. Rise as well. There is still that Anivia up. If they lock this in, this could be a Fiesta breeding ground right now for the Anivia.
I mean, I think you can still take the Jarvan here if you want to, or the Vi. I mean, point and click on both sides is pretty good. You've also still got good...
Jako mi je čudno, nemaju priju na Viktoru, iskreno. Mislim da je Viktor jako dobar.
We want to secure some sort of strong AD carry as well, but I think you're fine here as Na'Vi.
So what are we going to do? It's not going to be all. It's not going to be all blind, guys. Unless you're like, oh, actually, no, it's not blind. It's a Rumble. I'm silly. And Bessa looked at, locked in instead. Okay. I think a better option.
Yeah, I mean, he's a bit of a go-to for Mainter, right? He's been He's wanted this as his main carry pick whenever he can get his hands on it. So you've strong side lanes already set up for Navi. So there's now a call here for Vitality. I imagine you still take your jungler, either the Vi or the Jarvan, whatever you feel most comfortable for. And then do you try and match the mid lane here? Or are you comfortable enough to say, hey, we've got enough flexibility with Fiesta's champion pool that we actually try and take something strong for Karzi in that bottom lane? Because I think that's where you could also try and get an edge here in the draft, but no, looks like it's just going to be the...
Nije Rise clean, Mbesa je gore. U Rambla nije loše. Jarvan je generalno ok, dosta prio na njemu ovih dana, ali ima smisla.
And there's that fight just right on the opposite side. So if I'm Vitality, what I'm trying to hard force here is short range AD carries. Because you're already seeing a very short range composition on Navi's side. And if I can get things that are going to be stuck by an Ivia wall, that are going to get caught out in equalizers and get high value from them, that's where the best options are. So I'd imagine like Ezreal, even things like the Lucian, going to be high priority for Vitality here on the ban list, just to try and enable those team fights a little bit simpler for them.
Well, on the other side, what are Na'Vi going to get rid of? No AD carry for Karzi yet either. Maybe something like the Corki that also could deal with a bit of the Vi and the Ambessa lockdown. Ezreal banned by Na'Vi instead.
Yeah, so I think they're probably thinking, hey, we're going to get the first pick here. So, but honestly, I think if I'm Vitality, I kind of just matched still the AD carry bans, just swapped the Ezreal for like the Corki, the Lucian, maybe a Caitlyn as well might be something that you're worried about, but essentially just try and limit those long range AD carries, and Na'Vi are kind of helping them out in that regard, which I don't think is the best. Maybe it comes back to bite them a little bit here.
Let's see if they ban away the Xayah though, if they go down that path, or if they get rid of a support that follows with engage. Xayah versus Vi Ambessa, again, not a bad option. We didn't see it work last game, but we know in practice that is one of the best options into Vi jungle. So, final ban, is it going to be Xayah, or are they going to go another AD carry route? They're going to get rid of Xayah instead.
Yeah, so I mean, Na'Vi do have a dive composition themselves, so we're just like, hey, that's the mobile champions. But I think now if Vitality end up banning the Corki, then Sam D might be in a little bit of trouble here with himself. And Vitality, I think, could still play the Caitlyn and try and play for that like very long range and then still be relatively okay. But these are kind of the two AD carries I'm keeping my eyes on right now.
Corki or not, Corki or not. What's it going to be? Lulu. Okay, so maybe getting rid of the potential of Yunara Lulu for Na'Vi in bottom lane. You mentioned Caitlyn before. That's still up. It's slammed by Sam D.
Yeah, so I think now you're in a bit of an awkward spot here as Karzi, because you maybe want to try and, like, you'd want to match with some sort of mage, but that's a little bit difficult. Varus could work. Well, you've so much AP on Vitality's side, you can't go for more AP. So I think Varus could be it, but he's also quite AP heavy, especially with the Static Shiv build. So maybe Varus is your best bet. Ashe Seraphine could also be it, but I still think that's a little bit of a tough one.
Well, it's a bad takeaway though from Vitality. Normally it would be something like the Varus pairing if you couldn't already get Caitlyn, as you said. Or it'd be the Ezreal, but that's banned away. So many AD carries have been taken off the board. Mage bot, no, too much AP.
Ne, Jhin je fajn. Varus je možda isto bio. Pa da ljudi vole Siviru Vi dalje, ako ne može da spell shielduje Vi ulti. Mislim, može. Ali se neće dogoditi.
You get a ton of control, Bard can't really fight back against you, and the Jhin still going to be struggling a little bit in the later team fights if Vitality don't hard win in the early stages, because you don't get to set up on those objectives as easily as you'd like. So I kind of like what Na'Vi have drafted here, right? You've got opportunity to try and play through strong bot lane, try and set up for some early skirmishes around Dragon and play for those Dragon stacking, which Na'Vi have been vocal about in their interviews as that's their game plan. Whereas on Vitality's side, I think you've got a little bit more early playmaking with the Jarvan, especially if Fleshy can find some good times to start to roam with him, but that is going to be difficult given the matchup on the bottom lane. So I think this is definitely a game where Na'Vi have tools to make things happen, and it's Vitality to see if they can disrupt them and find some early advantages that lets them set up on objectives ahead of Na'Vi.
Oh, interrupting Na'Vi, that's going to be Vitality's mix, bread and butter with the skirmishing. I mean, that's what this team's been quite akin to so far. I was going to say this.
Ovaj game je iskreno Rileč vs Nak-Nako. To su mi dva najbolji igrača s obe ekipe. Nak-Nako baš smurfuje. Mislim da je Nak-Nako potencijalno najbolji top laner unutar leca. Palit ću traku malo da hoduckam.
Keep someone stagnant. Ambessa has an easy target
Mislim da jedina stvar koja mi pada na pamet, Mato, da si pogrešio u draftu, što je meni bilo čudno, je što si ostavio Renatu otvorenu. To je jedino da se sad trenutno sećam. Mislim, očigledno puno gameova gledam iz dana u dan i sve to, ali Renata je Kalista otvorena i pikana mora Renata se banuje. To je jedina stvar da meni pada na pamet, da sam kao bio siguran da će Renata biti banovana u drugoj fazi. Sad kad onako vratim film što se drafta tiče. To je fora.
As they set it on desk already, it is nice to see these two players going head-to-head again. They mentioned the T1 versus Nongshim. Just going to take over for a little bit. Sorry, production. Before we look at runes again. Yeah, Fiesta didn't have a good series, and that's all we're going to talk about. Even though now he's on Vitality and had a banger last week, Hobie's better in this particular best of three.
It's kind of hard because I agree with the desk, which is like, hey, I'm surrounded by T1. You know what? Like, Mainter may think he's not quite up to the scratch as
But Dagdo, what are you looking at? Hey, Egg's going to come out. You know what? Surrounded by T1 or not, he just got the Egg out early.
Yeah, and still managing to get at least a somewhat okay trade. Still, though, that's all pots burnt. Fiesta is now at half HP and still has a pot to go as well. Pobie still needs to be a little bit careful, but is getting some decent trades.
He's looking for level 2. He's now found it. Gets that Q burn, or rather spread here with the E down. Fiesta at half HP. Flashes forward. Pobie. Couple more autos. Fiesta's got nowhere to go. There it is. The flash from Fiesta. Pobie almost at his number again.
But look at where Linces is. Linces has actually been stealing away all the camps on the bottom side for Relech while all this is happening in the mid lane. So this has been a bit of an awkward split map here.
Mislim da je to greška igrača. Jer kao, mislim, vi čuvate 5. pik za suporta, ali znate šta će biti pikano svejedno. Oni bi uzeli Renatu tu šta god, bukvalno. To je fora. Što to nije lane koji counter pikaš.
And now he can't miss the wave. Knucknucker hits 3 though, gets a bit of health back. Electro Harpoon number 1, looking for number 2. Onto the cannon, under turret, the dive from Mainta. He gets first blood.
Ja pohvalim Knucknucker dobije batine, dobro, to je fair. To ti je fora, kažem ti, što to Renata zajedno s Kalistom ti je nešto što ti menja tok partije skroz, nema veze s botlinom. Jer ti kada vratiš film i pogledaš game, Renata sama s ultama je dobila toliko fajtova jer toliko čokova zatvori i samo ne možeš se biješ. Znaš, tako da tu, mislim, znaš, ako igrači budu u fazonu lagano imamo counterpick, znaš da će biti Renata i ne dobiješ level 1 kill na botu i bot nije ono 0.5, 0.6 ili kula nije gotovo u 8 minuta, nije dovoljno dobar counterpick da opravda otvorenu Renatu sa Kalistom. To je baš jedna stvar koja mi je onako, i mislim ja generalno Kozakove buildove ne volim. Baš ima neki nešto čudno builda čovek, ne znam zašto. Baš čudno builda.
Protected his top camps, which is why Relech went for that play in mid. He now has both camps up for himself on that bottom side of the map. He's even going to take the crab on this top side, which is where Relech is going to, but doesn't quite have smite yet. Does actually, actually, a little bit behind on the UI there, but now gets this, so now can move into this bot side, can maybe pick up a double crab, and then still have camps to boot on this bottom side.
Oh my god, wait, damage. Fiesta walked up to this, he felt safe. Paris didn't have a Q available. Let's shoot on the Pobie, sends him backward. But, bro, Fiesta is not having a good laning phase so far. Navi really putting the hooks down, and Fiesta just trying to get pushed back. He wants to reset. This bird doesn't have TP and needs help.
Yeah, but he does get the reset. Pobie doesn't get the wave pushed out. Vitality still get the second crab, still have more camps. Paris trying to interrupt, but can't really do it. No. Like, look at the lead that's opening up for Linces. Like, it's basically the difference for the one that Fiesta has in the mid lane.
Versus what Linces has now. As you said, the jungling is highly optimized. A lot taken away from Relech. Midway pushed in. Fiesta's on the way, but Pobie's at 40 to 17 CS's. Knucknucker's getting something back. Mainta half the way to level 6. A little bit closer towards Knucknucker on a trap after the magical journey. Sandy, good kiting around. Deadly Flourish as well. Kazi doesn't have 4 in the tank, he's up to 2 more. But Sandy gets away, and Kazi also doing pretty well in this lane. There's just outstanding leads right now through different lanes. Obviously, mid is the biggest one. And well, okay, jungle and mid. Jungle and mid.
Relech only has one camp up, so basically trying to take this quick window to see as Mainter hits level 6, if potentially he can sit here behind.
Dobar je, Nako je baš dobar.
Ulti, public execution, the delay, can Nako dodge? Getting into range, Mainter has run out of energy. Needs to auto a little bit, get that recovery as Electro Harpoon on the way back to the wave. Nako gets some good trading back.
Ali kažem ti, jel ti, mislim, ostaviš, ako ne, bukvalno samo tako ne možeš da igraš. Jer kao naš, fajn je, računate, ok, ostavili smo Kalistu, Renato i izgubit ćemo early game. I onda ćeš doći do mida i Kalista koja head u mid gameu sa Renato support ne može izgubiti game. Ne postoji taj teamfight, osim da Kalista ne run down gdje ona to gubi. Zato ti kažem, nezgodno je. Ali to ti opet i stvar iskustva da ćeš ti u nekom trenutku igračima samo reći ne. Ili samo odskrivamo ti dovoljno puta da im pomogneš da razumeju kako to radi. Ali dobro, mislim kažem, na kraju nije ni sve do samog drafta. Streamerko kaže da li bi odigrao duo Stace. Pa ne možemo igramo duo Masteru. Mislim, kontenta radi na nekom smurfu, što da ne, to je skroz okej. Samo na minovima ne možemo igrati jer je Master. Blokiran do, ne može se igra.
Lince's ulti down, but Na'Vi without their key summoners.
So Vitality try and turn and burn onto bot lane. They will get double sums, so at least that should give them the dragon. But Poby wants to try and make a play towards top side.
Pa ide da ga rutuje samo Minter, možda ga stigne s ultom, da. On ima flash za tipa 5 sekundi, ne vidim. Ma jok, mislim. Ja radim led sutra. Prihvatram Gemnita. Clean. Sutra lec, prekustra lec, nakustra lec. To tako, subota, nedjelja, ponedeljak. I onda utorak, sreda, četvrtak, IBL.
Force that hard to make that play happen. Now you just give the dragon to Vitality and you give a kill, and you were watching Poby make a great play top lane to get Mainter a lead. There was no need to try and overforce the issue.
And it meant that top lane was in a great position. Now is that going to change because Lince's is going to have his first hand on potentially Grubs, or at least the start of. I say that Relech is going to get level 6 off this third scuttle, but as he does finally get there, Dagda, the question is, how strong is Linces going to be to the fight? Because it's all about these grubs that now spawn, and Linces is in the area.
Yeah, I think at the moment, though, we'll push on top. Actually, Relech should be able to get a decent amount of these. No ult for Linces at the moment. True. And the shift is starting to move over from Na'Vi here.
He's trying to time it, though. His Cataclysm almost up. Relech gets out of there with Vault Breaker. Poby moves over as well. Paris trying to zone and get their way back in, but two grubs...
Ma dobro, naravno, Mato, mislim, to sam siguran, pogotovo sa imenima koji ste imali, niste imali nekog veterana, tako da taj deo sigurno možda bude problem.
It's not too much in the grand scheme of things. Na'Vi basically not feeling like they'd forced it. Maybe they didn't realize that Linces didn't have his ult up for just a few more moments. But either way, they get one grub, they back away. Relech can start to clear his camps again. And you're still getting pressure for Mainter on that top side, which is kind of the big gameplay for Na'Vi in this early game, especially with that Poby roam. So at least for Na'Vi, you're kind of happy with that. For Vitality, though, you're starting to see like the kill on the bottom side, that early gold going towards Karzi, starting to help him out.
Yeah.
Mislim, za razliku od prethodne partije, ovo su dve relativno bolje ekipe. Tako da I dalje Fiesta, samo malo manja Fiesta.
Support drops them down, you got a little bit of leverage with health. As Fiesta has TP, he's going to back away. That double crystal's going to turn into a catalyst. And yeah, Fiesta closer towards Rod of Ages. 500 gold lead here for Vitality near the 10-minute mark. They picked up all the objectives pretty much. and still in a good state, despite that attempt from Poby before, despite that top lane being 2-1 up.
Relax trying to cover for a play on the bottom side still. No flashes on Samdi and Paris, and Linces wants to try and make that punish.
Looking towards top though, Naknaka looking for the solo kill. Mainta jumps into it though, overheating. Naknaka's autos are deadly. Stepping away is Mainta. As you said, 3 versus 3 junglers now here. Relech somehow a level up. He's been sapping some experience. Linces might get some from the rest of this wave. Fleshy, Tempered Fate, catches. Paris burn his flash before, he doesn't have it in the bag. Magical Journey, or rather a Cosmic Binding. No, Linces doesn't flag and drag on that one, doesn't want to go in.
Vitality mistimed it. They thought that they were maybe Relech had backed at that stage, but Relech able to cancel the reset and a good trap from Sam D to prevent Linces with the immediate follow-up.
Ja, dobro vidim, eto, mislim, generalno i Spike, to sam baš pričao u programu, je dosta dobro što se scoutinga tiče, ali kad tad moraš da promašiš. Naknako ima overhit na sljedeći spell. Ništa od killa, samo neće priđe Mainter. Dok Naknako nije polumrtav i onda može samo da ga šota, nice. Mixi, Spike.
Linces active bot and Poby's active top.
Yeah, Linces sticking around to punish Sam D as he comes back into lane. No flash, as we were talking about, so they make it happen. But really well played by Poby in this early game. He's been doing a fantastic job of the second you see Linces on the map, attacking the other side of the map, and now it's netted 2 kills for him alongside the one for Mainter, and is really opening up for this top side. We'll see it again here. Mainter tries to hit with the public execution to buy time for Poby to get in. Naknako able to sidestep because that ultimate takes an age to hit at this stage, but still, Navi make it work. And as he talked about, having that early Hex Drinker on Mainter, the shield, the life proc that you end up getting as well, being able to heal up, means that Navi make the play work in the top lane.
Poby continues to surprise me here today. It's like the challenge against Fiesta. He stepped up to it. He took it personally. This is his win on T1, and he wanted to remind us how he did it. Now, at the very least, Catalyst has been picked up, but Rod of Ages for Fiesta is going to prove the point that Fiesta is still hardly in this game. Still there, I believe. It's got a big one. Vault Breaker in a bit of trouble. Ace in the hole, flag and drag, cease and desist going to be taken. Fleshy trying to get a Cosmic Binding up against the wall. Vault Breaker back onto Linces, no and escape. Flash from Fiesta, gets out of the way. Tempered Fate,
dobro. On je bifova stan, Fiesta. No kako bifova stana, bar do ulti, nije ni bitno na kraju, najče killali. Sve su to neke sitnice koje mislim ne trebaju se događaju za ekipu koja će se bori za playoff. A realno gledano i Vitality i Navi mislim se bore za playoff spot svakako.
And especially with that crystalline wall and the Bard combo, Vitality make it work.
Top lane again, overheating, auto attacks, public execution flushed away from. Naknako gets out, this time has to burn a summoner to do so. It is fun up top, I gotta say. Solo laners today of Na'Vi are putting on cinema.
Everyone is fighting for every ounce of a lead that they can get. Poby nearly walled off from the wave there, but not quite able to happen for Fiesta. But still, like, this is netting, like, leads for Vitality, which is crucial, right? Relech making a couple of mistakes in this jungle path, or the jungle in the early stages, and now Vitality at least sending Fleshy up here to guarantee that Naknako can collect this wave. But the bot lane, the jungle, very far ahead for Vitality.
And just speaking up quickly is face check here. Relech, Vault Breaker out, he's okay. That is going to become a clear.
Asus je dobio buffove, mislim da je nerfovan u džungli buffova na topu, ako se ne varam. Tako da, mislim da je top lane trenutno malkice bolji.
Dragon up, but we have a Herald coming up soon. Remember, Vitality have been stacking dragons, so that's something to worry about for Na'Vi. But even though it's 2k up here for Vitality, those solo laners are still in decent positions here as they're cresting towards their first and a bit items.
Yeah, I mean, the problem for Na'Vi is that they just haven't been... They haven't been able to sync up around like the timers where they could punish Vitality. Like partly there, right? Mainter did have his TP for the potential fight around that bottom side, but instead he ends up having to trade against Naknako so he can't join the fight. Relech way oversends it on the play as well, and then he tries to save it by turning on to Fiesta, who reads it great with the flash away. but that means that then you don't really have the follow-up, and you now are going to fall, and it just ends you up in a really awkward spot.
Back to Christmas came early for me. I just looked down, I expected the same old Jin build, but I get the Jarchi build. Kazi's been watching LPL. Oh, lovely. Oh my God, it is Christmas. Now that'll probably be a rapid fire second, but I have a feeling we're getting Infinity Edge third. And ladies and gentlemen, if Kazi snowballs, get ready for some damage. As Mainta might be in a bit of trouble. Crystallize stops him midway. Cosmic Binding not going to connect. Mainta jumps in instead. Relech over the wall.
Čak nije bacio, ali zna da ne radi neku preveliku razliku.
Ball breaker in, maybe to Fleshy onto Fiesta. No, he's got an egg. He's going to be tackled anyway. In trouble. Public execution. Tempered Fate stops the play. This will be Cosmic Binding after they get the double stun, but away they go separated. The stun up comes in, but it's way too late. It's Fiesta.
4-4. Jako close, iskreno. Jako close. Da, Hubris. Pričao sam o Hubrisu generalno. Hubris je fajn samo ako si turbo fed. Što se čulo ovo, vat? Uglavnom, Hubris je ok ako si turbo fed.
We failed miserably to make plays happen there.
Hang on, wait. Hubris stack. Flash away, Sandy gets out. Full shot would have been a disaster. As the Hexfire Optics, 80 carry going to pick up some lettuce in River. Linsa starts the grubs again, or rather the Herald Poby. Magical Journey on top of Kazi's face. He flashes away with the full shot, gets rooted up. Deadly Flourish to get away. Poby kites away nicely. Has the Ghost to do so. Both summoners now down as well. We're throwing haymakers after haymakers. Nucko also TP's in. He's got no ulti, but hang on onto the Herald. Steal it away. TP in. Navi, let's fight again. Cataclysm down. Linsa gets it back. Curtain Call opens up. After the dome, now in trouble is Paris. He flashes away the Crystallize. Almost finding the mark as a full shot as well. I picked up Vitality. This is great. I love
No, Vitality, boga mi, uzima svaki objektiv, tako da oni su poprilično okej što se toga tiče.
This is bedlam on the map. Everyone looking for kills and kind of forgetting about the objectives. It does mean, though, that Vitality, despite the fact they got beaten for trying to make those double plays happen at once, managed to get the Rift Herald afterwards. And it goes to Nako on the top lane. But it was absolutely insane. Navi kept trying to send it in to get kills in the mid lane, rather than just turning towards the Rift Herald and focusing down Linces. And they get nothing.
They don't. They get absolutely nothing. Flash burned out of Paris as well. And look at all the summoners that have been churned around in these last fights. Rotation of Fiesta, Nucko getting them back up from their last usage. Relech, the only one on the side of Navi who have theirs, is in the last fight. All of them were burned, bar his, in that scuffle around the Herald. Props to Navi though, Dagda. Like, this is not the team you'd expect to try and skill check Vitality. They're trying to do it, as Crystallize not going to be used. Instead, it is just a otherwise from Fiesta.
No. Screw that. Iskreno, screw that.
I think that is the problem, is them trying to skill check Vitality though, because if anything, Vitality has hands. Like, this is a team that definitely has hands.
Koji je razlog iza toga, Mato? Osim što je Baus rekao. Kao, koji je razlog da Vitality itemi dobiju value tek nakon što krene stakovanje? Jer ja ne mogu prihvatim zato što je Baus tako rekao.
You've got 2 items now for Linces as well, because he went for that early belt as well.
Oh, he did. Protopile some harness.
So, I mean, he knows that if he can just set up the engage, and there he goes.
He just went over with Cataclysm, Flash and Dragon. There you go, Kazi's damage. Hubris online, 18 stacks. Curtain Call opens up Sandy in the line of fire, number 3.
Ojoj, otvorili su vrata ka Kate.
Now opening up, watch it again. There's 3, 24 stacks on the Hubris. That's why this build is goated. As Vitality look to open up mid, get Third Dragon as well, and blow apart this game.
Jer mislim, u teoriji ako je samo kao... Ne znam ni šta je bio odgovor iza toga, ali tebi nastakovan Hubris radi kao 2 Vitality itema. I zato je okej da ga uzmeš prvi. Ako ga nastakuješ. Pa da, ali onda... Tako je, bit će sve više useless. I što više Vitality itema kupiš, faktički si više waste-ovu gold. Jer što duže traje partija, Vitality ti opada i armor pen ti scale. I onda nešto kao što je Yomuz faktički gubi value u kasnim fazama partije, nema razloga da ga imaš.
It's Electro Harpoon tried for the kill, but Linsa's got it in the end anyway. And Vitality just keeps that. You gotta love it.
but that's Poby's bodyguard gone.
Yep.
So now Relech has to try and go up here. Lince spots him out, but there's the Rift Herald. Top tier 1 gonna fall as well. And it's Na'Vi scrambling to get some sort of foothold as this game slips from underneath them.
I love it. We're not.
Neće, samo ja mislim da je Yomuz useless item. No, legitimno samo mislim da ne radi ništa.
Has he been watching Jarchi? He has been watching LPL. He knows the proper build of Jin. It is great to see. 3.6k ahead individually before 20 minutes. Naknaka gets the last outer turret up in this top lane.
A vidi, jeste i nije, zato što ti kasniš sa Infinitijem zašto imaš Yomuz u svom buildu. A sinergija Yomuza sa svim ostalim je minimalna. Ovo je dobar build na Jinu, legitimno je dobar build na Jinu. Ako hoćeš da otvoriš s Hubrisom, RFC Infinity i sad uzme LDR i lik je na konju. Samo je daleko superiorniji build. Zbog tajminga spajkova, to je mnogo bitna stvar koja ne znam koliko je Baus računao to na AD carry-u, ali... Tako je, Stormrazor ili Hexoptics i odmah Infinity. Ja bi igrao Stormrazor Infinity. Što ne treba ti, mislim, zavisi od gejma, jel RFC je specifičan kada moraš da range matchuješ ili kada samo nisi dovoljno bezbedan. Ok, RFC je fine. Ali generalno ovaj build na Karzu je isto legitiman. Pogotovo ovaj game jer je 4-0-3 dobije neke hubri stakove. I onda RFC Infinity i LDR i ti si na konju. Zato kažem koje brojke su u pitanju, jer ne prihvatam Bausove brojke. Mislim, Baus je ono content mašina i to stoji zanimljivo jako za gledanje i sve to. Ali...
That's an Infinity Edge now built. That's 3 item Jin. Sam D will have Infinity Edge soon maybe. But will it be before this 4th dragon which will be sold?
4,000 gold buy.
Yeah. That's some money.
Igraju skoro svaki game, da, zašto RFC kupuješ on demand. RFC item koji kupiš zato što ti specifično treba taj range. Jedini razlog što bi kupio taj item. Jer razlika recimo ako imaš RFC i nemaš je da li si u ult range od 2 kada je basikuš ili nisi, na primjer. You clean. No su morali sve odjednom, on je sam sebe zatvorio što je najcrnije gledao. Jo, ovaj promašio ku. Vidi, ja Kozakove buildove neću nikad razumeti, iskreno. Ja ne znam. Baš, mislim, ja sam u prenosu sam probao da ga branim i govorim da je verovatno stvar komfora i sve to, ali stvarno ne razumem šta builda čovjek i zašto builda tako kako builda. Ali on mi je baš najveći outlier ono buildova koji mi nemaju smisla.
But yeah, Na'Vi, they try to find that moment where they can maybe overload in the side lane.
Mada dobro, mislim. Crown je otišao na voltaik, na boltove u Let's matchu, tako da... Očigledno ima tu svega i svačega, znaš, svako ima neku svoju ideju.
Damage absorbed well. Kazi, if he hits Paris, another stack, but more importantly, assassination. Running into Naknako is not what you want to do, as bot turret is now in threat.
Yeah, bottom lane of Vitality is going to reset, so I don't think they can make it happen, but Naknako now.
He's overheating the charge in. When is it coming? Relech at half HP. Magical journey out. Looking for angles, are they?
There's things happening.
There are things happening.
Yeah, Vitality unsure. Because this is where it's like 14 seconds, reset. Dragon Soul for Vitality is the main focus. Karzi reset to just pick up the last Whisper ahead of that, which is where I thought Na'Vi with the Realm Warp might have been able to find a timing window, but not quite able to make it work. Now full Zonya is completed, plus a little bit more for Naknako. He's incredibly strong. Na'Vi, what the hell...
Da, mislim, moja jedina poenta što se brojeva tiče je što većina brojeva koje dobiješ na Twitteru su ti dijelom engagement baitovi, jer svako će kliknuti na koji je optimalan item. Ali optimalni itemi u većini slučajeva na Twitteru ti ne ubacuju variabilne. Nego oni su u fazonu, ako ja stojim i tučem target dami i taj target dami scale-uje s armorom po levelu, ovo je optimalan build koji ćeš napraviti. Znaš, to je jedna jako bitna stvar. To je zašto ja ljudima kažem da nikada, mislim, da ne uzmete svaki guide zdravo za gotovo. Jer svaki guide pisanog formata ili svaki ovo je najbolji build na bla 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 šta god, uvek ima neku variabilu koja se menja iz game u game. Tako da čak i analitičar koji uzme i breakdown na sve, opet neke stvari ne možeš pretvoriti u brojke. Možeš, ali neće biti merodavan. Izračunaš RFC vrednost bonusa range-a, to prvo ne možeš da izračunaš, jer range nema value. I drugo, koliko ćeš puta ti basikovati sa tim bonus range-om plus te bonus damage koji radiš, podeliš šta sa brojem minuta u game-u. To je nemoguće. Mislim, nije nemoguće, ali razumeš. Šta god da dobiješ, koji god rezultat od toga da dobiješ, neće biti merodavan. Znaš, isto ti je sa ghostingom od PD-a. Kao, da li će tebi napraviti razliku, da li ćeš proći kroz klipe, ali nećeš. Lupam. Da li će ti kolektor 5% execute rate-a nešto uraditi ili ne?
It's only Baron. They're on the other side of the map right now, but Na'Vi still finds something. Vitality feel that strong that they can still fight, but again, it is something. Fiesta goes down, and Na'Vi feeling like they can play the game. Mainza tries to ulti on the way through Magical Journey. Now 5 members getting chased down. Kazi looking to get in first. Knock for the slow flag and drag. Kazi damage onto Mainza. Ain't too much. And he doesn't have the hubris stacks yet. Needs to get a kill and open that up, but
it's a nice pick by Na'Vi. It is. Like, Vitality don't really have anything that they can try to trade with here, so I don't, like, it's not going to nest too much, just, oh no.
Poby's caught out, flag and drag. There's a lot of damage from Linces. Poby doesn't have flash available, he's going to stand his ground, and so he should. Fleshy baits him in and survives. That's a 1-for-1 long term, but guess who has a TP and Baron to be
Če da ideš da proba da stila ovo? Nisam siguran. Da, ali mislim, kažem, Hubris specifično ti jako uslovni item. Ti ako kupiš Hubris i ne dobiješ 4 kila i 3 asista u prvih 20 minuta, Hubris je samo lošiji item. Razvoj partije diktira da li je Hubris dobar ili nije. Jako je teško, mislim kao, znači, još kupiš Hubris i onda da dobiješ killove i onda budeš u fazonu, pa da, Hubris je dobar bajer, sam dobio killove. Ali isto tako u teoriji si dobio killove, kao imao bi golda i za neki drugi build pad. To ti je, Hubris ti je jako ono hindsight item. I kao, posle 10-15 minuta nakon što ga kupiš, možda kažeš da li je bio dobar ili nije. Ovdje. Okej, a jes da ne ode. Šta ja znam, čovjek je besmrtan. Ja se izvinjam. Linces is going to see the chase there, though. A flag and drag, deadly flourish, and Hubris now activated. Poby sends it in with the Realm Mob on top of Fiesta, who doesn't have the egg. And yes, I think he'll die eventually, right? But the whole of Vitality on the way. Poby running away from them. Equalize it down, slowing down Poby. He runs for his life. He's been burned down to a trickle with no HP left remaining. Tempered Fate catches him again. Joška, ne znam kad se menja Mystic Shop. To je Mythic Shop, ne znam. Iskreno, mislim da piše gore, tipa na... Nešto se menja na 7 dana, nešto na 2 nedelje, nešto na fazon jako dugo. A ne znam tačno koliko.
Vitality literally shut the door in Navi's face. They try to make this pick on towards the Jhin, but this magical journey times out right as Karzi gets to its safety. As you can see, Fleshy works through. There's the setup, but as you get the flash, Karzi goes through. Actually, a little bit longer, it stuck around, but they don't want to try and take it because they know that the Vitality are going to just immediately turn it around. Maybe Paris?
Yeah, he is caught and he is going to die. He's got flash, he's slowed. Linces is trying to get it out of him. Flag and drag, there's the dome up in 5. Linces doesn't need to push it. Paris does flash. So Vitality, here comes the next part of their siege with Baron up for another 45 seconds. It's already worked quite a bit of gold for them. Inner turret on the bot side is also going to fall, and all that is left is inhibitor turrets through the map.
And Outer Dragon going to be up just after this Baron buff falls, so Vitality kind of a very clear game plan. Get as much gold as possible on this next push, reset, and go immediately towards that next objective.
Hunker can take up the traps. You see Sam D's damage is not enough, even with 3 items. Vitality open up and let the cannons do the walking. Here comes Fiesta as well, the person that's been the target from over the wall, the zone coming out. Storm down. Vitality just... They're teasing them, they're taunting them, come in.
Terminus je ok. Interesantno, ali ima mi smisla. Iskreno mi ima smisla. Junara, pogotovo što ima malo i hybrid damage-a. Interesantno. Nisam video to, Mato, ali zvuči mi zanimljivo. Ja generalno mislim da Terminus nakon buffa postao giga broken, iskreno. Baš mislim da je postao jak item.
Kazi down an ulti, but as you said, Elder's now up.
Vitality though, couldn't. Oh, actually they will get that inhibitor just off this push, but there we go.
Cataclysm, flag and drag, get Poby as well for Na'Vi. They've been cornered by Lenses, who's just running amok. Redemption down the hill on up. A flag interrupts a Vault Breaker, so Kazi's okay. Cease and desist, but that's another kill going down. Kazi will pick that up and watch the damage come through. A double over...
Iskreno jako clean od Navija na kraju. 30 minuta, 10k. Ok, naknako. Želi KDA. Lepo završio na kraju.
A 6.7k gold lead for Karzi. Vitality stomp Navi in game number 1.
Give us more of that.
Lepo, nema šta. Pogledat ću, baš ću pogledati šta se radi s Junarom. Svako imamo 10 minuta pauze. Tako da... Ostavit ćemo ovo na ekrana. Tu sam ja za 10-ak, idem da vidim šta mi je činiti malo. Vraćam se brzo i onda možda i finalni game dana. Idemo na pauzu.
Karzi was an absolute demon this game, but I really want to shout out Linsas because he had some very smart jungle pathing and he used his individual strong early game to pretty much put Karzi in a winning position. So let's roll the clip. He's playing Jarvan and he's going to abuse the fact that Relic is not warding for this potential jungle invade from himself incredibly well because he's operating from this point on with zero information. We're going to see Relic here pause. This ward is being put right here, and on the other side you have a Karma that is going to be going to the bot lane without this entrance warded at all because she's playing sweeper and she needs this to win the early game. So let's roll the clip again. What Linsas will be doing is he's going to take this blue buff over here and he's going to be looking to cross into this jungle. While it doesn't really matter if Relic would have been... Okay, let's pause again. If Relic is here, started this jungle camp, went into here, Linsas would be finding him at this exact point and he would be forcing him to go into this top side. Now let's play the clip again. He walks into here, knows that Relic didn't start here, wards here and puts himself in a position where he doesn't do this red buff. He wants to do the cracks just in case Relic is walking over here. He doesn't really care. Now, Relic will be walking here, and soon it's going to be disaster. He will see this, and his only counterplay after this, he doesn't even go for this red buff because he knows that Linsas, there is a way for him to go there. Now, Fiesta spots him. Relic has been seen for the whole time, and pause right now. The only way back for Relic was in the game would have been to go for these Raptors. But again, Linsas knows. Linsas knows. You can see him exiting here on the map, and he won't even go for these Raptors because he knows that he doesn't have the time. So let's roll it for the final time. Relic goes for this gamble to put themselves back in the game, while Linsas, as you can see, he is still clearing the jungle camps, doesn't really care what's happening on mid. And from this point on, Relic has been completely shut down, and Linsas will take this lead and control the game and make Karzi become the demon that we have seen earlier.
So much, Odo. He was an absolute demon, and thank you for breaking that down. Yeah, he really got his laners off to a great start. It's really, as a bot laner, it's all you want, right?
As a bot laner, yeah, I mean, as a league player, I think, especially when you're playing against Na'Vi, who seems to be their core, really, is around Relic. So once he got shut down, it looked really rough for them. But as a bot laner, there were a lot of things to like this game. We're both big Karzi fans, especially today.
Don't bandwagon me.
No, but I loved Karzi on the Jhin. I feel like he had so much impact on it. I love the build. I think the fact that he went for the Hubris, I'm a big Hubris fan. I think stacking on Jin makes a ton of sense because you have so much long range that it's so easy to get any sort of assist on any takedowns with the W, with the curtain call, right? And that makes it so easy for him to get stacks this game. He ended this game with like 45 stacks on the Hubris or some absurd amount. And just think about it. That means that the Hubris is giving him 105 AD at the end of this game, right? So he was doing so much damage. I like the old Infinity Edge icon. Throwback.
Yeah.
Well, that's pretty good.
The next step would be for him to go Dark Harvest, but I don't think we're quite ready for that yet. We're not ready for that yet, but that would be crazy.
Yeah, they all agree with it.
It was really popping. He had a crazy game. Usually I'm a Jin hater as well, but the fact that this new itemization with the Hubris, I love the item. Realistically, you don't get a lot of kills in competitive with it. But again, when you get the level 1 and everything your Sigis is being set up for success, completely nullifies the Caitlyn, shuts down the Caitlyn Karma lane, which was what Na'Vi really wanted to go for. It was great.
It was, and just to be clear, you love Jin. You just think often gets mispicked or misused, right?
I mean, I wouldn't say I love Jin.
Wait,
I just think
you love Jin.
the thing is, it's a complicated relationship.
Okay.
Okay, tell us.
I think a lot of people hate Jin, so I feel this need to defend Jin. You know what I mean? Because people see, they're like, oh, Jin does no damage. He can't kill tanks. He has to reload. People say all the time, right? But the thing is that you're not seeing the roots that he's doing, the pressure that he has with the curtain call, the fact that if you're a carry playing in that game, that you know that if you get hit by that W, you're just gonna die. And that's the thing with Jin. I think when you're winning and when you're ahead in the game, he has such a good way of closing out the game because any sort of just a little bit chip damage suddenly turns into a root, turns into a curtain call, and you're dead. And I think that's what Jin does really well, but you just see him sometimes, people are like, oh, but he doesn't do insane DPS on the practice tool dummy.
Yeah.
But it's more than that. There's more to life than that.
You're right, whenever it's in game, yeah.
You know what makes me happy?
What?
Relish losing on Vi.
Why?
Because they will finally stop picking this, because the Na'Vi
team... The new Yike.
It is the new Yike. I mean, Yike went on a complete redemption arc with it, but I just really want them to stop. Come on, man. Relish is the best player on your team. Stop picking this useless early game jungler that completely puts you in the box. You need to carry. You need to be the main star of the team. Just stop picking something that's just so slow, because look at this PGB. 4 Drakes, you're pretty much behind the whole game, and you just want individual power. You saw what Linzas did.
Way to blame the jungler.
But
it is jungle diffy. Pro play League of Legends is jungle diffy.
But are you blaming the jungler or are you blaming the coach? Because we could have a situation, if Na'Vi wants to reverse sweep here in the best of 3. I sat down with Nukeduck and flamed his draft. You can sit down with The Rock and flame his.
I mean,
can flame all the coaches.
I mean, yeah, let's have them win the next 2 games, and then we can bring him, sit on the couch again, and
ask about the buy.
Yeah. So, I think if I'm going to ask you how does Na'Vi get back in this, because again, this is a super, super pivotal series for the playoffs, and Vitality would lock those playoffs if they win this next game. Obviously, a Relish jungler, that's what we want to see, but what else?
I mean, now that the Vi is out, apparently that's all they need, according to nah. But I think the fact that Relish can play more of a carry, I think for sure is the biggest thing that I'm looking forward to. I think the bot lane matchup, and to be honest, the lanes across the board looked pretty good for Na'Vi. I just think with the fact that like Relish was not only on an uncomfortable matchup, but he was put behind. And I think whenever he gets put behind, you see the lanes, they start to falter, bot lane as well. I think it needs to have Paris on something more engaged support that can actually roam and make the difference with Relish.
I would say it's not even about being on the bad matchup in the jungle. It's just about him being forced to play reactive. Come on, just pick something that you're the aggressor, because he can still be the winning jungler, but I just want him to be the one who is proactive and who's warping the game around himself.
And can definitely not be as losing as he was versus Linzas in this game. Will Vitality lock their spot in the playoffs after this next one, or will Na'Vi fight back? We'll find out after the break.
champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
The whole room was howling. Howling? Oh, that's not howling, buddy. That's...
Did you steal the LEC trophy? Okay, you can close it.
They overstep.
No flash, karma, no flash. Yeah, look.
Yeah, no
Karma?
Good.
I can tap the karma. Nice. I locate. No flash. I ult.
We are nothing. Care overall. Looks fine. Looks really good. They're rating.
The hubris, bro. The hubris.
Hubris is popping.
I'm looking in. RJ.
I invite.
Why?
Just go by. Look by.
There is no flash.
Okay. We go by first. Why is there?
Rise there.
Yeah, we can just
Bam. Yeah, the hubris. Yeah, that was a hubris Jin coming into LEC. That was a great debut. As myself and Derek Dag will take you through game two. Navi got... I mean, I'm not going to say steamroll. That's disingenuous to what the game was, because the game started really fun. Like, Poby in the 1v1 was popping. Poby did a lot of work also for top lane too.
Yeah, I mean, Navi kind of got up to maybe a semi-jogging pace before they got steamrolled and the machine got up to them. You know?
Oh my god!
All right, you had some good plays around mid. Mainter, thanks to Poby's help, had some great plays around topside.
Yeah.
And then Navi were like, cool, job's done. And then Vitality just swept over them and took over the game.
Yeah, the job was not done. It indeed was not finished as we get into pick and ban again. It was a lot of fun, game one. Actually, one of the funnest LEC games I think I've seen this year.
Where were you going? Did you try and join the LCK?
No, I just...
Was that what was about to come out of your
I
mouth?
mean, look, I watched a decent amount of LCK. I honestly think that game had... I mean, it was one of the most fun games I've seen in League of Legends this year. Like, it was crazy. Outside of maybe international scope of top 4, that was a lot of fun. Let's see if they can do it again as we get Nocturne ban, we get Syndra ban from Vitality. They're thinking, can we leave Orianna open and take it ourselves?
Yeah, I mean, you still have to ban a Kali as well, but until we see that, I think Orianna probably not going to be taken. But we'll see what the plan is here for the last couple of bans. Either way, I think Vitality very happy if they can get this early jungle control again, because I think Linsys' jungle pathing was really good in the first couple of levels.
True, you were talking about it a lot while we were watching Poby and what was happening through mid. Big emphasis placed on Linsys' Jarvan. What will we get this game as Nautilus is the final ban, as you said.
Evo nas nazad. Game broj 2, ekipa Vitalitija je bila poprilično čisto u prvoj partiji, vidjet ćemo da li će moći to da ponove ili ipak gledamo Navi koji se vraća nazad.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the Ezreal starts to rise up in priority with the way that this draft has gone thus far. Jace also open avail. Oh, sorry, Jace is banned. But yeah, I think that's probably the pick highest up. But Cassiopea's gone. Yeah. Sorry, we're in a very different setup, so trying to like look at where all of my information.
Kako da carrijaš kad svi gube nikako?
There's the Orianna.
Ali to je okej, mislim, postoje određene partije koje samo nisu carryable i to je sasvim okej. Nema tu šta.
Good pairing with the Orianna, but not going to be taken now. Instead, it is the Lucian first pick for Vitality.
So, yeah, the Nautilus, I was like, oh, you probably want to try and play an Enchanter, but I didn't expect the Lucian to be this high priority.
Yeah.
Still, though, Lucian Emilio, more than likely going to be the call here. So I think you can, as Samd, go for the Ezreal. I've seen Caitlyn as kind of one of the answers into it. Maybe the Ashe Seraphine, also something you can try and match for here if you really want to. Yeah, okay, so Ashe Seraphine going to be the response. So you imagine the Emilio then on 2 for Vitality. And then 3, looking towards jungle. Wukong, I think, is semi-high priority, but also you have to be careful of like a Zinzao here for Navi on 3.
Ok, interesantno je još Serafinu Lucijana, zašto znaju da Mel ne može da bude pikana s druge strane. To je poprilično dobro, iskreno.
Navigate the 2v2 lane.
I think you lose so hard if you go for Brom. Yeah, so I think you take the Emilio, right?
Yep.
But so the problem is if you take the Zinzao, you're very lacking in engage. Like especially into like Ashe and Seraphine, that's really hard for Zinzao to really find angles. So you may actually be forced to give the Zinzao across and Navi have the stronger early game through Relech. So maybe you just accept the Wukong and that's your like engage through the jungle.
Right.
And then you can still open up into, hey, Naknako can get a strong pick for himself on that or 5. Same with like, hey, Fiesta still has things like the Ari he can play, like a lot of stuff that he can bring out into the mid lane as well and you're less stressed.
He gets slammed. That's done anyway. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Poby, how do you feel about your Akali these days? Will you play Akali? Okay, he started by hovering Katarina.
Yeah, I think, yeah, Locke or Akali, still fine.
Yeah.
If you're really nervous, you could go for the Galio as well, but I think you're kind of lacking.
Ne, ali to ti je tako, kažem, ako vidiš da si na loose streaku, samo pauziraj, radi nešto drugo, vrati se posle na lol i to je to.
He can only cover so much, right? Oh, Victor, okay.
They still get lane, still get some kind of lane presence. And
yeah, I mean, still has the range to try and outpace the Orianna in the lane. And feels a little bit more, I'd say, like a Poby champion as well. He kind of likes the mages. It does mean, though, like, I think from Vitality side of things, like, the Wukong and those become very strong. So I think Navi do have to try and dissuade some of those picks. I'm also trying to look at, like, maybe even just going for the tank. Like, we've seen Sejuani come out from Linces before.
True.
Skarner also still there if you really want to.
Skarner's a good call out as well. First band's going to be the Wukong we highlighted. They were also thinking about Neferi from what I could see here on the back end, so maybe that could be the next ban to target Linces for these AD junglers. Remember, things like the Lee Sin are also up and available for what it's worth, but got a lot of jungle options. Both these junglers play so much. I was going to say so many, so much. Very nice. They play so many different junglers, and
yeah. I do think you require frontline for Vitality. With like Orianna and Lucian, like you really want something that can set you up. So
samo im treba neki dobar ball delivery ovdje za Orijanu.
Maybe Maokai, but it does
Vaj je uzet, taj Jarvan uzet. Ne znam, iskreno ne znam. Zek. Sejuani. Heretici je Sky bio prvi meč dana.
Vayne top going to be the ban response here from Na'Vi, so they might be going for a tank top and response as well. But just remember that for Mainter, his Cassante is up and available. Nako loves that champ too, though.
Yeah, I think though, Mainter takes Cassante, and you kind of keep the R5 pick here for Nako, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he still has like things like the TF and those kind of things. If he really wants to try and play for range, even something like a Gnar, he could go for. So it's not the end of the world. Olaf obviously still up and available as well, which honestly kind of sick with Emilio and an Orianna to protect him as well. So I think you got options here on Vitality's side.
Let's see though, we mentioned it, Cassante could just get locked in here. Relech also hovering around one of his jungle picks. This is a Relech specialty.
Flex as well.
It is too. And that's technically a flex too.
Yeah, but I can't, like with the Victor already locked in.
It's, yeah, pretty certain we're not getting, you know.
There's the Olaf that we were talking about though. So Na'Vi, they're just going to take it, yeah. So you're just going to try and lock down that control on the top side and make things difficult for Nako. So we've seen from Zeus over in the LCK, Camille work very well. Jax, Kled are also the two other options that we've seen. So I think Nako still has a lot that he can try and play with. A Camille Orianna combo, kind of nice if you want to try and go for that as well, I will say, for Vitality. Especially if you are going to go for the Sejuani here for Linces. I think you got a kind of all-round comp. But there's the...
It's Linces. Yeah, no, he doesn't want to take Dagda, you know. He just wants another form to carry the ball on. And now we get top. What are you going to run into Olaf? The Zahen matchup...
Ne znam što dobio Olafa, iskreno.
Yeah, Zahen is not strong enough in the early game.
Nemam ideju što dobio Olafa.
So if this gets locked in, Nako is just going to throw...
It's a bit of an ego, I think.
It's the Hail Mary, isn't it?
Jeez.
What's it going to be? Aatrox?
Ooh.
Aatrox?
Čo ne znam kako radi, iskreno. Nemam pojma.
Interesting.
Yeah. I don't think it's strong enough to beat the all-in from the Olaf, especially as like so much of Aatrox is trying to lock people down without the sweep spots of the Infernal Chains. So I think this all-in from Na'Vi with the Olaf top lane is going to be difficult for Nako to keep control of. This feels a little ego. Like I would have preferred like the Jax Kled or the Camille we were talking about.
God, I haven't seen that champion in so long. It's not going to get locked in. We get the Xin Zhao. I mean, that would be surprising. What a twister for game number 2. But we get the Zins out we talked about instead. And as you said, you know, bit of concerns with top. Bit of concerns with the fact that Vitality do not have that face-checking tank that we kind of wanted to set up with Ball, with the fact that Lucian Miller is on the comp. Na'Vi have the ability to just run through them. And remember, you have an Olaf who can just blitz through the comp. He doesn't have to worry about a tank this game.
Yeah, and he's got, you know, nice little Seraphine ult over the top of him, and Ashar over the top of it. Yeah, this...
ne boli da se neke informacije, večeras bi trebali mislim, zna se većina, ne znam točno šta te zanima. Ali u suštini, ja se nadam da bi večeras trebale informacije da, to je sajt da bude live, prijeve su već spremne, samo čekam ja da ih postujem, jer hoću sajt da bude gotov. Tako da čim sajt bude gotov, ja vam delim prijave, to na mom streamu, ja se nadam večeras. I u suštini to je to. Kvalifikacije su 29. avgusta, a LAN je polovinom septembra. Sad ne znam šta još ima da nisi čuo. Mislim, ja sam pričao svašta o turniru, tako da ne znam koji deo tačno.
It'll be all theirs. Game 2, 3-3 for Na'Vi, 4-2 for Vitality, as Vitality pulled out one of the most entertaining games in Game 1. I want to see fighting again. And you know what? We have an Olaf, we have Ash Seraphine, Dagda, I see on the other side of the rift, we have Snowbally champions. I think fighting is on the menu. Meat is back on the menu, boys.
Yeah, especially because, like, I'm trying to think at what point of the game Linces wants to press or R, because my God, you're going into Zinzao and you're going into Olaf. I'm like, if the Orianna tries to ult on top of that combo, which is kind of your like traditional combo, I don't think you win that afterwards. I think it's an immediate W and try to run away as quick as you can as the Nefiri.
Well, I think that Nefiri is going to be entertaining anyway, because especially we talked about it, the jungle statistics, or at least how Linces plays his jungle, was our topic of conversation in Game 1. Fiesta versus Poby, again, round 2 after Game 1 was very Poby favored in the lane. He's playing Victor, a lane-dominated champion who can play with his range. I think we might get some similarities here as Paris and Sam D already step up. With Blake, Kazi and Fleshy are getting bullied out already, as you'd expect from this lane, as level 2 going to be hit first by Sam D and Paris.
So Linz is moving down to match the clear from Relech. So should be here to try and cover his own bot side jungle. But you do have push already set up for Poby in mid. So Linz is trying to very quickly get through his own camps. Is a little bit quicker ahead of Relech, so maybe won't be under too much pressure in the early stages, or at least in this first clear. But I do think this is where Navi can kind of play their style, which is have Paris move around with Relech, have a very strong combo in an Enchanter plus Zinzao, and hope that they can win out through that jungle support.
As per the standard of Na'Vi. Quick reminder, we've been talking a lot to you about stakes. I want to bring that to the fruition and the forefront once again. Na'Vi, this is what they got left on the docket. It's a Fnatic, it's a GX. That's why this series is so damn important. Sitting 3-3, 3 is not enough to get into playoffs. Even 4 is going to be a bit risk. I was going to say risky first. No, it's risky considering how the middle of the pack's going right now. As this plating goes down, just note that's what they're left with. It's a dangerous run here for Na'Vi to get into playoffs.
Yeah, especially since they haven't been able to take a scalp off of any of the really top teams, right? It's Shifters, SK, Heretics that they've been able to beat, but coming up against Vitality in the last game hasn't filled me with much confidence for Na'Vi. So I think this is where we really need to try and see them turn around. As sorry, I spotted Mainter is taking the next wave under the tier 2 tower. That man is so
Poby baš lepo laneuje za sad u Fiestu. Baš lepo laneuje. Ne, nebitno je dakle su igrači, jako je bitna stvar, pošto je LAN finale u Beogradu, morate doći na LAN finale. Tako da to je bitna stvar. Tako da u teoriji, tako je, u teoriji igrači mogu biti iz Australije. Sad da li se nekom iz Australije isplati da dođu u Srbiju, znaš. Verovatno ne. Tako da, to ti je jedini faktor o kome trebaš da razmišljaš. Lani u Beogradu, u Beograd moraju doći svi igrači. Ako niste sposobni da dođete, onda neka druga ekipa uleće. Kotezacija nema i rank restrikcija nema. Free for all sam stavio namjerno da bude, da bi kogod žele može se prijavi, da učestvuje, da se zabavi, da igra. Tako da ne postoje kotezacija, ne postoji restrikcija, ništa. Znači kogod želi može da se prijavi, da igra, da se zabavi, ali kažem, top 4 moraju doći u Beograd. Kapiram da je dobro da bar imate jednog čoveka iz Beograda, pa da kod njega možete prespavati ili šta god ako dolazite van Beograda, jer u suprotnom samo ne zavisi koji budete, da li će vam se troškovi vratiti. Mislim, price pool je veliki, svakako, tako da zavisi. Tako je, da, mislim, bit će sigurno hajlo igrača, neće biti lako doći na LAN, to je 100%. Ja iskreno da čekam da pustim kvalifikacije da vidim ko će se sve prijaviti.
Yeah, so...
Oh, he didn't finish blue!
Oh, hang on a second. Was it actually that he'd...
It was 16 HP or something, right? What was HP?
Hang on, I need to change my vision 1 second.
Now, you guys can't see it. I'll give you the play-by-play of the replay. Hang on, give me a second. Get that mouse in there.
So
what happened? So he tagged it and he thought he finished it?
So I think, yeah, he was expecting it to kind of finish up here, maybe have another Q in a second, but yeah, the blue buff just never went down. So Zinzao went to Win Becomes Lightning, the Nefiri, killed the blue buff, and then got the crab as well.
I think he used Dark and Dagger. The dogs were obviously attacking blue, but then they changed aggro, Dark and Dagger onto the scuttle.
Yeah.
And then obviously Jungle Pet didn't finish it off. Very weak in this early part of the game. That's a major mistake, guys. Go rewind. You're on YouTube. Do that. You know how to do it. We're about to get back into game. I don't know what the pause was, but it looks like we are jumping back in. No, we're not. No, we're in a pause. Actually, our production crew was going to show you. Guys, you're
10
so
HP.
nice to us.
10 HP on the blue buff.
That is, yeah, the observers are just having a look now as well. You can all do it at home as well while you're waiting, but that was unreal. That was huge. There's a reported bug apparently. There's a potential bug.
Čiji draft je bolji?
So Vitality have reported a potential bug.
A što je najjače, ne znam, oba drafta mi se kinda sviđaju. Iskreno. Oba drafta su nekako solidna i stabilna, tako da, ne znam, ja lično obožavam Viktora, meni je Viktor jedan od omiljenih mageeva trenutno, ali mislim su oba drafta dobra. Solo Q večeras, da, odigrat ću, ostreamovat ću večeras.
And as Linces then goes to blue buff, he's a level down, but this win becomes lightning that Relech was trying
Igrat ćemo kad dođe na live servere, kada rank bude imao smisla.
Actually ends up stealing the blue buff, and then he gets the crab after. So that is getting away with murder for Relech. That is crazy.
I saw gold pop up above Linces.
Kako mogu da streamujem TFT ako mi ne radi internet?
Maybe it was just my old man eyes. But yeah, I mean, again, you're right. They have to report it in the moment. We're not going to speculate anymore. Obviously, the bottom of your screen, that's a potential bug. You know what's going on. We can update you when we understand what it is.
Ništa, čekamo bugovi da prođu. Dok to ne reše, nema gema. Nemoj sad tebi da zalaguje na pola tvoje partije.
But I do think, like, for Navi, this is the best possible position for you to be in.
Yep.
Like, you are so good at trying to play through Relech as Navi, and now he has an incredibly strong early game lead. He's going to be in a position where he can try and, like, he's going to clear both of his top camps and then move into the bottom side of the map. You have good poke and good push already on this bottom lane. So you could actually try and re-invade onto Linces, who should be a level down, start to steal away camps and put this Neferi even further behind. Or you could even, if you get some really good trades as Samdi and Paris, look for a potential dive as well. Like, there is a ton of options here for Navi, but I think the re-invade is more than likely going to be the one that they go for and just make things incredibly uncomfortable for Linces now.
We're just getting confirmation. I am seeing ready checks being conducted. Bottom of your screen. I'll get you an update, official speak on what exactly that was. So obviously you guys at home want to know what we've been waiting for. And as soon as I have that for you, I'll pass that information on. But if ready checks are being conducted, it looks like nothing's going to be done about it. And something has already been conveyed.
Useless pauza, okay.
I've never seen, like, that was the biggest backfire in jungle camp history, I feel like. Or at least recently.
Yeah.
That sucked so much. That was game-breaking. You lose blue and scuttle in one stroke.
Yeah, I'm assuming you thought that the dogs would have, like, one more auto attack.
Must have been,
and that would have just
or the pet
down. But
you got so many animals around blue buff. Someone just hit it.
Yeah, but the pet only does 2 ticks after you've damaged it, right?
That's right.
It would have got, like, if the dog had hit it, he would have got an extra tick then.
True.
But, yeah, just barely leaving it on enough.
All right, well.
Sorry, Fleshy's saying Maynter so serious.
We've got dialogue. Vitality are getting into their heads. Relech, tell me. Never mind, actually. Okay, Linces, why are we typing? Okay, so here is the official speak. League officials have reviewed the footage and deemed this is not a bug.
Tako je.
I don't know what is not a bug. We're going to resume.
Šta god je bilo, bug nije bug, samo si igrači žale, vole to tako.
So it was the report that the jungle pet didn't finish off the blue buff, but as Dagda also said, and as I've been told by production, that is intended. Two auto attacks from the jungle pet. They had already concluded. And so league officials have
Ovo je, recimo, ja bi zove fajnovo igrača. Znači, on je pauzirao zašto ne zna mehanike Vuka u džungli. Ili ti peta u džungli. Ili je pauzirao official game i mi čekamo 10 minuta jer on ne zna da jungle pet napadne 2 puta i onda prestane da napada. I kaže bug je i u officialu se pauzira game. Znači, meni to fajn, odmah.
this is where it gets really dangerous now for...
Ti igrači malo previše olako shvataju pauze, ako mene pitate.
To get an early lead in the hopes that he could be an all-in threat and have the backup from...
Ili da bude ko u tenisu, ono možeš challenge-eš 2 put. Recimo u LoLu 2 put da pauziraš i onda više nemaš pravo na pauzu. Pa ti koristi pauzu na šta hoćeš. Ako hoćeš na tvoju grešku, na tvoju grešku. Pauziraš 2 put, 3. put ugasi ti se monitor unlucky. Imaš 2 pauze po gameu. Ali ako pauziraš zbog pravog razloga, onda ti je okej, onda se pauza ne računa.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Relech didn't try and play around this bot lane right now, even just here, trying to look for invade on the respawning camps. But Lince is already in position to pick those up.
Relech going to be spotted out at the very least, or at least by Lince's in river, where the scene of the crime happened before. Ward down, and maybe even Dragon Start, Wind becomes Lightning, going to kick it off. And look, Relech has Crescent Guard. Lince doesn't have much. He's going to try and get behind him, but he's spotted out by Poby, who just zones him out.
Yeah, so Lince is going to have to go with his tail tucked between his legs. Should be able to get the crab on the top side at least, which will even up some of the jungle difference. But yeah, this is Navi playing exactly their game plan, making sure they're keeping up the threat on towards Vitality. And Naknako actually getting a nice wave pull there on the top side to set up a little bit of a freeze for himself. So maybe Lince can try and make something here, but yeah, Mainter going to be a little while before he gets back up to there. It's that top lane, and that wave will probably start to die before it does.
Mainter does have the boots to get there quick. I mean, Tabi as well against the Aatrox is going to feel nice. I was looking up solo queue win rates going into this as well, and surprisingly, Aatrox actually holds the edge. And again, it's not a matchup I'm going to come out here and say I'm super familiar with.
Dobro, mislim, Aatrox kapiram ako se nafida dovoljno, može da heala dobru dozu damage-a. Pa bar da preživi Olafa dovoljno dugo, to mi ima smisla.
The edge of the wall wasn't a very good hawk shot by Sam D. Doesn't really give much information at all.
I mean, I think you can assume on Navi where Lince is. Because it's like, oh, well, we looked at the bot lane, all the camps have been cleared. We already knew that Lince was clearing top 2 bottom because I stole his blue by accident. So you can basically assume that Lince is going to be on the top side jungle. But I do want to see what like Relech actually turn up the heat. Because right now, sure, he's like full clearing and has a little bit of an advantage, but I want to see him turn that into...
Poby, Hound's pursuit, all in, Poby without a turret, waiting for the W flash out instead from Lince's. Relech comes in and Fiesta's a dead man walking, Wind becomes Lightning, no way to stop Relech. Audacious Charge held, 3 Talon Strike, goes in, gets the flash anyway.
Well, Audacious Charge was used to just get into the lane, so Relech didn't actually have that up and available to try and close the gap. So flash for flash, or sorry, flash burnt there by Fiesta, but still, Poby had to burn his in response, so now 3 summoner spells burnt in that last engage, and it's only Relech who holds his.
Undertow connects, the poke from Olaf, the most important bit. Undertow picked up, next one coming in, Reckless swing down, and the second Q not going to connect. Naknako walks back in, gets some healing. Talk about those micro trades as we look elsewhere, and we're going to speak about trades. It's going better here for the bottom lane of Na'Vi. Sam D is already 6, but Kazi just reached there as well. Culling now available. Cozy Campfire, a necessity is Vitality's
Znaš što najče od svega Navi već vodi 1000 golda. Koliko će im to značiti, kažem opet, fore što na botu Lucio je neko teško lane u Ashe, jer je full range outmatchovan. On će kasnije imati potencijala da shota Ashe iz jednog kombo, ali prvih nekoliko levela i sama laning faza jako, jako teško.
And then take the red buff that he left available for himself on the top side.
By the way, Dagda, that blue buff, that one was intentional.
Yes.
He, you know, this time he thought, look, I'll go back and I've got a timer on this now. So, good steal from Relech. Level up still. Grub started. Smite from Linces. Kazi here to defend as he rotates to top. It's going to be moving from Sam D. Without arrow for now, Linces, is he getting greedy? No, he can just levitate his way out over the back of the wall. Excuse me. And Grubs are going to be taken by 2. Here is Demonic Ascension top. Maintenance still has ulti, he's just walking out. Arrow comes through, Fiesta's caught out, he has no flash, he's just going to die. Gravity Fuel going to get the stun, Chaos Storm as well. Stepping up. Bit of a mistake here from Fiesta as Pabi gets the plating. Poby.
Yeah, Fiesta getting caught out. Navi rotating well. Sam D moving mid instead of top to match the 2v2. Actually finding that play in the mid lane. So nicely done by Navi. Mainter even popping the ghost just to escape away from the all-in potential from Vitality as well. As Sam D matches Naknako, which should be fine.
Sam D has no arrow. Naknako always the threat of being chased, isn't it, as an Aatrox without that E? As for now, that's just the way lane's going to stay. Nuck goes into Fog of War.
Paris has level 6 in top lane, though. The main tier could look for the chase down. No Ghost makes it a little bit more difficult against Karzi, but you have to be careful in case one of those undertows lands. Lince is though still full clearing.
Lech is coming up. He's on a ward. Kazi Fleshy giving a bit of respect. Breath of Light is available for a stun. Nothing there as Nuck looking for the all-in. SamD steps up. He has flash available. When is he going to burn? And he gets autoed down. Holds his ground for now. Nuck is out of steam. SamD steps on up. Nuck there and walking back in. You have flash. SamD, that is egregious.
Ovo je baš čudno. A ne znaš šta je sad i Kerima? Cijel dan uleću samo u smrt. Baš nema, mislim, ne znam.
And therefore, it's the double-edged sword of no one flashed, and he just died.
But why walk up again?
You know what, Dagda? When I have an answer for you, I'll give it to you.
All right, we'll go back into the annals of history to figure out what the hell happened at bottom lane. But still, I mean, for Vitality, sick. Nako now 300 gold in the lead. Thanks to that kill. Going to go back up against Mainter. Yeah.
So, Navi going to open up mid a little bit, get a bit of plating for themselves. They need a bit of gold because there was a whoopsie somewhere else on the map. SamD is still up in gold, by the way, despite said whoopsie. The Dragon's up, and Relech has power. I'll take Cyclist, all picked up by Linces, though. And to be fair, Linces, I mean, he is almost 30 CS down, as he probably should be after losing that blue buff in that way. He's now setting up on top of Paris. Dark and Blades are coming out.
Vuče, ja se nadam da bi večeras trebalo da bude gotovo. Čekam i ja sajt da bude gotov. Mislim, gotov je sajt u suštini, samo neke male korekcije treba se urade na sajtu i onda puštam link, tako da, kažem, nadam se da će do mog streama večeras biti spremno.
Steal will be so difficult here.
He's going to try. No, he's not. Surely not. He gets poked out, he eviscerates out. Fleshy's a bit deep in this lane, but it's a mega fire kick against SamD, so that Arrow wouldn't find a chase.
Mainter went for a reset in the top side, though, so Nako at least getting the plate for himself just in the 1v1. Gonna be nice, because he may be the only saving grace in this game for Vitality. Navi already at 2 dragons. You've got full control over bot side. And Lince is just slowly falling behind because he's okay. While he didn't like get the dragon steal, he also wasn't farming in that time either, right? There was his wolves camp up, could have gone back towards that, in towards the top side of the map, and maybe then played around Nako on this timer. But instead, you're kind of just wasting time.
And the clear is only going to pass. I mean, Relech has a Titanic Hydra, so still being very quick as Kazi doing a bit of damage, kind of has to dart in. Essence Reaver now picked up as Linces, what an angle. SamD up in the wave. Kazi gets a trading off as well. He's rooted down. Fleshy steps on up, mega fire kick, now down, and Linces, he's trying to wait for them to walk
forward. That root might have just saved SamD though, because the culling would have been able to come in afterwards, and I think that would have been SamD's health bar. There it is though.
It's going to be Paris.
Šefe, sajt se sam inače pravi. Sajt radi neko zaposlen u firmi koja radi. Je baš pick and choose situacija.
Vitality get 2, no one dies, nice dive.
It's a race to escape though. Zinzao, Victor on the way. Vitality need to get out, but Karzi, he never got the memo. He's sticking around for the plate, and Relech sees it.
He did flash for that. Karzi knew he was dead. He's going to buy some time, and Fleshy gets out with his flash as well. So it is 1 for 2 in the end. But the dive puts a bit of gold back on Vitality.
Just nice job by Linces. So forgoes the Crud camp, says, nah, I don't care about farming. I need to actually make some big impactful plays. So instead of moving towards his top side, immediately moves boss. Karzi gets some good trades alongside.
Počeli su komarci da me napadaju iz nekog razloga. Ne znam što se događa.
Ultimate, great. Gets the heal, allows Linces just enough time to get that W off.
I dakle komarci u sobi, ali ajde. Neka slobodno ti, ne smetam meni, tamam posla.
After coming out of the CC, allowed Linces to stay alive. Still down in gold, but 1 kill now picked up. Linces bridging the gap just a little bit. 1.5k lead still for Na'Vi. And they've got double dragons in this game, Dagda, so it's not like that dive has completely ruined their game, but we're now seeing some angles of how Vitality can try speed things up again.
Yeah, I mean, Linces is still very behind, like 2 levels down on Relech, like 1.5 realistically. But I do think this is where, okay, we've now got an more even state in the bot lane with both AD carries hitting 1 items. And we still have Nak who'll have TP for the Rift Herald in 30 seconds. So I think this is where Vitality may try and just full send it in the hopes they can bring this game back from the brink.
I dalje Vitality ne gubi dovoljno da mislim da je ovaj game full lost. Mislim, Lucian je vratio full. Malo li ide u džungli, nebitno. Malo li ide na midu. Mislim, Doran's ring lead, ništa strašno. Ne gubi još Vitality toliko koliko misle casteri da Vitality gubi ovdje.
Keeping constant pressure in this top side, and with push in mid and top now, Navi going to start up this Rift Herald, so good position here from Navi.
They hold priority first, 4 members around the Herald as it begins. Lince is walking in for a bit of information. The poke not landing from Navi, shielding from Fleshy. Relech gets tagged out, but it won't matter too much. Dark and Dagger is not doing a work of damage, a lick rather, and it is Herald over to Navi, still good enough early game. It's just the goal. It's just the goal that's creeping up on them is the only thing I'd be concerned about.
Yeah, basically, so Vitality there were saying, hey, look, can we look for the TP? Nak got backed away from bot. Mainter started his reset because Mainter hasn't actually finished his full item yet. Had enough now, as you can see, just on that full reset there. So there was a little bit of a timing window where Vitality were hoping they could teleport in before Mainter could join, but they just couldn't get good TP wards. They couldn't get the...
Dobro, da, mislim da svako to što kaže Mita. Mislim, dobro, realno, što bi se on cimo s tim, ali da...
And now are in a position to really turn up the heat. Like, first item here for Mainter and a Ghost. Like, they've also again interrupted Nako's reset, so Mainter going to get some good terror plates here.
Fiesta today, sorry ladies and gentlemen, not the best day, as Fiesta is swapping places with Nako, holding that way for the time being. As Relech going to drop the Herald, put a bit of pace on this next dragon. 3rd dragon, an Infernal Soul. Navi might have this one in the bag, and even mid-turret to go with it as well. All the pressure on Vitality to stop it.
Nako's chased Team Mainter through his own jungle, foregoing the entire wave that just died to the tower. Trying to match Mainter, it feels like, for a potential play in the tier 2. But I think Navi just happy now to back away. That's 2 waves that Nako's losing to that top tower.
Is indeed, and Mainter has full information, so he's just cornering off. Nako needing to walk the longest way around to get to that said wave, and Dragon's now up. Navi have done this push and pull, and 3rd dragon going to be contested here. See what Linces can do again, still 2 levels behind.
This might be the full send and hope for steal. But yeah, Navi, like, they are so strong. Vitality can't even enter river.
Viscerate to get to the left-hand side. Kazi and Fleshy come from the top of the river. 4K already for Dragon. Relech is strong. Wind becomes lightning, doesn't connect. Cozy can't fire, giving sustain, but Vitality need a way to walk in. Again, the problem with no tank is how do they do it? The kick is out. The steal is there. Lincoln the game down somehow.
On živi u glavi. Ovo je fajn, samo da izvuku. Nebitno je, Flash nije trebao flashove. Sve ostalo je fajn, samo trebaju da beže. Atrox je na topu, ovo je insane za Vitality. Ovo je free kula za Naka, 3 wave-a free za Naka i još su uzeli Zmaja. Da bi izgubio supporta savršeno. To je insane trade za Vitality.
Was clutch, and especially the fact that only Fleshy went down is a bloody miracle. Fully convinced that Linces was about to die to Poby's damage on the corner here, but it's just not the case. So Arrow hits on the Karzi, there's the immediate cleanse. There's the Linces hopping over the wall, but I thought he'd die here. But Fleshy gives his life to make sure that Linces can survive. And with that, there's just not enough from the Olaf.
And as it says below, this was a title fight from Vitality to stay in the game.
Yeah.
That's why subtitly we needed to see Navi find that 3rd dragon, but it was a steal. It was a 1-for-0. W production, thank you for that.
What if they just misspelled subtle? And then, like, it's a subtle win.
It was a subtle win.
Yeah.
True. That could have been it. We've got to decode this. We're going to have to talk to production. What was the meaning behind that? Now, Naka got solo gold. He's 400 up. He has Eclipse. He's going to feel good. I think this game is more precarious than a blue buff scuttle steal that early on would convey. However, Relech hasn't taken his foot off the pedal, so props to Relech.
Fiesta needs to run.
How does he get out of here, Dagda? You tell me. Audacious charge in.
By going back to base dead?
He's dead. Yes, he is.
Yeah.
That is a good way. Best former CC is death. Best former anti-CC is death as well.
True, they can't CC you if you're dead.
That's
you're not
right.
Wrong.
What are they going to do? You're dead. 30 seconds, you don't have to be on someone's roof. Smart.
I mean, nice play from Navi, and I think a bit of a whoopsie there from Vitality. Like Fiesta being left on his own, and again, Fleshy can't really move over to cover the downside of the Melio. So a nice punish from Navi. They're still keeping up pressure, and Aatrox's on a position to kind of go for the cross map. So for Navi, pushing in mid now, going to be the call. Try and get some vision on this top side. And honestly, I think just full sending for Baron is completely fine.
Yeah.
You have so much damage on this Navi lineup. The shields from Paris will keep everyone healthy.
Žuti, pa lagan. Malo haos. Vremenski. Verovatno ću morati ovih dana umjer da vadim, pa moram da vidim kad ću to da radim, jer onda ću dan, dva, neću moći kastujem, verovatno. Tako da gledam verovatno sljedeće nedelje tamo, posle IBL-a. Možda sljedeći petak. Pa ću onda na lecu manje više da chillam samo i to je to.
Arrived at the scene, the slow down, the gravity field, the flash away. Knuck goes out for now. Poby over the wall, tries to get a bit more animation, and
there's the Baron.
Ali mimo toga, da, ono, chillam.
Vitality though.
Yeah. You just saw two people on the bot side. The tower still goes down. Vitality though, the bluff is called.
And they've been
Navi gonna be able to push them away.
I guess Sam D pressed E, which costs no mana, and that was just the easy way to spot it.
Yeah, I like the call from Vitality though. Just like, hey, if we're seeing both solo laners in the bottom side and they've just invested their TPs, that could be the play. Like, let's see. Unfortunately though, their turn isn't that great, especially with Linces this far behind. So can't really turn onto the 3v4.
Boy. So Culling is now down, so is Arrow. Here comes Mainta's turn, 1v2, that's what he's got to do. Poby's on the way, Shockwave comes in before Mainta presses that ulti. He's going to go Ragnarok now, but the call of the pack flies its mark. Mainta close to burning down. The dogs, though, have lost interest. The double Dark and Dagger hit, and Mainta doesn't die.
Still though, Navi starting to cause a couple of issues here where they don't really get to play on bots. You're now getting pushed back on top. They want to counterpunch.
Lin says, you can't park there, mate. He's going to press W. He's got more dogs with him, but Navi really want this top turret. The last of their outer yet to go.
Yeah, Navi were kind of waiting on a mate there, but unfortunately they just weren't there quick enough. Still should get the top tower though on this next wave. Yeah, Navi just a little slow on the sides.
I'm sorry, I'm just waiting for a mate. He's on the curb. You been driving? No. But you're in the driver's seat. No, I'm not. Guys, go look up while I'm waiting for a mate. What a banger. Sorry, guys, too unfocused on the game. 10 seconds till Dragon. I don't want a Reddit thread about me as Vitality. They're coming into contest, and it feels like they have to. Last time, Linces stole that Dragon. And on a whim, he's going to try and get back in again as Vitality are like, yeah, let's try.
Yeah, Vitality in a decent spot though. They've already got in towards River. The way they really want to try and play these fights is again look for like choke points, but Relech is just full sending before Vitality kinda in position.
This is the target. Engage there, knock up. Linces can't move over the wall. Relech gets Infernal Chains back, but the arrow misses. Knuck not going to walk into that arcane gravity field. Navi start up the Dragon regardless. Relech going to take the lettuce from River and heal back up.
Vitality gave so much space as they tried to get mid-wave though, and now they can't really retake. Knuck goes in, but this is so risky.
Fiesta, ball control, Relech gets in.
Ok, promašio Fiestu.
Navi send it all in. Fleshy flashes over the wall.
Olaf je iskajtovan i sad možda mogu turn da traže. Shockwave useless. Mislim da je Vitality ovo odigrao ok. Poby ima 0 mane, sad mogu forsiraju Drakea. Hvala ti žuti. Karzi je primio previše damage. Ovo je grifaju. Navi dobija. Vitality izrifao previše ovdje.
In the war of attrition, it's Navi who comes out on top. Vitality were hoping the cozy campfire would keep them alive, but it turns into a forest fire in River. And Na'Vi absolutely butchered Vitality where they stand.
Well played, Na'Vi. They had the early game building blocks, and it's good to see that they've built a beautiful, complex structure for this game number 2.
So Vitality end up giving a ton of space to Na'Vi, so they just immediately turn on towards Fiesta. And Fiesta wants to try and find that big ultimate, but just doesn't really end up in position to go for it. Even as Mentor runs out of the Ragnarok, it's a similar story for Naknako on the side of this. The damage from the Shockwave doesn't hit because Relech has the Crescent Guard running, and now Vitality, they try to turn on to Poby, who doesn't have any mana, but he ends up flashing away, and this Seraphine value is getting so high as they're just consistently healing up throughout.
Did you see that fight? Linces has his call of the pack, his ulti available. He's looking for Poby. He can't get in range. And so the Nefiri looks even more useless than the early game has been so far. And Vitality now down 6,000 plus some. We come back to live, 6.5. Na'Vi looking to take this into a game number 3. And in such an important series, Vitality have been caught out and slowed down. Relech now finding his ulti. Lince is going to press his W, but how far can he survive? Walks back as the siege continues with Baron buff at the hand of Na'Vi.
Sieging is kind of nice for Na'Vi here. The amount of poke that they have, plus the long-range poke coming through from Sam D is going to be very simple for them.
Arrow flies in, hits Fleshy. Poke after poke. Hitting Naknako as well. Cozy Campfire will help, but he dodges away from it.
Iść Karzi. Ih, Karzi.
There's the Arcane Storm culling as well. Paris almost died in the interim between that blade.
Pa Na'Vi je 7000 stvarno ne bi trebali budu u velikom problemu ovdje.
And even though Vitality got close to taking down Paris, it won't matter. Turret goes down regardless.
Jedino su izintali. Izgubili su jednog Drake koga nisu trebali, bili bi Infernal Soul i to je to. Ovako moraju malkice čekaju, ali dobro, nije strašno.
It's just out of range as Paris won't get the job done, but maybe Relech will. His angle going to catapult him for the rest of the play. Wind becomes lightning, setting up. Nice kick there from Fleshy. But Na'Vi have already done the dirty work. Again, Lince's Naknako dead for 30 seconds. This base is going to die.
The base is going to be ripped to shreds here. And I think that missed combo from Vitality kind of summing up this game as Karzi falls. And they may just look for the Nexus turrets out for that.
Well, the thing you can say about both junglers is with a lead, they definitely won't drop it. Linces and Relech, bloodthirsty as it gets here in the LEC. And Relech will take that double steal early game to net a game number 3. Na'Vi bringing class into the series versus Vitality. And Relech will smack Linces into the ground and show us who the boss is.
Interesantno, iskreno. Mislim, dobro, ajde, i prvi game je bio pun grešaka, tako da ove dvije ekipe su sigurno malo bolje nego ono što smo gledali na početku, tako da 1-1 će biti skor. Mi ćemo gledati game broj 3, pogotovo nakon ove prve serije emisija dobro dođe. 10 minuta pauzica i tu smo za game broj 3.
Indeed, still a game to play, of course, for Na'Vi, but very convincing here. I do want to ask you about the early sequence. You end up getting double crab and the blue buff. There was a pause. What happened from your perspective?
I think Linkas knew that he cannot get crab, so he wanted to cheese both crab, but blue was 10 HP, so it's really unlucky for him. With my ward, I saw the blue. Oh, I the blue, but his cam, like his jungle item, didn't finish crab as well, and I get crab as well. And I got top crab as well. I instantly said to my team, guys, I will 1v9 this game. Just don't in, just trust me. This game is already over, and it was. And kind of stomped them. It's pretty good.
That's true. You kind of stomped them. You can join your team because you have another game, of course. Congratulations, Rilek, for this one. He just said it. Yeah, he had to stomp it after that.
Isn't it is the crazy Jack Spectra that when you play jungle, if you take one camp, you win the game. But when you play normal laning phase, if you deny enemy cannon, it just doesn't matter.
To be fair, though, it was such a strong mental gap that the enemy jungler paused for 5 minutes and had to like to cope with it. You know, like that was tough. And
I mean, it was tilting. I would pause as well.
Yeah,
because
I was super tilted.
Something looked wrong. You know,
it's
why
really
did the blue buff not die?
So
you got the wolves, you got the pet.
But this is peak jungle arrogance, because at any point now, he also got 60 gold from somewhere. But
that's the part I don't understand.
Yeah, where's the gold coming from?
It's a Christmas miracle. It's just, but that's just peak jungle arrogance. Because me as a noob, when I play jungle and I see my buff resetting or whatever camp not getting lasted by the pet, I'm like, oh, I'm just bad. I'm new to the role and stuff.
Yeah.
But when you're getting exposed to it every single day, sometimes you need to kind of take the small L to make sure that such a thing cannot happen.
But on the other side from Milesh, he did foresee it, right? He was like, okay, he did get unlucky, but I did know exactly what to do, so I did get the blue, and then I got the double crab, even though he was unlucky. You take this gift that we were talking about it, and I'm like, oh, it's not deserved, but like it is deserved because he took that lead and he ran with it.
Yeah,
man.
I mean, he knew that the only way Linces could get the crab would be trying to like do crab and blue buff at the same time, rush it really fast, because otherwise Reledge wins the 1v1, has the prior in bot lane. And I think Reledge, we talked about it after game 1. Don't put him on Vi, don't put him on some Skarner, don't put him on any of this stupid stuff. Put him on real champions. Put him on the Pantheon, put him on the Xin Sao, put him on the Zahen, put him on champions that can fight. And you get this.
You asked for it and you got it, right? Linces aided him a little bit. No matter what, I don't know what the perspective is here, actually. But who knows? But tell me about the rest of the game from Navi then, because there were moments for Vitality, right? That dragon that still got stolen was quite impressive, but the gold lead was ballooning out of control.
It's just so tough because you do have this sort of comp where when you go Lucian Milio and you want the Nafiri to be kind of the game warping pick where you're just following, you're just providing, you're just being a sidekick to that Nafiri. The moment it falls behind, you just don't really have a lot of avenues to play the game because you had the Aatrox in the top lane, you had the Orianna mid. Who is the person who's gonna start fights for you? Who's the person who will start the skirmish or when they notice a numbers advantage, pull the trigger and give you a window back in the game? It's not, because the way this draft was being made from the side of Vitality was that the Nafiri will be the signature pick for you. The Nafiri will be the champion that is going to be carrying the game for you. And
camera gag.
It was really funny. It was really funny. But it's kind of like you get the camera guy incident where it just spawns in front of you and you have no way to get it out until someone else presses the button for you. But in this game, you have no one else to press the buttons
I
for
think
you.
it was deja vu from game 1.
Yeah.
Where it's like Vitality had the steamrolling jungler and they could just play everywhere. And it felt like in this case, Navi had that. And you saw that Linces was trying to go for plays, but when you're behind on the Nafiri, you're not that scary. The assassin is not going to assassinate if you don't have the damage. And I think, as you said, Odo, the fact that their team comp had such little CC, it meant that when Linces didn't have that kill threat, then you don't have anything else to rely on.
On top of that, Lucian haters rejoice. He
Another
lost
champion I think is overhated. Lucian.
Why?
It's
because
good.
The thing is, it's just a skill diff most of the time. Like, okay, this game, not so much. This game, but okay, put any ADC this game. What does he do?
Yeah.
That's what I mean, okay? I think just people look at Lucian, he loses games, and they're like, Lucian, bad champ. But you need to look at, how does he lose the game? Is it a player difference?
It's historical trauma. That's the problem. Even if Lucian was 6-6 this split or whatever, everyone would think, oh, do you guys remember that one split when Lucian was 0-18? Well, I hate this champion. This champion is bad.
What if it was 6-7?
Then at
I
least
was thinking about making that up. I was like, no, I'm not going to.
No way.
Oh
But
my God.
the champion is super strong. It's just kind of unlucky.
What's the category? It's EU Lucian, EU Jace, right?
Yeah, that's another one.
What else is there?
Ooh, what's another bad one?
I mean, EU Lee Sin right now. I think.
EU Lee Really?
For the longest time,
it was Broxa had the Lee Sin mantle, but ever since then, I feel like we haven't had that great Lee Sins.
Yeah.
It was EU top lane at some point.
EU top lane, yeah, when you were playing.
I mean, yeah, I was part of them. I was one of the guys that sucked.
Jack making excuses for the ADCs.
Jack, just why are you even talking, man? You weren't part of any conversation because you're just too bad to be in them.
Yeah, so that's why it's like the fans, you know? The fans can flame you, so I can flame you
just
too.
Next game, go sit in the audience with the fans and just like shit talk
no
everyone.
I'll go sit behind. I'll go sit behind.
You can sit behind Reledge and see how he does some magic.
Why are you flaming it?
Because he took a jab at me.
Oh, he did. Yeah, and he won one LEC title.
That's true. But Shucks takes jabs to you too, and you don't do that.
Yeah, but it's like my brand. Cursing people, flaming people.
Yeah.
Being unprofessional overall. Who wasn't unprofessional overall is Navi. We still have a replay apparently. Their third Drake, but
I forgot about that one.
Is that the one that Vitality
was a very
stole?
back and forth. Vitality were like winning, and we have it behind. We're not gonna see it. Okay, we're gonna see it in the full screen here. As it starts pretty good for Vitality because they're able to kite back Navi's engage, but then I think Vitality just kind of forget that they're still losing. They're still weaker.
Yeah.
Like Poby is 0 mana and has to base and TP
It's
after cards
45 at
flash
this
on
point. With this Victor being with 0 mana, it's
45, but look at the HP bars, you know? Like, Navi is kind of full HP, while Vitality are all 300, you know? This is the power of the Seraphine later on. She presses W, heals, shields, all 5 members.
Yep.
Can't play.
Can't play. So who's going to win the next game, guys?
That's actually tough. The thing is, I have to stick to my guns. Navi are not making playoffs, so then they have to lose now.
Well, I mean, you can't have a Christmas miracle twice. Christmas is only once a year. So you already cashed in on Santa Claus this game. I still think Vitality is going to win the next
You're saying they only won because of the not bug. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, it's just it was just biblical greed from the jungle department. This guy just wanted to get everything. Like, come on, just you can't have that.
Biblical greed from the jungle department. Let's see what happens in game 3.
Push through it, 그땐 우리 아무 일도 없듯이 할 길을.
Go.
Cannot TP.
I have ult.
Okay.
You can go.
I need someone to. Oh shit.
I think.
Okay.
Go.
Let's go.
Nice, guys.
Nice.
Fight. It's good fight. Kill.
TP in 4.
Kill.
No flash.
W is 2. Go Nash after. Go Nash.
Guys.
Good job.
Hit Nexus.
Good job, guys. Clean game.
Nice.
Brother, let me try.
Wait, brother. Let us break this instead, brother.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
What is this, brother?
Perfection.
I'm your champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
In your best man speech, you said my wife is funnier than me.
That's factually correct.
Okay.
We're in range.
Nah, it's fine, man. It's fine. Relax. I've got this. I have years and years and years of experience.
Yeah, but it's gonna.
It's very hard. There we go. Look at that. What are you so worried about?
Oh,
Maybe a game 2 lost off blue buff, but it was definitely gamed out by Na'Vi as a whole. Relech said he would 1v9, and indeed he did, as his Xin Zhao was miles ahead of Linces on this Neferi. As Derek and Dagda, we're going to take you into game 3. So far, this series has been fun. It's been a lot of cinema, and I'm really just hoping we get some crazy drafts for game 3.
Yeah, I'm curious where this is all going to go, because there's kind of been a few of those like priority picks that has like slipped through to game 2, like the Olaf, that I think is just incredibly strong at the moment. And for Mainter, he was able to make it work with Relech in that last game. But for this one, we're kind of going down the rabbit hole. Like, I still, like, the Vi's gone, the Jarvan's gone, Xin Zhao's gone, Pantheon probably high priority in the jungle.
Oh, yeah.
Ezreal, I think, still relatively high priority for the AD carry positions. But top lane really does start to take a turn once you go to these kind of game 3 series.
Now we're going to start talking about maybe the Cassante does end up getting picked. You know, we've also still got Renegade matchups. Like, you know, if we had Ambessa, we have. But regardless, Syndra, that's still going to be taken away. So those unmovable mages in the mid lane just got a little bit more movable with no range poke.
Yeah, I am wondering how we're going to try and pan this one out. Because Ryze, Anivia, Victor, Ori, like, I think the Aries, the Silases, maybe those kind of things start to move up a little bit in priority. Talia, Annie, also other picks that you can try and keep your eyes on.
Oh yeah.
Especially for Poby, I think the Annie more priority there.
It would be a cinematic if Poby went Annie again after the highlight reel we saw.
If I was Na'Vi, I'd go for the Ezreal. With Lulu banned, there isn't really a huge amount that's there. And maybe you're nervous about, well, I was going to say the jungle being pinched, but with Wukong still having access, I think you're, and yeah, like Lee Sin, Skarner, I think you're relatively happy. I think Ezreal very strong on this patch. There was like a tweet from Dragdar, like the Ezreal one trick, well, maybe not one trick, but very, very good Ezreal player, who was talking about how he got like slight hits because his WE combo is magic resist, and all the AD carries got their magic resist bumped up, but even then, he's just so self-sufficient. Great in team fights, good scaling. Like, I think he's just a very high pick on this patch.
I know also on Meta Merchants, great podcast, guys, that Ergo brought up the stats, and it was in this latest patch, win rate loss in solo queue because that Ezreal, as again, further to your point, I guess the reason is because the MR got buffed in bottom lane. Regardless, still in pro play, Ezreal, very versatile, great damage output, good range. They've sat a long time on this Skarner. That got locked in with the Rakan follow-up. Xayah is still available, but will Na'Vi decide to de-pair that bottom lane and pick it up themselves?
I don't think you get
Evo me nazad, evo ga I draft.
As much value, yeah, I think you're kind of okay.
Pantheon, Skarner I Rakan.
Yeah, I think I'm trying to figure out if you can try and go for some sort of poke comp, because I think you could take the Ezreal here and still be happy. And then I was going to say you could leave things like your mid lane pick, because if you can go for Quay or...
Nisam ljubitelj Talije nikako, ali mislim da je Pobi dosta dobar na Taliji.
You can try and play from range, especially against like Skarner. Rakan kind of struggles a little bit against it as well, but the Xayah too would definitely. But instead, yeah, so Na'Vi just going to try and take that away. I think you're fine though. Like Rakan, I think more flexible than the Xayah in this regard.
Yeah.
So I imagine you just take the AD carry, whatever carries he's comfortable with here.
Varus, Ezreal, Corki, Ziggs.
Yeah.
We've got a lot of magic damage.
Yeah, Ezreal or Corki, I'd imagine, is the plan here.
Kazi does like his Corki. And if they do not, do they match mid? Is what they're showing with the Akali. Okie dokie. Also could be a flex. Naknako's played this top, and this is, you know, often seen as like one of the options into some of those bruiser top lanes. Obviously not tanks. Let's see where it goes.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it is still a flex. I imagine it's mid, but like the Unraveled Earth does make the game a little bit harder as the Akali. Plus, decent push. Not ideal, but we'll see from Vitality what the game plan is.
Fiesta has played this Akali before amongst his other 12 played champions, or whatever it is, with that huge
Yeah,
list.
he's only repeated 2, right? Or 3, actually, I suppose, now with the
Yeah, and I mean, I guess with the Fearless, it's hard, you know, not to see a new champion, but the fact is repeated in different series, the meaning, right? Alistar's gone. Maybe, I was going to say, maybe we get a Silas here, but obviously that Akali, as you said, most likely probably going into the mage.
Xayah tekava od Rakana.
Indicate that Na'Vi want to play that Cassante after all up in the top lane.
Yeah, I mean, Nara also there, right?
Also
Which I think is probably your best bet here.
Ne znam koliko Naknako mora da igra Vayne. Naknako je pokazao da stvarno ima jako širok champion pool. Mislim da top lane nije nužno mesto koje želiš da banuješ. Šta je ovo, Leona Force? Da, Leona, ja bih rekao da je Leona najbolja za Navi. I onda gledaš Pantheon, Talija, Zaya, Leona, šta ti fali? Imaš disengage, imaš physical, magic ti je challenge, ok, nije strašno. Tako da ti faktički ne fali ništa, moraš da blindaš nešto na topu. Renekton. Koliko god ga ne volimo. Se ogradim, ne volimo Renektona, ali... Ili samo Xantea uzeti, ili tako nešto, samo nekog bizona gori kao polete ovo. Da, sad pogotovo sa Ezrealom, Leona Xante ovdje za Navi. Insta-lock-in, daj manje vremena da razmišljaju. Mislim, nakon će tući Xantea svako naći neki counterpick, ali mislim da je relativno safe. Ili Orna ako neće Xantea baš. Trundle mi se ne sviđao. Da, mogu da ga flexuju i Pantheona mogu da flexuju u teoriji.
Are they expecting a tank top from Vitality?
I mean, you already have the tank in Skarner, right?
Yeah. Oh, it's Blind Renekton. Oh my god.
So it is Pantheon support. Okay.
Da. Ne mora znači da je Pantheon support. Možda bude i Trundle support.
Kind of got a decent draft here for Navi, right? Like, the Renekton can get a ton of value. The Trundle going to be able to steal away the stats of the Skarner, make the Skarner basically useless.
Oh my god. Oh my god, it's a Varus top. Varus top, Varus mid.
Varus top.
Varus top.
By the way, it's not a Trundle support, is it? Because you said Pantheon support. It's not
No. Trundle's E cooldown is way too long for him to kind of be a support anymore.
Go.
So it'll be Pantheon support.
What's happening?
So, hyper-aggressive bottom lane.
Yes.
Like, this is very strong all-in, and basically really difficult for the Rakan pre-6 to look for any sort of all-ins, because you got that immediate stun and the follow-up, which means he just gets absolutely rinsed. Great jungle matchup now for Navi. Good push in the mid. Unfortunately, now Mainter will have a miserable time against this Varus in the top lane. But I think that's going to be where Vitality kind of have to find the success here and hope that the Varus can be a major carry, because I think a lot of the potency of Vitality's bot lane has been removed with this Pantheon flex.
Just been told Paris, I think he's 3-1 on Pantheon in his career, so props to him. Naknako 4-1 on Varus. As you said, Maintain.
Dobro, mislim, Renekton ili Xante je bio jedan, ovaj drugi.
I can tell you that Renekton in any
Šta znam, okej mi je draft. Ne volim Taliju, ne volim Renektona. Komitovali su će vinati game relativno rano i neće samo biti hard out skillovani, ali dobro. I to je sasvim okej.
Top lane could be a massacre. Mate has done so well in the individual lane phase, but can he get through this threshold? That is Naknako, the top lane king of the LEC right now. Yes, Karma's there. Yes, Broken Blade's there. But Naknako continues to get solo kills. He's already picked up 1 or 2 in this series. And game 3, the ultimate time to see who moves to 4/5. Vitality would go to 5-2. Na'Vi would go to 4-3. Both these teams need the win. Securing top 4 means you play one best of 5 to get to Worlds. It's as simple as that. That's how you get into Worlds, and that's how Vitality would stop disappointing.
Koliko bi bilo insane da Vitality ili Navi odu na Worlds. Mislim, da se razumemo, ja navijam da ne budu 3 ekipe, ako će biti 3 ekipe, da ne budu G2KC i koji. Jako navijam da ne budu specifično te 3 ekipe. Znači, hard navijam da na Worlds ode bilo ko, samo da ne budu te 3 ekipe. Ok, da budu 2, mislim, bit će KCG2 verovatno, i onda je samo pitanje ko će biti treći. Ali stvarno se nadam da će neko drugi da dobije priliku na Worldsu. Jer ako već intamo svake godine, da je bar neko drugi da vidi Worlds. Kad malo bolje razmislim, iskreno bi volao da ode i Navi i Vitality.
Mainta wants to be near the wave without actually being in vision so that Naknako can't order him, as level 2 hit first by Samd and Paris, but level 2 hit first by Naknako up in this top lane on the Varus, slowly pushing out the wave, and eventually Mainta's just going to hope for the crash in to try and receive it, get level 2 himself, and probably get some versatility with the slice and dice that it will take second.
Yeah, question mark ping going down on the Raptors, but now we'll just spot out that Linces has started that up. So at the moment, Navi already kind of matching that early clear. You should have this push for Poby in just a moment as well, which then should at least lean into, hey, we can try and go for Crab, but with the amount of control that Naknako has, it may be very difficult for Navi to really contest this topside Crab.
Step up, he wants to step up to the range minions. This is the problem. We all hate range tops. Every top laner who does not play Vayne or Varus, we all hate it, don't we? Unraveled Earth down, meanwhile,
Okay, Poby. On se mislim će možda proba da ga juri.
Say, hate on the Talia here as any Akali mains watching, but Fiesta did a pretty good job clearing the wave, getting the hell out of there.
Poby really wants to interrupt this reset, actually does, so now should be able to lean over towards River after pushing in this wave to contest for the Scuttle Crab. Naknako hasn't moved from top yet with Linces, but there's the TP from the Akali.
Okay, Roulette right in the middle of it. We get rocked out for the time being. Ward still placed down. As I said, Fiesta adds a bit of pressure. Meanwhile, we look towards bottom lane. Great trading, and that Mystic Shot hit would be a huge success for Vitality 2v2 as Paris misses a spear. And surprisingly, Fleshy and Kazi just holding on down here so far.
And Mainta has to be very careful that he doesn't take a bad trade, especially with Linces on this top side. But with the reset already coming through for the Skarner, and no real push for Naknako quite yet. Looks like he should be safe, but yeah, Fiesta just spotting out.
Did you see this time, Rilech?
A gle, mislim, Navi, realno gledano, Navi može pobedi ovaj game, samo trebaju da odu rano ahead. Onda su fine.
Sorry, I'm still living in the past of this game. The blue buff actually went to Linces, my meaning. It's amazing.
It would have been really sad if his very first camp was right.
I was like, oh, he's right in the spot. Did blue buff get sold? Of course it didn't. You know, Mainta, he can jump in with E, get some Q trading in the minion wave, heal up. Here comes Rilech, pillar out, flash by Naknako. Ganking 80 carries top, that's the way to do it.
Still though, Rilech is on the complete opposite side of the map to where his camps are spawning, so investing a huge amount to try and make that play happen. So he's going to have to take the long walk back down towards this bottom side, and it will desync him from Linces, so maybe there's a world here where Linces tries to make a play towards Mainta to burn the flash in return and make things a little bit easier for Naknako.
There will be a bit more kill threat, level 5. Half the way to 6 for Naknako as well. Big lead. He goes Tarbies first. The defensive option went ahead, and with a pot in hand as well. So a lot of that trading damage from Mainta is going to be negated. Naknako coming to lane. Still with about a 14 CS lead. I think Mainta as well on the wave right now.
Yeah.
Just holding it.
But I think it should start to push out as this. Actually, no, it looks like it's still frozen there. So in an okay spot. So maybe we actually do see very quickly Mainta moving up, because especially with Paris out on the map, I think he's going to need help crashing that wave, and you can see Lince is already moving up there just to make sure that this frozen wave can be crashed by Naknako.
Eventually, it's going to be pushed in. Rilech coming up as well. There's a beeline from Paris too. He'll just walk up to defend. They know there's a play happening. Lince is spotted out there, but at the very least, he covers a position. Q going to push the wave, and Mainta's going to deal with the rest.
He can hold it though, again. So actually this is off of that initial flash burn, Navi doing a good job of helping out Mainta here. Paris moving up means that the wave doesn't get crashed. Now you've got Rilech, who's cleared up to that top side, so he's sticking around. And we've got both junglers actually going to be up in this top side. Linces did clear out his own Krugs, now moving back up to help protect this crash, but it's actually helping out Mainta quite a bit with the CS.
It is. The fact he's within margin, that's what you want to be as a Renegade.
Da, vidi, sigurno. Samo što je problem što ako dovoljno dugo potraje partija, oni toliko opadaju kolektivno. Pantheon support neće raditi ništa. Okej. Pantheon support neće raditi ništa, Renekton će hard opasti, Italija neće imati puno damage-a. Ali opet, ako iz nekog razloga Vitality odluči da pika fajtove u 6. minuti, onda će samo dobiju batine. Okej. Ali nakon zna... What? Ne pobije samo IQ 1000 skočio sa zida. Mrtav je svejedno. I onda kao kažem da ne trebaju ništa rade, baciju spike.
Navi taking a massive lead off the back of that play.
Naknaka tried to send the ulti, hoping that he would step back, but Mainta just stuck on his head. And gold right now looking beautiful for Na'Vi in the early game yet again. 700 lead as Paris gets knocked up, but Fiesta can't do anything about it. His execution is down.
Still, most of that wave was saved for Poby. It wasn't quite able to keep on towards the cannon, but Paris still holding it. And I think that's kind of where a lot of the focus has been. I think Paris has looked his best when he's on playmakers and when he's able to roam around the map. Already moving on the Pantheon towards the top side, froze the wave. Now it's making the play, but Paris is in bot lane.
Ulti going to come out, feathers are there. They just pull out the ulti from SamD, nothing more.
Yeah, so SamD forced to burn it. But again, I think Paris has been getting so much value on the map, it's worth it. He managed to get the early freeze and then the team fight. And now Poby is roaming top once again, or at least keeping pressure on the Varus so he can't really farm as effectively.
Paris is bringing a bit of attention in. Vitality have this warded as the movement comes down. And Relech has a very steady game ahead of him as Trinity Force going to be built sooner than you'd think. Pretty much all the components have been built up already.
Komentatori, volimo mi njih.
Grubs up in 5 seconds. Dragon still sits there looming. Good vision here from Vitality with control ward actually each on that pit. Relech is crossing over though. He makes his intentions pretty clear right now that he wants to go for Grubs. Yes, it's just like, okay. Do it.
Mentor's still opening mid though. So basically saying, hey look, as long as no one is showing on that bot wave, I don't have to be there either.
Right, all in. Knockout from Fleshy.
Dobro, oni oči se biju ko ludi, mislim u redu. Oni su u fazonu, mi se bijemo. Ezreal je jako pametan pik s ovim kompom Vitality-a, zašto im Ezreal vuče midgame dovoljno da ih odvede u late. Tako da je verovatno Ezreal zajedno s Korkijem ovdje bio najbolji pik za njih.
Perfect impale as well, as you said. 2 more kills, that's just what the doctor ordered for Vitality. Small gold lead, but grasping back some of the gold that was let down by that earlier top play. Naknaka now to 1 versus 2. And 80 carries are finally going to meet in a proper way. As Grub's already down, but they're just going to stay for the lane swap. While it is Mainta getting some time alone up against Kazi's Ezreal.
Yeah, I think this is always the benefit of having the double AD carries, that it doesn't matter too much whether the rotation comes through or not. You're still going to be able to catch the majority of the waves. And again, Vitality, very big win around that fight to try and even out what was, again, the Na'Vi had done a good job of getting control of it. We're minimizing what Naknaka was able to achieve on the top side. There was actually a small gold lead for Mainter before that play kicked off. But now, gold lead for Naknako. You've got some much needed assist for Karzi as well, so he can be a little bit more accelerated and control of the map for this Dragon as Vitality start to move over.
It'll be a late Dragon start. Linz is in first. Vitality hold all of bot. Relech covering that. I mean, weak side of the map is Naknaka right now. He does have his flash back up and available with ulti. But Relech has decided instead of trying to make a top play, he will try and match bot. As Vitality looks to be starting this Dragon off with Relech on first.
Yeah, Relech just going to clear his Krugs, as that's where his camps are starting to respawn. So should just be Dragon. Vitality fall back and start to clear up towards the top side.
Naknaka, weak side of the map, might have to flash again.
Da, mora. I sad možda Okan imaju ulti za Vision. 2 hita za Maintera, sam mora nađe E. To je kill, clean. Ma da, ovo je Vitality game. Jap, Vitality game. A znaš što je fora, Vorp? Mislim, oni generalno, no hate mojim dragim kolegama iz Leca, ali kasteri su u proseku Emerald i Peak, ono. Mislim, davno je prošlo vreme kada je Riot imao ex-pro igrače i kao legitimno high-elo komentatore koje ti daju dobar insight. Većina komentatora u Lecu su ti Emerald, Peak. I onda su jako, mislim, ne znaju igricu, jednostavno. I sve što oni govore ti dolazi iz iskustva kao kasteri vs iskustva u igri. To je fora. Moguće, Mato, vidi. Nikad se ne zna šta W radi sljedeći put kad ga klikneš. Tako da sve je moguće. Gde si, Radole? Da, mislim, to stoji. Imaju, kažem, svaki komentator, ono, koga voli. Oni su ponekad gostima, to ponekad gosti. Ali su generalno uvek u studiju. Oni su uvek u studiju, radi intervjue, rade, ono, stage i to. Ali caster desk su ti obično Dadga i ostali, koji, kažem, opet, ono, gotivni su oni ovako, ali kao game knowledge, oni su Emerald kolektivno. Mislim da tipa Vedius ili Medic su najveći ilo, kad kažem najveći ilo, mislim kao low diamond. Ili tako nešto. Oj, ode. Sam učio da je flashovo to, ali nije flashovo. Samo sam se ja istripovao i sad će samo da... Znači, ali ti imaš, Adi carry ti je na midu, a Kali ti je na botu i ti na topu stepuješ tako da se biješ. Treba nam Captain Flowers. Vidi, ja sam obožao... Meni je omiljeni komentator bio Monte Cristo u Prime-u. I dobar pillar, ali neće naći ništa. Meni je omiljeni komentator bio Monte Cristo kad je Monte bio u Prime.
Still though, you get kills back for Vitality, you're getting plates in the mid lane and in bot lane, so Vitality still going to come out with the gold lead off the back of that. Even though there could have been a little bit more for Na'Vi there, they just couldn't quite find it.
AORUS, level 6 was acquired, he flew in. He got caught out, two-shot barrage. Kazi got a kill from across the map. Fiesta now might be dying from the bottom side of the map as two members converge on. Flash from Paris, seismic shove, not going to connect. Into the shroud, the movement speed enough. Fiesta baited in too. And that's a commitment of Paris's flash to try and find the kill.
Need to be careful, 70 in mid lane. No Featherstorm, still has the flash. Vitality was fishing for half a second. Still, again, it's Na'Vi trying to establish plays and Vitality covering, and I think a large portion of that is Fleshy's positioning on the map right now. He's been doing a good job of being in position to keep Nak up with the freeze in top lane, cover some of these plays, enable the plays for Vitality, and it has really been a thorn in the side of Na'Vi. See, 1 and 4, only 2 kills that Fleshy hasn't been involved in this game.
They're putting a lot of attention top in this game. At the very least, Mainta is going to regret going up for that ward.
Pa da moram da priznam, ova partija u odnosu na prošlu seriju mi je mnogo više fan, iskreno. Zabavniji game za gledanje. Jer su obe ekipe bolje. Koliko god grešaka da prave bolji su. Pa ne mislim da Mato to... Mislim da to ne možeš imati kao odgovor. Mislim da to baš ne možeš imati kao odgovor, pobije mrtav. Ali je malo bolji heroj. Ne možeš imati dobar odgovor na to iz prostog razloga što će svakom subjektivno neki drugi caster biti bolji. I ti ne možeš, mislim, možda kažeš koji je najveći ilo caster na Balkanu, ok, jer kao to ti je objektivan broj, ali ko je najbolji caster na Balkanu? Ja mogu nekom da budem najgori caster i to je okej. Za tu osobu je to istina i to nije nikakva uvreda, nije ništa. Možda neko ne može mi smisli glas. Lupa, možda neko, ne znam, ne može smisliti sam ćela, nemam pojma, razumijem. Tako da generalno kastovanje ko kastovanje baš je subjektivno, znaš. I onda ne, ono, teško je reći, znaš. Pogotovo kad uđeš u pleve. Ajde, ja sam color, pa i to je malo drugačije, jer tu je samo game knowledge. A to je warp za Renato, ba rekao sam je Mati za Renato, ako to misliš. Ne znam na šta misliš. Ako misliš na meni i na Renato, ja sam to Mati rekao. To je jedino čega se sećam, iskrenije.
Vitality to play it out. Nako got terror in topside though. Should be able to fill out this wave, reset, and then move to meet his team at the next dragon if they do so wish. Rift out in the back pocket.
Zato ti kažem, mislim, to je sve ono naš, subjektivna je stvar. Realno, Mičko i ja smo legendaran duo, da se ne lažemo. Ali mislim da je naš, mislim da je svako imao svoj neki trenutak tu što se kasta tiče. I Rale takođe, i Jogi, i Gliša, i sad nekog ću zaboraviti pa da ne nastavim svakako, ali svi redom, znaš, imali su svoje, svoje trenutke. I sad naravno kasteri koji su tu, tako da Znaš. Rale, ja kad opletem po Oskaru i Antoniju, to je GG. Mislim, zato kažem, to je sve, ono.
Still, I think Navi were hoping that that was not going to be the way that play went. Poby doesn't quite end up going down, but the wave gets cleared. Fiesta does his job in covering the play, especially as Nakanako and Fleshy move back up to top side, and that counterpunch from Navi completely dissuaded. And Fiesta just did it solo. Really nicely done by the Vitality mid laner.
They keep sending these punches. They keep getting absorbed. You can use the Mike Tyson versus amateur boxer kind of comparison, but it does again feel like...
Ne znam, meni iskreno jako fali. Meni jako fali taj trenutak. Fali mi taj trenutak LAN eventova, iskreno. Mislim, kad kažem lanova, mislim ono LAN u domu sindikata gdje ima 4000 ljudi i sva se mesta popune i svi navijamo. Meni je to toliko high bio, mislim. Pogotovo ti lanovi u domu sindikata, kada smo popunili dom sindikata, meni je to... Vidi. Meni je to stvarno insane. I hvala Kevine, trudim se jako. Znaš, mislim, sad realno gledano i pitanje je ti da uzmeš dom sindikata koji svako nije jeftin, da li bi se to napunilo sad? To je uvek veliko pitanje. Na fanatike zakinuo Oskara.
They're still finding ways to make plays, and Ninsis maybe a little too far forward here, but does have Fiesta in the wings.
This is hard still, is ready to get more stacks. He's just gonna Ishtal's impact over the wall, and red buff will be secured by the team that owns this side of the jungle. 2 minutes 40, that's Dragon. Baron coming up in 1 minute 10, or rather 20, if I can count properly.
Ma to ne sam ništa pričam. Ništa ne sam da pričam, mislim bit ću u BG-u, ali... Reconnect jeste, a recimo, možeš čak da vidiš i na Reconnectu, tu je već počelo dolazi manje ljudi na lanove. Što je, kaže, meni jako krivo, inače desi. Ovo bi bilo super da je Brown pa da pojede ceo ez ulti. Ne sad događa negdje u Rijeci neki nešto, ne znam, nije neki kao gaming event, ali nisam ispratio šta se tu događa. Mislim, u teoriji Vandercon je također bio jako cool kao event. Opet kažem, možda nije toliko ljudi bilo, ali pa dobro nije ni bilo loše u stvari. Vandercon isto, eto, on je bio relativno skoro, bio baš dobar. Ali da, to je zadnji LAN da sam ja bio, da je bio ono... jako insane. Mislim, dobro, to nije bio LAN, to je bio... To je bio event. Mislim, ljudi koji će organizuju, ono što je sad Rip nekao skar dobiješ skin, dođe masno ljudi. Pa mislim... Znaš kako, i da, ali mislim da također se malo i promenila se core publika. LOL-a. Znaš, jer mislim da ti je sad prosječna osoba koja gleda LOL, sad ti je zaposlena ili ima dete. Flash je mrtav. Vitality vjerovatno dobio ovaj game, se razumemo. Ali mislim da je to nekako najveći problem lanova, gdje kao ti računaš na publiku, na prodaju karata, šta god. Jer tebi je prosječan gledalac LOL-a trenutno ili zaposlen ima dete. Kao publika je jako ostra. Nije da ne vole da gledaju više LOL, nego samo ne mogu fizički da odvoje dan da odu na neki LAN. Jer ti kad gledaš kad su krenuli svi oni lanovi, kad je krenuo FCS, kad je krenuo EBL, tu svi su bili dosta mlađi i svi su imali mnogo više vremena i da dođu i da vidi, da se druže i sve. Ma to bio si na kraju. Ali tu su oni dalje. Jeste. Dobro, da, Poljaci su imali mnogo problema generalno. Mislim, sad ima recimo vesti da LFL izlazi iz, to jest organizator LFL-a, ili ti kako ja to govorim da približim ljudima, LFL Fortuna više neće da organizuje LFL. UK scena isto, UK više, oni nemaju originalnu Fortunu njihovu, jako kažem Fortuna. Španci su isto promenili organizatora. Tako da kažem, mislim da je to generalno zbog samo ono pod navodnicima, jeli, starenja publike. Ljudi nemaju više toliko vremena, pogotovo za lanove. Zato sam ja uvek mnogo srećniji kad je meta po 20-25 minuta game-ovi, a ne po sat vremena. I Fiesta, lepo. Mora, Warp, apsolutno. Na to ne mogu ništa pričam, nemam pojem. Iskreno ne znam. Ovaj game inače je Vitality dobio pre 12 minuta, čisto da se razumemo, tako da sad samo chillamo da gledamo kako vinaju. Šta mislim o tome što je pukao to XKO? Nije mi jasan Riot. Najiskrenije. Ne znam koje su i metrike, da li mi igra uspešna ili nije, a pretpostavljam da je metrika jedina koliko para zarađuju, što je fair, firma su. Ali nekako mislim da to XKO prvo nisu dali dovoljno vremena, drugo dali su mu užasno ime. Mislim da je generalno Riot pravio puno grešaka sa fighterom overall. Ovo je samo prelako za Vitality. Mislim, outscale-ova, 22. minuti imaš ranked taliju, nisi ahead. Ali da, mislim da je Riot... I to smo znali kad su releaseovali igricu. Prvo je to XKO užasno ime. Drugo, 2 na 2 format je najgori format koji su mogli da smisle. Riot je pun OTP ljudi koji hoće da igraju jednog heroja. Neće igraju 2 odjednom. I drugo što ako ne igraš fighter, 6 puta ti teže da naučiš fighter s 2 heroja. Sa combo extenderima, menjanjem mehanikom, svašta. Samo je teža igrica bez razloga. Ili su trebali da naprave fighter kao što je Tekken i Street Fighter, ili su trebali da naprave fighter kao što je Smash Bros. Ovo je najgora stvar. Znači, užasno ime i loš koncept. I onda su probali da izleče tako što su izbacivali uvo heroja, umjesto izbacuju heroja koji imaju smisla u fighteru, kao što su Seth, Riven, Samira. Samiru će izbaciti. Nego ubacuju ono Tima i Lux jer oni prodaju najviše skinova. Što kažem opet, ako odeš tim putem. Samo se nadam da će izbaciti MMO u nekom trenutku i da to će biti dobro. I zanima me šta će biti sljedeće godine sa LoLom generalno. Jer sljedeće godine... sljedeće godine, mislim, taj LoL League Next će biti ono jako bitan. Šta god tu budu radili. Tako da nemam pojma, mislim, navijam s jedne strane da sigurno da League Next pop-offuje. A ćemo vidjeti. Pa ma to vidi, što se mene tiče, sad ovako, mislim, ja volim da to lucka malo, ali troll aside, slobodno mi, brate, piše na Discordu, tu sam ti pomognem. Zavisi. Ali kažem, tu sam ti na Discordu, ako ti treba uzmeš, napišeš mi roster, napišeš mi sve, pomoći ću ti koliko god mogu ti pomognem, tako da. Uvek sam tu za sve ljudi iz community, ako me god šta treba, pišite mi, mislim na Discordu sam obično, tako da. Tako da. Ja se nadam, idem sad da smaram brata što pravi saj da mi uradi to na vreme da mogu postati večeras kvalifikacije, tako da. Ostavljamo program i da se nadam ste uživali večeras, ide malo solo queue, ja se nadam kvalifikacije, to jest link će biti live, tako da vidimo se malo kasnije, se nadam ste uživali i nastavljamo sa lecom sutra od 5, a sa streamom večeras za neki sat. Veliki pozdrav.
I mean, if you take a look, like one wolf died. So I was calculating that I didn't see that the wolf is gonna die to the last auto, so then it didn't die the blue buff. And then I pulled up on my Krags and I'm like, how am I level 3, you know? I didn't realize until my Krags, so yeah, I was kind of boosted in that moment.
Yeah, we were listening here though, and after I heard you say something, I heard you say like, well, usually it kills it or something, but I was wondering like, how do you untilt then?
We don't, that's why we lost. We just, after this, Linsa said, next game will be better.
Really? Yeah, just FF the game instead.
What if this was game 3?
Then we try hard, you know. And then we see, but this one, like, we can just ruin our mental over this. It's not that important. It's just game 2.
Yeah, but I also feel like
Joke.
No, but I can see why your mental would get ruined off this though. Like this is huge. Like he got double scuttle. He got so far ahead. Like you were just cooked.
I mean, I was confused with the blue, but then also the crab. I felt like it should die because he didn't auto the crab, I think. So I thought that my pet will kill it as well, but I think it lived on like also 10 HP. I'm not sure, I need to watch the replay.
But I think you got 60 gold. The spectator, oh, I don't want to like fan the flames, but the spectator, like we saw 60 gold.
Oh, but it's my elixir, like from runes, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I got 60 gold. But yeah, it was a toughy one.
It was. And you were also a Lucian, which was tough to start.
Yeah, not the best Lucian performance.
No, but Jack Spector said it was not your fault. Any Lucian would have, like any player in the world on Lucian in that game would have lost. Do you agree, Dan?
I mean, I think it was quite hard Lucian game. They had 2 bruisers that had like decent matchups and they were good in the game with Ace Seraphine. It's not the easiest to dash in and find some angles. So yeah, I mean, of course I could have played better, but of course, like the draft, of course we can flame the coaches.
Yes.
The classic.
Keep them humble, as we say.
I think they're humble enough. After
they need to be humble more.
More humble?
Yes, of course.
Okay, I just saw an interview with Neo. I think he said something about pad, like the pad.
we
He
didn't
can
see
go
that.
for it. He can go for it. He can go for whatever.